Chapter 580. Wendy Yushan also saw the rankings and her lips curled into a beautiful smile. She looked up at the sky as she needed to speed up her cultivation, or else she would be surpassed. Back then, Lu Yin had been a nobody from a peripheral planet who had been humiliated by her annulment. If he surpassed her now, it would be embarrassing even though she was very happy about it. Giant Ghost Fort, along with Seasons Fort and Yellow's Oil Fort, was one of the 3 middle forts. The war had just ended, and an enlighter from the Innerverse had died. The invading astral beast had also lost an enlighter, so it could be considered a draw. Giant Ghost Fort fared slightly better than Yellow's Oil Fort, as there were still 4 enlighters who could fight. They were Commander Long Ku, Elder Qing Han, Huahui, and Meng Ninga, who had been guarding Iron Blood Fort for many years. There was a special person in Giant Ghost Fort called Kong Shi, who had been a member of the previous Universe Youth Council. She had been easily crushed by the 10 arbiters. She had been guarding Iron Blood Fort for many years, and her Iron Blood points ranking was second only to Leng Jia. Leng Jia was ranked 10th in the top 100 rankings of the younger generation. If someone ranked 10th could surpass Kong Shi, then the gap between the younger generation and the younger generation before the 10 arbiters was obvious. In a corner of Giant Ghost Fort, a beautiful woman wearing a fiery red dress leaned against a wall. She raised her hand and beckoned for a young cultivator to charge over with a burning gaze. The young cultivator then pulled her into his embrace. The woman giggled. "Slow down, I'm dying of impatience. I can't take it anymore." "You're too beautiful," the cultivator anxiously said, his forehead covered in sweat. The woman allowed the cultivator to do as he pleased and opened her gadget to take a look. Suddenly, her expression changed and she pushed the cultivator away. She stared at the Iron Blood Points ranking and saw Lu Yin's name. "I was in a good mood, but I didn't expect to see this guy." The cultivator hurriedly hugged her. "Stop looking and enjoy yourself. War is coming soon and we don't even know if we can survive." The woman raised a hand and slapped the cultivator's shoulder, pushing him away. She then looked at him with disdain. "Compared to that person, you're all trash. He can reach the top 20 in a few days, but you're just waiting for death. Trash." She then left. "Lilyrose, why are you acting so pure? Don't you want him?" the cultivator shouted. But the woman had already left. Lu Yin was currently very busy and he always maintained the same posture, which was to look up at the starry sky. The holes in the sourcebox's danger zone were constantly changing, and the astral beasts were able to infiltrate through these holes very quickly. Lu Yin needed to update the locations of the holes as quickly as possible, or else the astral beasts might successfully infiltrate the sourcebox. Therefore he did not have any time to rest. A few days later the astral beasts invaded again. The situation was the same as the last time. Countless void wanderers were exterminated, and only a few of the astral beasts invaded. The war had ended. Another few days passed and this time the Enlighter Realm astral beasts took the lead and charged into Seasons Fort. Wang Wen had already been prepared for this, as there had been no Enlighters attacking the Void Wanderers in the past. They had been waiting for this moment, and when the Enlighter Realm astral beasts charged into Seasons Fort, the Enlighter Realm astral beasts attacked at the same time. The intensity of this attack was completely different from before, and several of the Enlighter Realm astral beasts were repelled. The Void Wanderers were also unable to enter the fort and a batch of them were killed. Every few days the beasts would attempt to invade Seasons Fort. There were not that many Void Wanderers that invaded Seasons Fort, and the next few attacks were all from other places. This also meant that Seasons Fort's killing of the Void Wanderers had reduced the strength of the Astral Beast's attacks on the other forts, which had greatly reduced the intensity of the battle at the 3 middle forts. This was a huge contribution, and every time he repelled the Astral Beast's attacks, he would receive a large number of Iron Blood points. He had now entered the top 10 again, but he was not 10th or 9th. Instead, he was 6th. This ranking left countless people in Iron Blood Weave dumbfounded. A Lemaitr's Iron Blood points had increased by too much, and even Wendy Yushan could not understand it. In Yellow's Oil Fort, Duke Blackhawk stared at the Iron Blood points rankings in shock. He must be cheating. He had seen Lu Yin before during the Northline Flow Zone's Northgate platform competition. Duke Blackhawk had an impression of this kid, and although Lu Yin was the strongest Lemaitre, he should not have been able to surpass so many Enlighters. Furthermore, he had risen so quickly. Sister Lung was shocked. She had been left in the dust and she had been left far behind. How had this person done it? She did not suspect that Lu Yin had cheated, as the system would not cheat. Even if he had cheated, it would not have been so obvious. Wang Wen was not stupid, which meant that Lu Yin really did have the qualifications to obtain so many Iron Blood points. It was too terrifying. Throughout the countless years of war in Iron Blood Weave, no one besides Wang Wen had been able to climb to the top of the rankings so quickly. In Giant Ghost Fort, Hua Haoi's face was gloomy, and it was so gloomy that it looked like water was about to drip from it. Kong Shi stared at Lu Yin's name in shock, as this was the current top genius of the younger generation. This person's strength as a Limiter could rival those 10 freaks. Lily Rose licked her bright red lips and a look of desire appeared in her eyes. She loved to play with powerhouses. In one of the lower 5 strongholds, Yu Xianxia was shocked as she stared at the rankings in disbelief. How could it be so exaggerated? The number of Iron Blood points she had accumulated so far was probably not even a fraction of what this person had. She had been in the stronghold for much longer than this person, and she was also an explorer. She knew how difficult it was to obtain Iron Blood points, so why did this guy seem like he was playing around? And Xiaohua had a strange expression on his face, as Lu Yin truly deserved to be called the strongest Limiter. There were many people in Iron Blood Weave who knew Lu Yin or had interacted with him before. However, no matter who they were all shocked by Lu Yin's ranking. Even Enlighters could not comprehend this, let alone others. In Season's Fort, Wang Wen looked at the elder on the screen with a depressed expression. Elder, I don't want to do this either, but who told him to be so capable? Look, he's already forced back so many astral beast invasions. Even so, you can't give him so many battle contributions. What will the people in the other strongholds think? The elder on the screen was Elder Lohar from the Hall of Honor. At this moment he was also feeling very helpless. Lu Yin's battle contributions definitely qualified him to obtain so many Iron Blood points, but he was doing it too frequently, which was a bit of a blow to other people's confidence. Wang Wen's face was solemn. Elder, you can't suppress those with contributions just because you have misgivings about what others think. Doing so is unfair to those with contributions. Elder Lohar muttered to himself for a moment and then nodded. You're right. Find some time for me to have a chat with that kid. Wang Wen smiled. All right. A month passed. Lu Yin had been in Iron Blood Weave for almost 2 months, but it felt like 2 years to him. During these 2 months he had witnessed countless deaths and the cruelty of Iron Blood Weave, which had left him extremely exhausted. However, he was also very proud because he had taken advantage of the loopholes and forced back 4 astral beast invasions. This had also increased his Iron Blood points by quite a bit, and he now had more than 80,000 points in addition to the 30,000 star essence that he had exchanged for earlier. This many Iron Blood points made him rather excited, and he looked through the items that he could exchange for with his points. Finally, he found a cosmic ring with an extremely large capacity. It was said that it had been created by an envoy-level powerhouse, and its capacity was 10 times greater than Lu Yin's own cosmic ring. However, the price to exchange for it was also very expensive, as it required 50,000 Iron Blood points. This made Lu Yin very unhappy, so he went to look for Wang Wen. What? You want to exchange for that cosmic ring? Wang Wen was stunned. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. I'm not exchanging for it. I'm just inquiring about it. Why is it so expensive? 50,000 Iron Blood points is only 20,000 for killing an Enlighter. Is a cosmic ring worth more than an Enlighter's worth? Nonsense, of course it's worth more, Wang Wen answered matter-of-factly. Lu Yin was flabbergasted. Wang Wen rolled his eyes. What do you think a cosmic ring is? It's created by a powerhouse who grasped the space of a parallel universe. It's not something that just anyone can create. Parallel universes aren't that easy to grab, especially cosmic rings with extremely large spaces. Even Enlighters can't grab them. Only those old freaks with power levels in the hundreds of thousands can do it. The cosmic ring that you want to exchange for is quite large, and it's enough to store 10 mountains. That's something that only an emissary can do. Isn't an emissary worth 50,000 Iron Blood points? Lu Yin asked. It's worth it, but it's still too expensive. Chesspiece bro, you should know how hard it is to get a cosmic ring like this. Even if you went to the Innerverse to buy one, you wouldn't be able to buy one with 50,000 star essence. You should be happy that there's one here, but the average person wouldn't need such a large cosmic ring. Are you sure you want it? Wang Wen asked. Lu Yin hesitated for a moment before nodding. I want it. Wang Wen gave him a thumbs up. Tycoon, it's yours. He then turned off the screen. Lu Yin sighed as he didn't want it either. However, as he progressed he would need to upgrade more items and the demand for star essence would increase. His cosmic ring couldn't hold that many star essence, and he couldn't just go to the bank to withdraw money after upgrading half of it. The screen of 3 points would disappear and it would be inconvenient even if they were distributed among the smaller cosmic rings. This one could store 1,000,000 star essence, which would be enough for him to use until he became an explorer or even a hunter. The cosmic ring was sent over and Lu Yin caressed it. He felt his heart ache when he saw that his iron blood points had dropped by 50,000, but he could only console himself. He had dropped from 6th to 7th, but fortunately, it hadn't dropped by much. However, it had immediately dropped by a lot. Lu Yin fell silent for a moment before contacting Wang Wen. Wang Wen looked at him calmly. Don't tell me you want to exchange all of it for star essence. Not enough. Lu Yin raised his brows. Wang Wen facepalmed. Chess piece bro, is there anything else in your eyes besides star essence? Can't you exchange for something else? Like honor points? Lu Yin shrugged. I still think that star essence is more practical. He already had 2 honor points, one from the Erudite Flow Zone's border warfront, and the other from the Tournament of the Strongest. Wang Wen nodded. Bright, you miser. Wait, how many honor points do I need to exchange for them? Lu Yin asked. Wang Wen raised 2 fingers. Not much, just 20,000. I'll have to trouble you to exchange them all for star essence. Thank you, Lu Yin said without hesitation. There was a difference between having 1 honor point and having no honor points at all, and the difference between having 2 and 3 honor points was mostly in terms of privileges. Those privileges were mostly from the Innerverse or even the Neoverse. Now that the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, those privileges were useless to Lu Yin. Chapter 581. What Lu Yin cared about the most were the 6 and 11 honor points. 6 honor points could exempt him from certain crimes, and he could even borrow a portion of the Hall of Honor's power. He would be equivalent to a universal aristocrat, and he would have special privileges wherever he went. The 11 honor points were even more ruthless. If he died, the Hall of Honor would investigate the cause of death, and if he died due to vengeance, his enemies would be tried by the Interstellar Tribunal, which was equivalent to buying insurance. If possible, Lu Yin would have liked to obtain the 6 and 11 honor points, but he did not have enough points. Increasing his honor points by 4 required 80,000 iron blood points, which was too much. Even if he succeeded in exchanging them, they would not be of much help to him at the moment. At the very least, he needed to ensure that the Outerverse would still exist after this calamity. Only then would he be able to exchange them. Otherwise, having special privileges would be useless since the Outerverse would be gone. The more honor points he had, the more likely he would be hunted down by the astral beasts, so he might as well not exchange them. Not long after, many people in Iron Blood Weave realized that Lu Yin's name had dropped from the top 10 to the bottom 1,000. Many people were confused. What was going on? Why had he dropped so much in such a short time? Had he exchanged them all? Only a few people could guess that he had probably exchanged them all for money. Wendy Yushan was a little helpless as she was certain that Lu Yin had exchanged them all for money. At this moment, Lu Yin was looking at the small mountain of star essence in his cosmic ring and smiling foolishly. He was reminded by Wang Wen and he looked up at the sky again. He planned to use this money when he broke through to the Explorer realm, so he needed to save some for later. In the Outerverse, in vast Earthweave, 5 planets were connected together. This was the territory of a certain family, and although they were not very powerful, no one dared to provoke them because there were hunters in the family. At present, 4 of the 5 planets had already been destroyed. On the final planet, countless howls could be heard as a desiccated corpse with progenitor Wuxiang's hide on its head stepped into a pool of blood. Its dark eyes stared at a boy in front of it. Ancient bloodline detected. Target confirmed. Kill. It raised a hand and swiped it across, decapitating the boy. After destroying 5 planets, the mummy raised its head and looked in the direction of Iron Blood Weave. Ancient bloodline detected. Target confirmed. Kill. It then leaped into the air and headed towards Iron Blood Weave. Dark Mist Weave on Mafioso planet. Mist Child was hidden in the darkness, along with countless assassins around her. Iron Blood Weave has summoned me. Ancestor will be heading to the border. I'll leave Mafioso Planet to you, Topmist said. Not long after Topmist left. He left with the blood palm imprint that was Mafioso Planet's inheritance. No one knew about this, as Mafioso Planet's rules forbade the blood palm imprint from leaving. However, Topmist was afraid of death, so he still took it with him. To him, the inheritance was not important but his life. It wasn't just Topmist, as all of the almighty Enlighters in the Outerverse had been summoned. Just like Night Queen Chuyu and the others, not going would be equivalent to defying the Hall of Honor. Not even Enlighters dared to make such a decision. It's already been 5 days since any of the astral beasts have invaded. It seems that the number of Void Wanderers is truly too low. They should have gone to the Celestial Beast Empire to ask for reinforcements, Wang Wen analyzed. The two of them sat on a cliff by the sea, drinking wine. He retracted his gaze and rubbed his eyes. Does that mean I can rest for a while? Wang Wen nodded. Sure. Aren't you afraid that the astral beasts will take the opportunity to invade? Wang Wen's lips curled up. If I say they won't, then they won't. You won't understand even if I explain things to you. Rest well, there's still at least half a month before the next battle. Lu Yin did not know where Wang Wen's confidence came from, but he did not ask any questions. Even if he did, he would only be ridiculed. However, he would only rest for 2 days at most. After that, he would have to continue. It was always better to be safe than sorry. That's strange. If the astral beasts invaded, why didn't that monster Loach take the lead? With its strength, it could have blocked everyone's attacks, Lu Yin asked. Wang Wen was disdainful. I already said that it's a fish and fish are all timid. It wouldn't have the guts to face all of our attacks by itself. What about that Enlighter Realm Amethyst Beast? Do you think that Elder Lohar is useless? You sound like a friend of mine. Don't belittle me. No one in this universe is as smart as me. How can someone else say what I say? What a joke. Lu Yin did not want to talk to him anymore. Wang Wen had confirmed that he would be safe for half a month, so Lu Yin could only give himself 2 days. After resting for a day, he found a secluded place and shielded his right arm. It's time to roll the die. Back then he had guessed that if 6 Enhance could fuse with someone's body, then would it be possible to bring his consciousness to the Innerverse and fuse with someone there? With his current strength, the person he fused with would not have a low status. If he really was in the Innerverse, then he would inform the various great powers of the Innerverse about the Astral Beast Domain's invasion of Iron Blood Weave. Although the Innerverse and the Astral Beast Domain were separated by the Astral River, there were still gaps between them. Once the various great powers of the Innerverse started a war against the Astral Beast Domain, then the pressure on Iron Blood Weave would be alleviated. This was Lu Yin's guess. There was a possibility, but there were a few things he was not sure about. Could 6 Enhance really bring him to the Innerverse? And even if it could, with his current position he could be anywhere. He was not certain that he would be able to fuse with the Innerverse, and he might not even have enough star essence on him. Rolling the die depended on one's luck and there were many possibilities. However, Lu Yin still decided to give it a try as he would not know the results if he did not try. He raised his hand and the die appeared. This time Lu Yin did not take off his cosmic ring. 6 Enhance consumed a terrifying amount of resources, but if he could use these resources to bring him into the Innerverse, then it would all be worth it. He tapped the die and it spun until it finally stopped. 5 Enhance. He could borrow his innate gift, but it was useless. There was no one around for 10 seconds, so he recovered the die and tapped it again. This time he rolled 2 Enhance, but it was still useless. He rolled it again and on his 3rd try he rolled a single Enhance. Lu Yin took a deep breath. This was the last time. He tapped the die again and it spun until it finally stopped. Then a 6 appeared in front of Lu Yin's blue eyes. The next moment his vision turned dark and he appeared in that mysterious space. There were balls of light of various sizes all around him, some glaring while others were dim. Lu Yin sped up and rushed out. He did not know which direction led to the Innerverse, so he could only head south. In reality, south was the Outerverse and further south was the Innerverse. But which direction was south? After a full half a minute, Lu Yin suddenly felt an extremely strong suction force. He hesitated for a moment before rushing over and fusing with the ball of light. When he opened his eyes again, he discovered that everything had changed. The starry sky had become very mysterious to him and it was no longer the original starry sky. Instead, it was a layered space that gave him an indescribable sense of warmth and dependence. He lowered his head and raised his hand only to see a dark vortex. Was this Tianhou? Lu Yin had never thought that he would not be able to fuse with someone from the Innerverse, but instead he would be fusing with his former opponent from the Tournament of the Strongest, Tianhou. The world was unpredictable, and it was no wonder that this ball of light was so attractive to him. Tianhou was a legend in the astral beast domain and had been invincible since ancient times. Lu Yin was also invincible, and their statuses were similar. During the Tournament of the Strongest, if not for the serious art and the stonewall scriptures, Lu Yin would not have been Tianhou's match. Tianhou's attacks and defenses were unbreakable because he was an amalgamation of devouring vortices. He was one of the most mysterious life forms in the universe. Through Tianhou's gaze, Lu Yin saw a different universe. Perhaps this was the true nature of the universe. Soon enough, Lu Yin learned of the current situation. Tianhou was an astral beast that had come to reinforce the primal zone, which was the place that had been invading Iron Blood Weave. All of the invading astral beasts had come from the primal zone, and the primal zone's status in the astral beast domain was similar to Iron Blood Weave's status in the human world. Because Season's Fort had dealt too much damage to the Void Wanderers, the Celestial Beast Empire had sent a large number of them to the primal zone. They were determined to invade the human outerverse. Aside from the Void Wanderers, there was also a group of experts, 5 in lighter realm astral beasts, and a super astral beast with a power level of over 350,000. This group included Cursewind, who was on Skymander's list, and Tianhou from the Spiritual Academy. Skymander's list was a list that the astral beast domain had created in order to resist the humans. It also had 10 creatures that corresponded to the 10 arbiters. Lu Yin had seen Yao Gu and Wensanxi's battle at the border of Erudite Flow Zone, and this time, a beast called Cursewind had come to reinforce the primal zone. Lu Yin's heart sank when he heard this information. The astral beast domain had launched a large-scale invasion, and based on the number of experts and astral beasts that they had sent, Iron Blood Weave would definitely not be able to withstand them. Lu Yin raised his head and used Tianhou's vision to look behind him. He could vaguely sense an intimidating undulation coming from a super-powerful astral beast. It was still asleep, but its power level was over 350,000. To the Celestial Beast Empire, this batch of astral beasts was not that powerful. If they failed, they would send out astral beasts with power levels of over 500,000, which would be at the level of envoys. That would be a truly desperate situation. Was there really no other way? Lu Yin pondered this as he read through Tianhou's memories. From Tianhou's memories, he saw the astral beast domain's most mysterious person, Skymander. He had a basic understanding of the Celestial Beast Empire, but this was not what he wanted to know. Suddenly, Tianhou opened his eyes and Lu Yin grew excited. He had discovered some important information. It turned out that the primal zone had also been isolated from the outside world. There was an energy liquid in the primal zone that was similar to the astral river. When the universe underwent a great change, the energy there would explode just like the outerverse. This energy liquid had only appeared in the past few decades, so it was no wonder that no one in Iron Blood Weave knew about it. Unfortunately, the primal zone had not been completely isolated, as there was still a crack that could allow reinforcements to enter. Once this crack was destroyed, the primal zone would be completely isolated from the outerverse, just like the outerverse. Now that he had obtained the information he wanted, Lu Yin did not plan on staying any longer. He raised a hand and slapped his chest, causing his vision to darken once more. When he opened his eyes, he had returned to his body. Lu Yin spat out a mouthful of turbid air and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He hurriedly checked his cosmic ring, wondering if he had used up all of his star essence. He nervously checked his ring and relaxed. Fortunately, he had used up 20,000 star essence, so he still had around 40,000 left. Fortunately, he had been afraid that he would run out of them all. Thank you. The Mountain Breeze Brothers tip. Third update. Thank you. Chapter 582. From Tianhou's memories, Lu Yin knew that they were about 10 days away from the primal zone. If Wang Wen's guess was correct, then Iron Blood Weave would be safe for half a month. Lu Yin couldn't help but admire Wang Wen, as he had no idea how the guy had guessed it. There were still 10 days left, and the most important thing was to destroy that energy gap and completely isolate the primal zone from the celestial beast empire. That way the primal zone would not be able to invade the outerverse. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. Who would believe that he could just run over and talk to Wang Wen? But even if he didn't say anything, those Enlighters would not risk their lives to go to the primal zone. How could he convince those Enlighters to join forces and go to the primal zone? That was the biggest problem. After thinking about it for a long time, Lu Yin made a decision and drew a star chart. What? You want to go to the primal zone to take a look? Wang Wen's shocked face appeared on the screen, and he looked at Lu Yin as if he were an idiot. Lu Yin nodded. I want to go to the primal zone. Wang Wen blinked and sized Lu Yin up. Did I hear wrong? What's the reason? We've been defending against the astral beast domain's invasion for so many years, but we know very little about the primal zone. From a tactical point of view, we're at a disadvantage. Who knows how many powerhouses are in the primal zone right now? The recent battles might have caused their powerhouses to decrease, and we can take advantage of that to attack them. Also, I want to see if there's a way to prevent the primal zone from receiving any reinforcements from the celestial beast empire. Wang Wen looked at Lu Yin in shock. I couldn't tell, chess piece bro. You actually have a strategic mindset. Not bad, not bad. Tell me about the situation in the primal zone. My universal armor's defenses aren't any weaker than your coffin, and I can see things that normal people can't. Wang Wen shrugged. I really want to agree, but I'm sorry I can't. Are you worried that I'll be in danger? Lu Yin asked. Wang Wen nodded. You're the only person in the fort who can see the holes in the source box's danger zones. If you're in danger, we'll be as passive as we were before, so you can't take the risk. But if I can find a turning point in the primal zone, wouldn't that be better than being trapped in Season's fort? Tell me honestly, if the Celestial Beast Empire sends reinforcements, then we can stop them. Wang Wen sighed. I'm not sure. Not even 10%. Since that's the case, then let me give it a try. Aside from me, no one else will be able to see through the loopholes, so aside from me, no one else will be able to easily determine whether or not there's a turning point in the primal zone, including those Enlighters. No matter what you say, I can't let you take the risk without any assurance, Wang Wen said seriously. Fine, I'll show you something. He then took out the star chart that he had just drawn. Take a look at this. Does it look familiar? Wang Wen stared at the star chart in shock. This is the primal zone? That's right. This is the primal zone. Although it's crude and only a rough diagram, there's a liquid energy substance that looks like an astral river. This substance separates the primal zone from the astral beast domain, Lu Yin said as he pointed at the diagram. That's impossible. Ironblood Weave has fought with the primal zone for so many years, so we should have a good understanding of the primal zone. There's no such thing in the primal zone, Wang Wenmo said with certainty. This has only appeared in the last few decades. I won't joke around with my life, Lu Yin said. Wang Wen fell into deep thought. Where did you get this star chart? I bought it at the Starfall Ocean's auction house, Lu Yin lied without blinking. Wang Wen believed him because there was no other explanation. Was he supposed to believe that Lu Yin had merged with Tianho's body and had learned about the primal zone through Tianho's memories? That was too ridiculous. Based on this chart, I can confirm that there's a river of energy in the primal zone. The universe has undergone great changes, and that river of energy should have expanded just like the astral river isolating the primal zone. However, there's definitely a gap, or else the Celestial Beast Empire wouldn't be able to send reinforcements. As for where this gap is and how big it is, I'm not sure. There's no way such a small thing would be marked on a map, Lu Yin said. Wang Wen grew serious. Send the star chart to me immediately. I'll send Enlighters to explore it. If there really is a gap, then we'll find a way to destroy it. Lu Yin shook his head. You think that you're smart? Do you think that the astral beast domain would be so easily discovered by us? If an Enlighter were to enter with great fanfare, they would only be surrounded. Only I have extraordinary eyesight and I don't attract too much attention. Don't forget that many astral beasts like to take human form. Wang Wen muttered to himself for a moment, and then a resolute look appeared in his eyes. If we can destroy that gap and prevent the Celestial Beast Empire from sending reinforcements, then the Outerverse will be saved. He then looked at Lu Yin. Are you sure you want to go? There's a 90% chance that you'll die. You're not the kind of person who would risk his life for a righteous cause. Lu Yin choked as he felt that he had just been looked down upon. I have universal armor and its defense isn't any weaker than that coffin of yours. Of course I won't be going alone. You'll have to send a few enlighters to distract the enlighter astral beast so that I can enter more easily. Of course. I'll call Lu Qiyu and the others for a strategy meeting. You should come as well. Pass. Wang Wen then hung up. Lu Yin let out a long sigh as everything had worked out. This trip was indeed risky, but he did not need to venture deep into the primal zone. All he needed to do was take a stroll around the edges. Tianhou knew where the crack was and so did Lu Yin. With his universal armor there should not be any danger. Of course he had to grasp the timing well and he had to move out at the same time as the other enlighters. Otherwise he might be discovered by an enlighter astral beast. Seventh bro, are you really going to the primal zone? The monkey asked in a low voice. Lu Yin answered, I have to. There's a 90% chance that you'll die. Following you is my bad luck. The monkey sighed. He knew that he could not stop Lu Yin, so he did not say anything else. Lu Yin did not want to say anything either. If there was a 90% chance that he would die, then he could use this opportunity to test the monkey. He wanted to see if the monkey was willing to die with him or if he was holding back. It had been almost 2 months since Lu Yin had arrived at Season's Fort, but this was his first time at the pass. To Season's Fort, the pass was not just a command post, but also a spiritual symbol. Although this spiritual symbol had been destroyed multiple times, as long as it remained standing, it would inspire the soldiers and cultivators who were defending the fort. Lu Yin arrived at the pass and looked up. Not only were there 3 enlighter rune lines, but there were also 2 rune lines that could rival enlighters. These rune lines did not come from people but rather from power vessels. Monster Loach had attacked the pass the last time, and Wang Wen had not used such a power vessel because it was useless. However, if an enlighter astral beast had invaded the pass, then the odds were against it. Lu Yin was quickly allowed to pass and he was led by a hunter into the pass. He appeared in front of Wang Wen, Lu Qiyu, Wen Kitchen and Viletree. These 4 had the highest status in Season's Fort, followed by Lu Sanjian, Lu Zhan, Aiden and the other hunters. With Lu Yin's status he did not have the qualifications to enter the pass, but his recent performance had been too monstrous. Thus, his suggestion was worthy of consideration. Come chess piece bro, have a seat. We're all family here, Wang Wen greeted him warmly. Lu Yin glanced at Viletree and Wen Kitchen. Family? Not necessarily. If not for the fact that they were an Ironblood weave, these 2 would have attacked him. He did not stand on ceremony and sat down. When he saw Lu Yin act so casually, Wen Kitchen's brows rose. As a scholar he was very particular about etiquette. Wang Wen was the most important person in Ironblood weave and he was also the commander. Sitting on the same level as Wang Wen was fine, but this Lu Yin. So you're Lu Yin? Lu Qiyu looked at Lu Yin with admiration. Lu Yin stood up and respectfully said, I'm Lu Yin. Greetings, Commander. Lu Qiyu gestured with his hand. Sit. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Lu Yin sat down. I've long heard that an unequaled Lemeter youth has appeared in the universe. Not only has he defeated all the Lemeters, but he's even killed an enlighter. That's why Elder Lohar specifically asked you to come. Your performance has exceeded our expectations, Lu Qiyu praised. Lu Yin humbly replied, Commander, you praise me too much. I was just lucky. Alright chess piece bro, don't be so humble. Who would be as lucky as you? Wang Wen grew impatient and continued, We've already discussed this before you came. Actually, agreeing to let you take this risk is also very risky for us. If something happens to you, the stronghold won't be able to predict the enemy's movements like before, and the losses will be too great. Lu Yin listened quietly. However, the Celestial Beast Empire's reinforcements will arrive soon. Even if you can predict the enemy's movements, an old freak with a power level in the hundreds of thousands will rush forward and block any attack. Even if you can see the location of the hole, it won't be of much use. It's better to take a risk. Your astral chart is real, and according to it, if the primal zone can receive reinforcements, then there must be a gap. Your mission this time is to find that gap and you don't have to do anything. Do you understand? Lu Yin nodded and solemnly replied, Understood. Do you understand? There are in lighter realm astral beasts in the primal zone. Otherwise, the few of us would have been able to explore deeper. But now we're asking a Lemeter like you to take this risk. It's really shameful, Vile Tree lamented. When Kitchen was also helpless. With our status, we'll definitely be ambushed the moment we enter the primal zone. We won't have the time to look for the gap. He then looked at Lu Yin. Little brother, I'll have to trouble you. Do your best to search for the gap while ensuring your own safety. Lu Yin replied, I understand. Don't worry, senior. Wang Wen clapped. Alright, since we've confirmed it, let's discuss the specific details. Half a day later, Lu Yin walked out of the pass with a strange expression on his face. He had actually obtained an unexpected harvest. For the sake of this battle plan, Season's Fort had gone all out. Not only had they given him 2 black hole-grade auroras and a collapsible spacecraft, but they had also given him 3 power vessels. One of them was the Astral Ruler, which could be used to measure the distance in outer space based on one's cultivation. It could be used 3 times to teleport. Another was the Void Thunderbeast's flesh. Because it contained the Void Thunderbeast's ability to tear through the void, it could also be considered a power vessel. However, it could only be used once. Lu Yin had previously possessed a piece, and after upgrading it 3 times he had given it to Wendy Yushan. The last item was called the Enneatic Wings, and it was a power vessel that had been discovered in an ancient ruin. It had no limit to how many times it could be used, and wearing it would allow one to travel through outer space. It could also use star energy to form a barrier that could block hunters. Chapter 583. This was the support that Season's Fort had given him for this operation, and it could be considered an advance payment. 3 xenogenic treasures and 3 spaceships. If converted to iron blood points, they would be worth at least 60,000. Wang Wen was quite generous. Of course, compared to the results, this investment was worth it. Otherwise, if the fort was breached, these items would become the Astral Beast Domain's spoils of war. It was a pity that he had just rolled his die. Otherwise, he would have upgraded the Enneatic Wings and the Astral Ruler, which would have been enough to make any Enlighters who were chasing him doubt their lives. Lu Yin set off 3 hours later, while the 2 Enlighters, Elder Vile Tree and Wen Kitchen, set off 2 hours later. Their mission was to lure the Enlighter realm astral beasts to a predetermined route so that Lu Yin could take a safer route to the primal zone. Elder Lohar would also act, as his mission was to delay Monster Loach and the Enlighter realm amethyst beast. Based on Wang Wen's assessment of this operation, there was a 90% chance of success, as no astral beast would expect a human to enter the primal zone. After so many years, this had never happened before. 2 hours quickly passed and Lu Yin looked up at the sky. 2 majestic waves of rune lines left the fort, and he hoped that nothing would happen to them. An hour quickly passed and Lu Yin boarded the black hole-grade aurora and followed the predetermined route into space, disappearing from Wang Wen's sight. Wang Wen's face was solemn, as he had originally thought that Lu Yin was someone who only cared about his own interests. He had read a lot of information about Lu Yin, and it all indicated that he was not a selfless person. Everything he did was based on his own calculations. However, Lu Yin's actions this time had changed Wang Wen's opinion of him. So this is Ironblood Weave. As long as we come, we can face death with equanimity because we're here to protect all of humanity, Lu Chuyu sighed. Wang Wen nodded seriously. Yes, to protect all of humanity. In Eastleigh Weave's asteroid belt, a figure quickly flitted past. The asteroid belt was destroyed, and it was the desiccated corpse with progenitor Wushang's hide on its head as it headed towards Ironblood Weave. The black hole-grade aurora was 10 times faster than a radiant-grade aurora. Lu Yin had originally planned to reach the primal zone's border in half a day, but it only took him a little more than an hour to reach it. He did not encounter any powerful astral beasts along the way, and even if he did, they were hunters who could not catch up to his spacecraft. This was the reason why Wang Wen had given him the black hole-grade aurora. Only in lighter realm astral beasts that could stop him and hunters. At this point, Lu Yin had no way of contacting Season's Fort, as the signal had been cut off. Similarly, Wang Wen and the others had no way of knowing his whereabouts. As he looked at the entrance to the primal zone, he stopped his spacecraft and looked for a nearby planet to land on. He would not enter the primal zone no matter how prepared he was. In any case, he already knew the location of the crack, so there was no point in taking the risk. However, the lax defenses of the primal zone left Lu Yin speechless. It seemed that Wang Wen had been right. The astral beast domain had never considered the possibility of a human invasion. The planet they landed on was a primitive society, and there were all kinds of wild beasts on it. He smashed the spacecraft into the ground and covered it with soil before finding a large tree to rest. He would stay here for 3 days before returning. The air on this primitive planet was very fresh, and this was a planet suitable for human habitation. The roars of the large beasts sounded very soothing to Lu Yin's ears. It had been a long time since he had felt so relaxed. Although they had only been in Ironblood Weave for 2 months, each day felt like a year. As he silently recited the Stonewall scriptures, he unknowingly fell asleep. 3 days was a short time for a cultivator, and by the time Lu Yin woke up, the time was up. He entered his spacecraft and planned his route once more before it took off and headed off into the distance. These 3 days were very peaceful, but Wang Wen and the rest were very apprehensive. They were worried about Lu Yin's safety, but more importantly, they were worried that he would not be able to find the crack. To Lu Yin, this was just an insignificant journey, and the outcome was already set in stone. When he returned to the stronghold and marked out the location of the crack, Wang Wen and the rest cheered. Lu Qiyu praised Lu Yin greatly, and if not for Wang Wen stopping him, he might have even given Lu Yin a large amount of contribution points. When Kitchen was puzzled, "Why aren't there any pictures?" Lu Yin was a little embarrassed. "I'm worried about being discovered, but don't worry, this is definitely the correct location. You guys can just follow the route I marked out." "Don't worry, Senior Wen. With Chess Piece Bro leading the way, you'll quickly find the crack," Wang Wen said happily. "That's right. I'll go prepare the pyrolite," Vile Tree said excitedly. The Sword Sect had recently mined a batch of pyrolite and it could be put to good use. When Kitchen nodded. "All right, since it's a desperate situation, let's take a gamble." "Not bad." Lu Qiyu nodded. Wang Wen smiled happily. However, Lu Yin felt that something was off. "Wait, what do you mean by lead the way?" Wang Wen, Lu Qiyu and Wen Kitchen all looked at Lu Yin. "Aren't you going to lead the way? How are we going to find the crack if you don't? Didn't I draw it out? And the location is very clear," Lu Yin said as he had a bad premonition. Wang Wen laughed. "Chess Piece Bro, stop joking around. How can drawing it be the same as personally leading the way? You should know that as long as we destroy the crack, we'll have more than half succeeded in defending Ironblood Weave. Of course we have to give it our all. Don't worry, you're just leading the way. We'll protect you." "That's right, little brother. Don't worry, we definitely won't let you die in front of us," Wen Kitchen said seriously. Lu Yin was speechless as he had underestimated the shamelessness of Wang Wen and the rest. They had actually asked him to lead the way. This was destroying the crack, not just taking a look and running away. The danger level was completely different. It was no wonder why they had given him so many life-saving items. They had been waiting for him. "Seventh Bro, you can't agree. This is suicide," the monkey shouted. Lu Yin did not want to agree. "I refuse." "You don't have the right to refuse. You have to go," Wang Wen said seriously. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "Sorry, but I've already told you the location. As long as you're not an idiot, you'll definitely be able to find it." When Kitchen was displeased. "Little bro, for the sake of humanity. Don't talk to me about humanity. If I die, what happens to them will have nothing to do with me. As long as I'm alive, the future of humanity will be my concern. That's why I have to live. Don't you have any resolve to face death for humanity?" Wang Wen raged. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. "Stop pretending. You're not slow at hiding in a coffin. I'm just preserving our strength," Wang Wen shouted. Lu Yin replied, "I'm a Lemiter, and I'll be an absolute powerhouse in the future. Even now I'm preserving my strength." After half a day of arguing, Lu Yin still refused to lead the way. Wang Wen was helpless. Lu Qiyu sighed. "All right, you don't have to lead them to the crack. However, you have to follow them into the primal zone and point out the general direction to prevent any mistakes. How's that? Don't worry, this trip won't be for nothing. You'll get 50,000 Ironblood points." Lu Yin's eyes lit up as this was still something he could consider. Once they entered the primal zone and pointed out the direction, he would be able to retreat. The powerful beasts were all attracted by Wen Kitchen and the others, so they wouldn't be able to care about him. "All right, for the sake of humanity I'll go," Lu Yin replied righteously. Wang Wen pouted. After that, Wang Wen locked himself in Pass and refused to see anyone. He needed to carefully consider all the details of this plan and ensure that it would succeed. This was related to the survival of humanity in the Outerverse. A few days later, a new enlighter arrived at Season's fort, Topmist. At that time, Lu Yin just so happened to be near the space station, and he immediately saw the boundless number of rune lines. He walked over and locked eyes with Topmist. Lu Yin's expression immediately changed, as this was the old man who had revealed his method of killing enlighters. Topmist also saw Lu Yin, and he casually glanced at him before heading towards Pass. Lu Yin watched the old man leave. This old man had come at just the right time, as having another enlighter would be helpful to his plan. Topmist had never been to Iron Bloodweave before, but at his level Iron Bloodweave was no secret. He had long since heard that Iron Bloodweave was extremely dangerous and even enlighters could die there. Thus he had decided to keep a low profile, especially after hearing that Feather King and General Fei had died in battle. His heart had sunk and he had decided to keep a low profile. Keeping a low profile was the way to go and he didn't want to die here. However, this wish had vanished the moment he saw Wang Wen's detestable smile. He swore that if possible he would definitely tear Wang Wen's smiling face apart. "Senior Topmist, your arrival is the will of the heavens," Wang Wen said with a smile. He had just been vexed over the fact that 2 enlighters were not enough when Topmist had arrived. Topmist listened to Wang Wen's plan and was stunned for a moment. "I refuse." Behind him Lu Chuyu, Viletree and Wen Kitchen appeared and surrounded him. "You do not have the right to refuse. Otherwise, Elder Lohar will execute you as a traitor." Topmist was wrapped in a black fog and the face that was revealed was fake. His true height was only 1 meter and at this moment the face hidden within the black fog was terrifyingly gloomy. Why was he sending himself to his death? "Who else is going?" Topmist asked helplessly after a long time. "The Sword Sect's senior Viletree, the Wen family's senior Wen Kitchen, and a Lemeter called Lu Yin," Wang Wen replied. He wasn't afraid that Topmist wouldn't go. Using Elder Lohar to threaten Lu Yin wasn't a good idea, as Elder Lohar had made a great contribution. However, Wang Wen wasn't the slightest bit ashamed of this old fellow who had never participated in the battle. "Lu Yin? Why is he going?" Topmist asked curiously. Wang Wen smiled. "He was the one who came up with this plan. He's a selfless person." Topmist cursed inwardly. That troublemaker. It wasn't enough for Topmist to die, but he still had to drag Topmist down with him. After escaping a calamity on Shuda planet, Topmist had decided that he would never meet that junior again. Who would have thought that after such a short period of time he would be killed by that junior? "Has the plan been confirmed?" Topmist asked unwillingly. Wang Wen replied, "It wasn't completely confirmed at first since we didn't have enough people. But now that you're here we have enough people. It's been confirmed." Topmist was speechless. If he had known earlier he would have arrived a little later. Right now, Topmist's greatest regret was that he hadn't killed Lu Yin on Shuda planet. He had a nagging feeling that he would have been killed by this brat. Viletree said, "Don't worry. I know your character and I won't let you charge to the front." What kind of character was this? Topmist was dissatisfied but he didn't dare to retort. He was an assassin and he wasn't good at direct combat, much less bickering. Chapter 584. Everyone needs to display their strengths. Senior Topmist's strength lies in his ability to conceal himself. In other words, in lighter realm astral beasts won't be able to discover him easily. If Senior Viletree and Senior Wen get caught up in a fight, then we'll leave Pyrolite to Senior Topmist. I believe that Senior Topmist will be able to complete the mission well, Wang Wen said with a smile. Topmist spoke in a low voice. But before he could finish Wen Kitchen interrupted him. "Then it's decided. When do we set off?" Wang Wen solemnly replied, "Tomorrow. I'll prepare all of the weapons, equipment, materials and maps for this mission before then. Seniors, this mission is extremely dangerous and I, Wang Wen, represent all of humanity in thanking them." Wang Wen then bowed. Topmist hurriedly retreated, a little angry. He wasn't dead yet, so there was no need for him to be worshipped. In Iron Bloodweave, there were people who were willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of humanity, but there were also those who were selfish, especially Viletree and Wen Kitchen who had just arrived in Iron Bloodweave, and they couldn't be so generous as to sacrifice themselves. But at the same time, different environments changed different people. Sometimes they had to take action as they couldn't hide or avoid it. Furthermore, there was still the Hall of Honor. Like Topmist, they didn't want to throw their lives away, but since they had been forced to this point, they had no choice but to go. If they went, they might not die, but if they didn't, then they would be punished. Although the Hall of Honor was tyrannical, it was still very useful in certain aspects. Sometimes, hegemonic management didn't bring only disadvantages, but also benefits. The next day, Wang Wen and Lu Qiyu stood at the pass and watched the 4 spacecraft charge towards the primal zone. Their eyes were filled with worry and anticipation for the future. If this mission goes smoothly, then the Outerverse will be safe. If it doesn't, then the time when we lose Iron Blood Fort will be brought forward. This is a huge gamble, Lu Qiyu said with a sigh. Wang Wen stretched lazily. No matter how big the stakes are, we still have to take the risk because we have no way out. The only difference is whether we die sooner or later. Lu Qiyu nodded and turned to leave. For some reason he felt his heart palpitate and he looked up into space. At the same time, a strange figure appeared on the screen that monitored Season's fort's surroundings. It was a shriveled corpse that towered above Season's fort. What's that thing? A hunter felt strange and he stepped into outer space. He stood within the danger zone of the source box and looked at the desiccated corpse. From time to time, enormous beasts would roam about Season's fort. The people of Season's fort weren't the only ones who had discovered the mummy. Some powerful beast had discovered it as well, and they whipped out their tails at the mummy. They couldn't tell the difference between the mummy and a human. They all looked the same. Then, under the shocked gazes of many, the mummy raised its hand and tore the behemoth apart. Blood splattered across the starry sky. It had been a hunter realm astral beast, but it had been easily torn apart. Many people in Season's fort were shaken. Lu Qiyu's eyelids twitched as he stared at the corpse. Huihan Pass. It's fine. This is just a mummy. It doesn't have any intelligence, so it won't be able to pass through the danger of a source box, Wang Wen said. Just as he finished speaking, the mummy charged straight into the source box's danger zone. Its body was enveloped by the invisible killing intent, and bloody wounds would occasionally appear. This was especially true of its forehead, where a strand of killing intent had almost pierced through it. However, the mummy still managed to pass through the source box's danger zone and appear within Season's fort. At this moment, Season's fort was completely silent and countless people were stunned. Since ancient times, almost no astral beast had ever been able to pass through a source box's danger zone. Astral beasts could only invade by looking for holes in the danger zone, and neither Monster Loach nor the Enlighter Realm Amethyst beast could do so. Only a terrifying powerhouse with a power level of over 400,000 could do so. The mummy clearly didn't have such a terrifying power level, but it had still managed to pass through the source box's danger zone. This made Lu Qiyu's heart tremble, and he felt as if a calamity was about to befall him. Wang Wen nimbly hid inside the coffin and stared blankly at the mummy that was slowly descending. The next moment, countless technological weapons descended and enveloped the mummy. However, these attacks were completely ineffective against the mummy. The mummy's black eyes swept across Season's fort before finally focusing on Wang Wen. Ancient bloodline detected. Target confirmed. Kill. Lu Qiyu appeared behind the mummy and stabbed out with his sword. The power of an enlighter was completely unleashed. The tip of the sword pierced through the mummy's body. The mummy grabbed the tip of the sword with one hand and with a clang the sword snapped. The mummy then casually stabbed at Lu Qiyu. Lu Qiyu's pupils shrank and he hurriedly retreated. The mummy ignored Lu Qiyu and walked straight towards Wang Wen. Wang Wen was terrified. "Commander, save me." Lu Qiyu wielded the broken sword and stabbed at the mummy again. The broken sword still pierced the mummy's body, but the mummy simply allowed Lu Qiyu to attack it as it slowly approached Wang Wen. Lu Qiyu's face went pale. No matter how he attacked, he couldn't damage the mummy's body at all. Inexplicably, he saw progenitor Wuxiang's hide on the mummy's head, and his heart trembled. At that moment, the mummy walked in front of Wang Wen and slammed down with a palm. A thunder shield appeared and blocked Wang Wen's attack. The mummy's palm landed on the thunder shield, causing cracks to appear on it. Aiden was shocked. Thunder Mountain technique. He roared as his 9-lined battle force erupted, and he viciously charged towards the mummy. However, the mummy did not move at all. It casually tossed Aiden aside and then slammed down with its palm again. Lu Qiyu woke up and blocked in front of Wang Wen. He swung his sword in an attempt to cut off the mummy's head. However, his full-powered attack only managed to leave a mark on the mummy's neck, and the blade was even pried off. Lu Qiyu could not describe what he was feeling at that moment, as he had never encountered an enemy like this. The mummy could not be killed and it did not even retaliate. Its defenses were ridiculous and yet he could still injure it. It was very strange, especially with its appearance. It must be from the Neo-Human Alliance. There was a thump and the mummy's palm finally landed on the coffin. Lu Qiyu looked at Wang Wen, who was still inside the coffin. Wang Wen stared blankly at the terrifying palm on the coffin's lid for a moment, but nothing happened. Everyone sighed in relief. The mummy slammed down again and there was another thump, but nothing happened. Wang Wen let out a long breath and patted his chest. He had been scared to death. Lu Qiyu was similarly frightened and he broke out in a cold sweat. When he thought about where the coffin had come from, he stopped attacking and just watched as the mummy attacked the coffin. Aiden returned and there were still quite a few hunters around him. None of them took the initiative to attack and they just watched as the mummy frantically slammed the coffin. Not a single crack could be seen on the coffin. Wang Wen was terrified and he was afraid that the coffin would not be able to hold on. After a full 20 minutes, the mummy finally stopped its meaningless attacks. It turned around, took a step forward and left Season's fort. It no longer wanted to fight. Lu Qiyu and the rest did not dare to stop it and they just watched as it left. It was only when the mummy's figure could no longer be seen that Wang Wen dared to come out. His entire body was drenched in sweat, and he felt as if he had been on the brink of death. What's that? Why did it kill me? Is it from the astral beast domain? Wang Wen shrieked. Lu Qiyu's face turned solemn. It should be the Neo-Human Alliance's Corpse King. Impossible. The Outerverse is gone, so what's the point of the Neo-Human Alliance existing? They can't possibly attack me at this time, Wang Wen refuted. Lu Qiyu frowned as he was not sure either. He was especially concerned about the skin-like object on the mummy's head, which had actually caused him to lose his composure. What was that? Not good. It seems to be heading towards the primal zone. Wang Wen suddenly shouted. Lu Qiyu's face changed and he looked at Wang Wen. This thing won't cause trouble for Viletree and the others, right? Wang Wen was worried. Lu Qiyu tightened his grip on his sword and his eyes were filled with worry. During this trip to the primal zone, no enlighters had attracted the attention of the enlighter beasts. Lu Yin had assumed that they would encounter an enlighter beast, but the route that Wang Wen had chosen had not led them to any enlighter beasts. Lu Yin's intelligence was so high that it was incomprehensible. It was only when they reached the entrance of the primal zone that they were surrounded by numerous beasts. Lu Yin pointed out the direction to the 3 enlighters at the entrance of the primal zone and then left without looking back. There were beasts chasing after him, but they could not catch up to his black hole-grade aurora. Only enlighters could catch up to him. When Kitchen and the other 2 charged in with all their might and slaughtered the beasts at the entrance of the primal zone. They charged in the blink of an eye and countless beasts were drawn in as well. Lu Yin looked back and relaxed. Whether or not we succeed will depend on you guys. He was only a limiter, and although he had many life-saving methods, his actual combat ability could not compare to an enlighter's. He would not court death, and with his Dai's enhance ability he might be able to resolve this calamity. The black hole-grade aurora was too fast, and Lu Yin felt as if the surrounding planets were rapidly passing by. They would soon be back at Season's fort. Suddenly his heart clenched and his scalp went numb. He immediately changed directions and flew in another direction. He looked into the distance and saw a terrifying number of rune lines closing in on him. Lu Yin's pupils shrank as the number of rune lines surpassed that of any enlighter that he had ever seen, and this feeling was very familiar. The spacecraft stopped in outer space and hid within the asteroid belt. Lu Yin stared in the direction of the rune lines, which were getting closer and closer. Then Lu Yin saw the desiccated corpse and progenitor Wuxiang's hide atop its head. The moment he saw the corpse, Lu Yin's entire body went cold. Why is this thing here? The ghost monkey shrieked. Lu Yin wanted to know as well, but he did not dare to make a single sound at this moment. He was like a dormant ant. The desiccated corpse walked through outer space and each step it took was very small. However, it covered a great distance in an instant, and it soon arrived at Lu Yin's previous location. It stopped and seemed to be thinking about something. Lu Yin's face went pale and he suddenly thought of something terrifying. This desiccated corpse couldn't be looking for him, right? Suddenly, the desiccated corpse raised its head, and its black hole-like eyes stared at Lu Yin, who was within the asteroid belt. Lu Yin's heart sank, and he immediately activated his spacecraft and flew towards the primal zone. He could not lead the desiccated corpse to Season's fort, as the fort was already on the verge of collapse due to the astral beast's invasion. Adding the desiccated corpse to the fort would only make things worse. The desiccated corpse took a step forward and appeared within the asteroid belt. With a casual wave of its hand, the asteroid belt was sliced apart, and a powerful force tore through the void as it brushed past the spacecraft. The spacecraft swayed and there was a grating sound. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched and he charged straight towards the primal zone. There were so many enlighters in the primal zone that they should be able to deal with the desiccated corpse. If the desiccated corpse attracted the attention of those enlighter realm astral beasts, then the chances of them destroying the energy gap would be even higher. The desiccated corpse took a step forward, and when it reappeared, it was not too far away from the spacecraft. The spacecraft did not slow down, and it continued to head towards the primal zone. The desiccated corpse once again stepped forward. With each step it closed the distance between it and Lu Yin. Chapter 585. 7th Bro, this thing is chasing you. Did you dig up someone's ancestral grave? The monkey shouted in fear. It popped out on its own. What does that have to do with me? Lu Yin anxiously retorted. Then you must have stepped on its ancestral grave. No, did you steal something from it? No wonder it wouldn't let you go even after it died. Give it back. The monkey shouted. Lu Yin coldly retorted. Shut up. If anyone was stealing, it should be me. That piece of skin is still on its head. Is this thing chasing you by following the scent of the skin? Shut up. Lu Yin barked. He was sweating profusely as he stared ahead and occasionally looked back. The corpse was getting closer and closer, and he had a feeling that it would step onto the spacecraft in the next step. Fortunately, the entrance to the primal zone wasn't too far away. When he saw countless beasts roaming in front of him, Lu Yin felt like he had seen his family, and he immediately charged in. Countless beasts roared angrily and attacked Lu Yin. The space-exploring beasts were all intelligent, and a human daring to charge in so brazenly made them feel like they were being provoked. Lu Yin watched as so many beasts surrounded him, and he felt a sense of familiarity that he had never felt before. These beasts were not attacking him but rather protecting him. There was a whoosh, and the void rippled as the corpse appeared above the spacecraft. It tore through the void and tore apart many of the beasts around it. Blood splattered across space and dyed the spacecraft red. Lu Yin identified the energy gap and charged in, hoping that there would be enough beasts in the primal zone. The corpse was temporarily entangled by countless beasts, but it definitely wouldn't be able to hold on for long. It had been able to track Lu Yin from the outerverse all the way to the primal zone, so no matter how far away they were, Lu Yin was certain that this thing would be able to find him. What was the reason for this thing to keep chasing after him? He could not figure it out. In the distance he saw an enormous number of rune lines crisscrossing. It was a battle between enlighters. Lu Yin found the right direction and charged in. Not long after, an enlighter's rune lines appeared in front of Lu Yin and charged towards him. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched as he recognized this rune line. It was Top Mist, and the old man was trying to escape. In outer space, Top Mist quickly rushed towards the entrance of the primal zone and relaxed. Fortunately, he was smart enough to leave the battlefield, or else he would have been dead. 5 enlighters had surrounded him, and the 3 of them were just dreaming. Don't blame me, as I don't want to die. At that moment, Top Mist saw the black hole-grade aurora in front of him and he was stunned. That was Lu Yin. This kid didn't leave? Why are you here? Senior Top Mist, are you trying to escape? Lu Yin shouted. Top Mist's expression turned ugly. Brat, don't spout nonsense. I've sensed the location of another energy crack and I'm preparing to destroy it. Is that so? Unfortunately, we can't go. Monster Loach is at the entrance to the primal zone. Top Mist was confused. What Monster Loach? A monster with a power level of over 350,000. Top Mist's expression changed drastically. That's impossible. Elder Lohar should have been able to stop this creature. Feel it if you don't believe me, Lu Yin said. Top Mist raised his hand and the black mist spread out into the distance. Lu Yin steered his spacecraft away from the black fog. Who knew if the old man would take the opportunity to attack him? The desiccated corpse truly existed, but Top Mist was not afraid of it since he had never encountered it before. Rather, it was more accurate to say that Monster Loach was a deterrent, and the corpse should not be any weaker than Monster Loach. After a while, Top Mist retracted his fog. He could feel a chilling power ahead of him. He had only ever felt such power from someone with a combat power of 300,000 or above. He was a super excellent expert. Senior, the only way now is to destroy the energy crack and lure Monster Loach over. As long as the crack is destroyed, Monster Loach will definitely think of a way to save it. Only then will we have a chance to escape, Lu Yin shouted. Top Mist gritted his teeth and agreed. Got it. He glared at Lu Yin fiercely. Nothing good ever happened when he saw this brat. Lu Yin relaxed and glanced back. The desiccated corpse's rune lines were closing in, indicating that it had caught up. Senior, let's go. Monster Loach is coming, Lu Yin called out. Top Mist was startled as he did not dare to be targeted by Monster Loach. He hurriedly rushed towards the energy crack. At this moment, in the distance, Viletree was in a sorry state while Wen Kitchen was panting heavily. They were surrounded by 5 Enlighter beasts, one of which had been trapped by the literary prison while the other 4 were attacking them. If we can leave this place alive, we'll definitely kill Top Mist. Viletree was furious. Wen Kitchen smiled bitterly. You and I both know what this person is like. It looks like we won't be able to complete the mission. Detonate the pyrolite and we'll at least be able to leave this place safely. Viletree was unwilling to give up. If they failed the mission, then it would be difficult to defend Iron Bloodweave. The humans' outerverse would be finished and they would be finished as well. Humans, surrender. There are humans in the Celestial Beast Empire as well. You will not be exterminated and you will become part of the Astral Beast domain, one of the Enlighter beasts said, shaking the void. Viletree smiled bitterly. We're actually being treated like a beast. Wen Kitchen shook his head. Even if we die, the Wen family will not have a traitor. Too stubborn. Kill. One of the Enlighter beasts roared. Suddenly there was a gunshot that shook everyone. The Enlighter beast that had been trapped by the literary prison had its head split open and it died. The other 4 Enlighter beasts were stunned. Wen Kitchen and Viletree stared blankly at the black hole grade aurora in the distance. It was Lu Yin. The next moment, another Enlighter beast howled as its body was corroded by the black mist. Top Mist appeared. Quick, go destroy the crack. Viletree and Wen Kitchen had not expected Top Mist to return, and he had even brought Lu Yin with him. Viletree did not hesitate to charge into the distance, where an energy that connected the heavens and the earth could be seen. This was Lu Yin's first time seeing such an explosive increase in energy. It was as if the universe had been split in 2 and the energy spread out endlessly. He could not imagine what kind of power had caused such a huge change, but the Astral River was definitely even more spectacular. Not even hunters dared to approach the battlefield of the Enlighters, and Lu Yin was no exception. However, just because he did not dare to approach did not mean that the Enlighter beasts would let him go. One of them swiped at him with a claw. Lu Yin controlled his spacecraft to fly towards a planet. The Enlighter beast chased after him. Wen Kitchen and Top Mist were busy dealing with the other Enlighter beasts, so they did not have the time to help Lu Yin. 7th bro, give up on the spacecraft and use a power vessel, the monkey shouted. Lu Yin leaped out of the spacecraft and donned his universal armor. The Enneatic wings sprouted from his back and he held the stellar ruler in his hand as he activated it with his star energy. The Enlighter beast's attack landed on Lu Yin's head, and at the critical moment Lu Yin's body vanished. When he reappeared, he was already very far away from his previous position. The Enlighter beast's attack missed, and the aftershocks caused the planet to shatter. It looked around but it could no longer find Lu Yin. Lu Yin stood in outer space and panted heavily as he looked at the stellar ruler in his hand. It really was a good treasure. At this moment, a huge force sent him flying. This was the aftershock of an Enlighter's battle and he could not withstand it at all. His universal armor could protect him from injury, but it could not withstand an Enlighter's attack. Lu Yin stabilized himself with great difficulty. In front of him, the Enlighter beast that had been chasing after him was now charging towards him with its giant eyes. At this moment the desiccated corpse arrived. When he had been chased by the desiccated corpse, Lu Yin had treated the beast as if he had seen his family. Now when he saw the desiccated corpse, he treated it as if he had seen his family. The enlightened beast did not know whether the desiccated corpse was friend or foe, but to it, any human form was an enemy. Thus, it swatted at the desiccated corpse with a claw. The desiccated corpse only had eyes for Lu Yin, and it did not even try to dodge. It was sent flying by the beast's claw. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. Couldn't be that fragile, right? There was a thump, and before Lu Yin had time to think, he was also sent flying by the beast's claw. This attack was not light, and with the enlightened beast's strength, Lu Yin flew towards the depths of the primal zone at a speed that was not much slower than the radiant grade aurora. He pierced through several planets before finally crashing into a planet without any light. The enormous force almost knocked him unconscious. He moved his fingers, but his surroundings were completely dark. Just as he was about to get up, his expression suddenly changed, and it became incomparably strange. He felt like he was about to break through, and he could not suppress it. He had thought of many situations where he would break through, but he had never thought that it would be under such circumstances. He was surrounded by enemies in the primal zone, and he could be killed at any time. However, he had already suppressed the feeling of breaking through several times, and he could no longer suppress it. Humans cultivated to fight against the heavens and adapt to the universe. Under the explorer realm, he was just a human with a strong body. Once he became an explorer, his life essence would change and he would adapt to the universe. He would become stronger, but at the same time he would experience exhaustion. All of his cultivation advanced in the direction of the universe. Only by adapting to the universe would he have a future. One of the biggest hurdles in cultivation was the explorer realm, and at this moment, Lu Yin had no choice but to break through. However, his chances of breaking through were less than 10%. Monkey, I'm about to break through to the explorer realm. Is there anything I need to pay attention to? The monkey did not answer. Lu Yin glanced at his right arm and frowned. That attack had knocked the monkey unconscious. He wanted to wake the monkey up, but the feeling of breaking through followed closely behind. The formcast model in his body had melted and nothing could be changed. He had to find a way to break through or else he would fail. As the formcast model melted, Lu Yin's mind trembled as a vast power enveloped him. It was as if the universe was collapsing, and he felt an intense pain in his body that engulfed his nerves. Then his vision turned dark as he saw a jade finger piercing through the void. It was as if the universe could not stop it. Extreme fury burned in his heart, and he could not control his emotions when he saw that jade finger. Perhaps it was unconscious, but at that moment he had the urge to destroy everything. In the distance, Viletree had followed the path and found a crack in the energy. It was not large, but it could easily accommodate a fleet. The Celestial Beast Empire had used this crack to reinforce the primal zone. Viletree took out the pyrolite and rushed towards the crack. As long as he detonated it, 50 grams of pyrolite would be enough to draw out the energy and flood the crack. At that time, the primal zone would have no more reinforcements. Viletree grew excited when he thought of this. He had never been so eager to cross such a large distance before. The crack grew closer and closer, and just as Viletree was about to enter, a sharp claw reached out from the void and pierced through his heart. His entire body was pierced through and he was suspended in the void. Chapter 586. Viletree's eyes widened and then shrank as he watched the void in front of him split open, and a void thunder beast walked out. No one knew that there was a void thunder beast in the energy gap, and it was a void thunder beast with a power level of close to 300,000. Even Monster Loach had not known, and neither had Tian Ho or Lu Yin. Even Viletree was unable to react to such a terrifying beast, and he was pierced by it. Human, how did you know that there was an energy gap here? The Void Thunder Beast asked in a dull voice. Viletree's face paled and he lost all of his strength. His body was being torn apart. It doesn't matter. Viletree's body crumbled into pieces, and the sword and pyrolite in his hands fell to the ground. The Void Thunder Beast looked in the direction of the distant battle, but it did not go over. Its mission was to protect the energy gap, and even if all the beasts in the primal zone died, it had nothing to do with it. This was Skyminder's order. On the other side, when Kitchen and Topmist were surrounded by 3 enlightened beasts. The last enlightened beast that had sent when Kitchen flying had wanted to chase after Lu Yin, but it was inexplicably attracted to progenitor Wuxiang's hide on the corpse's head, as if something was summoning it. The beast's target shifted to the corpse, as it wanted progenitor Wuxiang's hide. The corpse was truly enraged and it took a step forward to appear in front of the beast. It raised a hand and its withered arm collided with the beast's claw. Topmist watched in horror as the arm pierced through the claw and tore the beast apart. The giant beast's body was torn apart like paper. At this moment the other three Enlighter beasts, Kitchen and Topmist, were all stunned. The corpse clearly did not have a terrifying power level, but the strength it displayed was enough to make people's hearts tremble. There was a furious roar and one of the Enlighter beasts attacked the corpse. The void was sliced apart layer by layer, and a terrifying strength completely submerged the corpse. The corpse's eyes were like black holes and it turned around to evade the terrifying attack. It transformed into a ray of light that pierced through the Enlighter beast's body, killing yet another Enlighter beast. Topmist was furious as this was definitely a monster with a power level of 300,000 or above. He wanted to escape. When Kitchen looked into the distance. Why hadn't Viletree detonated the pyrolite yet? On the dark planet, Lu Yin's body was in intense pain, and his mind was subconsciously seeing some images. His body was changing and he was breaking through. The light flowed along his body, illuminating the planet. It penetrated the atmosphere and entered the void. Strange phenomena appeared vaguely, but it was still very blurry. Phenomena only existed in legends. Legends had it that geniuses with innate gifts would be able to produce phenomena when they broke through to the explorer realm. Such geniuses were favored by the universe and were favored by the heavens, as they had the potential to directly observe the essence of the universe. Since the beginning of history, there had been very few people who had produced phenomena when they broke through to the explorer realm. Even the current 10 arbiters of the human race had not all produced phenomena when they broke through to the explorer realm. A phenomenon was a sign that one had entered a new level. The Hall of Honor had once specially given titles to those who had caused such phenomena. White Knight's Spirit Palace of the 10 Arbiters was one of those who had caused such phenomena. White Knight's name came from the Hall of Honor, and that was what a title was. And now in the Primal Zone, Lu Yin had broken through to the Explorer realm, which had caused the universe to tremble and caused a phenomenon to appear. Unfortunately, no one was there to appreciate it. Even Lu Yin himself didn't see anything strange. Above the planet, the phenomenon gradually took shape. The void rippled like water and a small sapling appeared. It slowly grew above Lu Yin's head and quickly flourished until it covered the entire planet. It then continued to grow outwards and gradually filled the heavens. It was a tree. Its branches hung down, distorting the void and giving birth to gas. It was as if it was creating all things. Under one branch, a round ball was born. Under another branch, a sword was born. Under another branch, a square object was born. Under another branch, a branch, a branch, a branch, a branch, a branch, a branch. All things grew from trees and the tree was born from Lu Yin. It gradually covered the heavens. The phenomenon became more and more obvious and its range grew larger and larger. It attracted the attention of countless astral beasts in the primal zone, but none of them dared to approach it. Inside the energy gap, the void thunder beast stared at the phenomenon in astonishment. What was that? When Kitchen, Topmist, and the Enlighter realm astral beasts were all attracted by the phenomenon. The desiccated corpse looked up as if it had sensed something. It then exploded the Enlighter realm astral beast in front of it like a madman and charged towards Lu Yin's location. Along the way, when Kitchen and the other 2 Enlighter realm astral beasts were swept aside and reduced to a bloody pulp. Topmist was stunned. In the blink of an eye, 3 Enlighters had died. The desiccated corpse displayed a power that he could not comprehend, and a phantom image appeared behind it, causing his heart to tremble. He was lucky that he wasn't in the direction that the desiccated corpse was heading. In the distance, the pyrolite still hadn't detonated and Topmist knew that things weren't looking good. Something might have happened to Viletree as well, so he didn't hesitate to charge towards the entrance of the primal zone. When Kitchen was dead and Lu Yin's fate had nothing to do with him. He wanted nothing more than for the kid to die. Viletree was probably done for as well and this mission was a complete failure. The only good news was that Lu Yin had lied to him and Monster Loach hadn't appeared at all. Since that was the case, Topmist had to return alive since he had already done what he needed to do. When he saw the phenomenon, Topmist had some guesses. but when he saw the desiccated corpse charge over, he knew that Lu Yin's situation was grim. The phenomenon was still expanding, and the desiccated corpse charged past the giant tree that the phenomenon had transformed into and appeared on the planet. It glanced at Lu Yin and then raised its foot to charge over. At that moment, a mysterious rune appeared on Lu Yin's back. The rune then transformed into a lock that pierced through his body and suppressed his breakthrough. This was the same seal that had appeared when Lu Yin had broken through to the Melder realm. The crazy headmaster had shattered one of the layers, but there was still more. The changes to Lu Yin's physical body and the phenomenon stopped at that moment, and the giant tree that the phenomenon had transformed into gradually disappeared. Once the phenomenon completely disappeared, it would mean that Lu Yin's breakthrough had failed, and his formcast model would shatter as well. Who knew when he would be able to break through again? The desiccated corpse appeared behind Lu Yin and slammed down with a palm while Lu Yin was still unconscious. Ancient bloodline detected. Target confirmed. Kill. Bang. Lu Yin's back received the desiccated corpse's palm without any resistance. Even the in lighter realm astral beasts, Lu Chuyu, and the others could not easily withstand the desiccated corpse's palm. Lu Yin had just broken through and was not wearing his universal armor, so he should have been smashed to pieces. However, the desiccated corpse's palm coincidentally landed on the seal. Although the seal formed by the mysterious runes was preventing Lu Yin from breaking through, it was also protecting him from another perspective. It was just like how the seal had protected Lu Yin's body from being destroyed when he had been struck by the warship's beam. The desiccated corpse's attack failed and it slammed down again. There was a thump and the ground cracked open. The seal on Lu Yin's back glowed brightly and blocked the desiccated corpse's attack. Thump, thump, thump. Palm after palm, the desiccated corpse continued to attack. The phenomenon that had appeared during Lu Yin's breakthrough seemed to have stimulated it, and it had no intention of giving up. The seal was continuously attacked, and the suppression on Lu Yin's breakthrough became increasingly unstable. Every time the seal was about to completely suppress Lu Yin's breakthrough, it would be destroyed by the desiccated corpse's palm. The giant tree formed by the phenomenon was constantly changing in size, forming a strange cycle. Throughout this cycle, Lu Yin remained in an unconscious state. He did not break through, but he did not exit either. In this state, he continued to stare at the jade finger, and he continued to stare and stare. The monkey finally woke up, and the first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was the desiccated corpse's palm. The monkey was the most pitiful one. At the entrance of the primal zone, Top Mist rushed out and panted heavily. He did not dare to linger and he rushed towards Season's fort. He did not want to return to this broken place for the rest of his life. It was a pity that the kid had caused a phenomenon during his breakthrough. He was an innate genius, but he was definitely going to die. In the entire primal zone, aside from the Enlighters who had attacked Yellow's Oil Fort and Giant Ghost Fort, all of the other Enlighters had been killed. Only the Void Thunder Beast remained. On a planet in the primal zone, the desiccated corpse continued to attack as if it had no intention of giving up. It was completely different from when it had ambushed Wang Wen, as its desire to kill Lu Yin far exceeded that of Wang Wen. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Even on the 10th day, the desiccated corpse did not give up and continued to attack the seal. Lu Yin remained in this unconscious state for 10 days. During these 10 days, he stared at the jade finger and saw many changes, as if he had comprehended something. At Season's fort, Top Mist returned and told Wang Wen about what had happened in the primal zone. Wang Wen did not spread the news and he only determined that Lu Yin was dead. Vile Tree and Wen Kitchen were also dead, but Wang Wen was not in a hurry to announce the deaths of these two Enlighters. Otherwise, Season's fort would definitely be thrown into chaos. News of Lu Yin's death could not be concealed. Aside from him, no one else could see the location of the hole. Even if he could hide it for a day, he would not be able to hide it until the next war. Because of Lu Yin's death, Season's fort was in an uproar, and Lu Yin's name suddenly disappeared from the Iron Blood Points rankings. Even though he had been given many Iron Blood Points, he could no longer be ranked. When Sharon learned of Lu Yin's death, he sighed with a complicated expression. Wang Wen went to the cliff where he had been drinking with Lu Yin and poured a bottle of wine into the sea. Chess piece bro, don't be anxious. Soon all of us will be there to accompany you. At Yellow's Oil Fort, Wendy Yushan's heart sank when she saw Lu Yin's name disappear from the rankings. She hurriedly flipped through the rankings, hoping that Lu Yin had exchanged all of his points for his name. However, when she reached the end of her search, she put down her gadget with a pale face and closed her eyes. Should I go first? In the lower 5 forts, Xianxia was also checking Lu Yin's ranking, but she discovered that his name was not on the entire list. Even if he had exchanged his points, it was impossible for him to not leave a single one behind. She had guessed that this was the case, and just like Sharon, she was filled with complicated emotions. And Xiaohua was bitter. He had originally planned on joining the alliance, but it seemed that his plans had gone down the drain. Even if the people from the other forts discovered that Lu Yin had died, they would at most lament about it. Only those from Season's fort knew what the consequences of Lu Yin's death would be. There were still 2 days until Wang Wen's prediction of the astral beast's invasion. In the primal zone, the desiccated corpse was still attacking. Countless astral beasts surrounded it, but none of them dared to make a move. Monster Loach and the Enlighter Realm Amethyst Beast also appeared, but they still did not dare to interfere. The desiccated corpse did not seem as strong as them, but it gave them a strange, indescribable feeling that made them feel apprehensive. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Lu Yin's giant tree was suppressed within the planet. It was becoming smaller and smaller, which meant that the desiccated corpse's strength was becoming less effective against the seal. Eventually, the seal would be able to completely suppress Lu Yin's breakthrough. At this moment, the Celestial Beast Empire's reinforcements arrived. Thank you. Misty Rain Ren Xiao Pingxing, thanks for your support. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Chapter 587. Originally, there had only been one Monster Loach in the Primal Zone, and it had a power level of over 300,000. Along with almost 10 other Enlighter Realm Astral Beasts, they had formed a group of astral beasts that had invaded Ironblood Weave. However, ever since the Celestial Beast Empire had sent reinforcements, several more powerful astral beasts had appeared. There was the Enlighter Realm Amethyst Beast as well as the Void Thunder Beast that had been guarding the energy gap. All of these beasts had come from the Celestial Beast Empire, and now another terrifying astral beast with a power level of over 350,000 had appeared, the Three-Tailed Greed Beast. The moment the Three-Tailed Greed Beast appeared, all the behemoths in the starry skies submitted. Even Monster Loach felt somewhat flustered when facing the Three-Tailed Greed Beast. The Three-Tailed White Centipede was a strange giant beast wrapped in a white skeleton. Its 3 tails danced in the starry sky, creating layers of ripples. It was rumored that in the Celestial Beast Empire, the Three-Tailed Greed Beast was extremely bloodthirsty. Now that the Empire had sent it out, it represented their determination to conquer the Outerverse. Aside from the Three-Tailed Greed Beast, there was also Cursewind, who was ranked on Skyminder's list, and Skyminder's disciple Tian Ho, as well as 5 Enlighter Realm Astral Beasts. This was an unstoppable force. Cursewind's true form was a blue lion. He had a pair of strange eyes. His left eye was wind and his right eye was fire. The surface of his body was suffused with an extremely high temperature. Every step he took caused space to distort and even crack open. The Three-Tailed Greed Beast did not stay in the Primal Zone for long, and it led all of the other beasts towards Ironblood Weave. Only Cursewind looked at Lu Yin's planet with interest. There was a strange look in his eyes as this was a phenomenon, but it had been suppressed. There was no need to rush, as this human was able to produce a phenomenon when he broke through, which meant that he was very talented. Cursewind would deal with Lu Yin after conquering Ironblood Weave. In the Three-Tailed Greed Beast's eyes, no matter how talented Lu Yin was, he was still just an explorer, so he wasn't much of a threat. As for the corpse, there was no need to be anxious. Right now, the most important thing was to conquer the human outerverse. The Greed Beast had made a military order to the Imperial Tutor, so it had to capture the corpse as soon as possible. Monster Loach had sent a Hunter Realm Astral Beast to guard Lu Yin. Regardless of whether or not Lu Yin had successfully broken through, the Hunter Realm Astral Beasts would not let him off. The most important thing was still that desiccated corpse, as it was too strange. They could only wait for the Three-Tailed Greed Beast to deal with it. As for the energy gap, it was still guarded by the Void Thunder Beast. No one could destroy it. At Season's fort, the universe trembled as a massive white skeletal tail pierced through the holes in the sourcebox's danger zone. It tore through the void and shattered the pass. Lu Qiyu was taken aback. This was an elite with a combat power of more than 300,000. Bang bang bang, the transparent coffin fell from the pass. Inside the coffin, Wang Wen screamed for help. But at this moment there was no one left to save him. Vile Tree and Wen Kitchen had both died in battle, and the only enlighters left in Season's fort were Lu Qiyu and Top Mist. The moment the three-tailed greed beast attacked, Season's fort was destined to be destroyed. Lu Qiyu had already predicted this outcome. Countless beasts invaded Season's fort, and all of the humans began to furiously counterattack. Karen held the reveal sword and roared as he charged into the sky. The Void Wanderers filled the sky, tearing apart countless spatial rifts and bringing out countless mutated beasts. In outer space, the three-tailed greed beast roared, and its violent roar caused all of Season's fort to tremble. Enormous cracks spread out along the pass, splitting the land and the planet apart. It was as if Season's fort had been split in half. Lu Qiyu's eyes widened. They couldn't stop this old monster. Aside from Elder Lohar, no one else could stop him, but Elder Lohar would definitely be blocked by the other beasts. Season's fort was finished. He hurriedly charged towards Wang Wen, wanting to throw him out of Season's fort. Even if everyone else died, Wang Wen could not die. Suddenly, a shockwave swept out and Lu Qiyu hurriedly retreated. The void in front of him was distorted by the extreme heat, and it gradually began to boil. A blue lion stepped through outer space and appeared in front of Lu Qiyu. Curse Wind of Skymender's list. Please enlighten me. Lu Qiyu's eyes narrowed. Junior, do you really think that you can stand on the same level as the 10 arbiters? How dare you challenge an enlighter? Cursewind raised his lion head. What 10 arbiters? Once we break through the separation between the inner verse and outer verse, I'll slaughter all of them. The hurricane in his left eye then transformed into a violent shockwave that tore through the void and swept towards Lu Qiyu. Lu Qiyu slashed out with his sword, and sword chi tore through the hurricane as he faced Cursewind head-on. Cursewind's right eye was filled with flames that even Lu Qiyu was afraid of. This was Cursewind's innate gift, which allowed the wind to help the flames grow stronger. The hurricane outside of the flames howled as if the entire region was about to collapse. Lu Qiyu's gaze turned cold and his aura changed drastically. An irresistible pressure condensed and transformed into a sword that pierced through the void. Cursewind hurriedly dodged as his attack had been pierced through. If he hadn't dodged quickly enough, the sword would have pierced through his body. He stared at Lu Qiyu in shock. This human was actually so powerful. At that moment, a white skeletal tail smashed down from the sky, slamming Lu Qiyu into the ground of the stronghold. The tail then pierced through the stronghold and into outer space below. The three-tailed greed beast's cold gaze swept past Cursewind as its other two tails whipped towards Season's fort. With a bang, Aiden's thunder shield, which had been reinforced by his 9-lined battle force, was easily sent flying. The thunder shield shattered into pieces and Aiden spat out a mouthful of blood. It was unknown whether he was still alive. No one could stop the three-tailed greed beast. Elsewhere on land, a youth had encountered Tian Ho. His name was Lin Lu, and he was the former senior of the Innerverse Myriad Swords Peak. His seniority was even higher than Wendy Yushan's, and he was now a cruiser with a power level of 80,000. It should have been easy for a cruiser to deal with an explorer, but Lin Lu had encountered Tian Ho, and no matter how he attacked, he couldn't harm Tian Ho in the slightest. Tian Ho merged into the void and all of Lin Li's attacks were ineffective. This was Lin Li's first time encountering such a situation, and Tian Ho's method sent a chill down his spine. You should be afraid, Tian Ho inexplicably said. Lin Li's pupils changed and he became sluggish and confused. The sword in his hand fell to the ground. Tian Ho approached Lin Li step by step, and then he raised a hand and pressed it against Lin Li's body. Devour. Just as he finished speaking, sword chi streaked past, piercing through Tian Ho and tearing the ground apart. Lu Zhan walked out with a serious expression. Tian Ho turned to look at Lu Zhan calmly. The Lu family again. Lu Zhan's eyes were cold. You're Tian Ho. Tian Ho was hidden under a black robe and most people would not recognize him. However, the Lu family was an exception. This was because one of the Lu family's headmasters who had cultivated the 13 swords had been devoured by Tian Ho. The Lu family had an unforgettable hatred for Tian Ho. Your Lu family only has the 13 swords that are passable, Tianhou said indifferently. At that moment, Lin Lu recovered and panted heavily. He picked up his sword and looked at Tianhou in humiliation. As a swordsman he had actually dropped his sword. This was a great humiliation. Even if Season's fort falls today, I'll kill you. Killing Tianhou will be a huge blow to the Celestial Beast Empire, Lu Zhan said coldly. Tianhou was indifferent. It's useless. Master has prophesied that I will not die in this battle. Is that so? Lu Zhan stabbed out. However, the sword pierced through Tianhou, but it was unable to injure him. Tianhou's figure slowly disappeared and he could no longer be seen. Lu Zhan was unwilling to accept this outcome. Since ancient times, Tianhou's legend had been a disgrace to the sword sect. He had heard many rumors about Tianhou, and the most recent one was during the Astral Combat Academy's Tournament of the Strongest, where Tianhou had been defeated by Lu Yin. Lu Zhan had believed that Lu Yin would be able to defeat Tianhou, and as a peak hunter he should not have any problems either. However, he had underestimated Tianhou's strength. Season's fort was collapsing as the three-tailed greed beast frantically destroyed the stronghold. Countless people had died. Top Mist gritted his teeth as he did not want to die. When he saw the three-tailed greed beast's tail whip towards him, he cursed under his breath. He then carefully took out an ancient box and opened it. Seniors, I'm sorry. This disciple was forced to do this. He then reached into the box, revealing a thin layer of a bloody handprint. Across from him, the Enlighter beast shattered the heavens as it charged towards Top Mist. Top Mist suddenly looked up, and his face was pale as if he was enduring extreme pain. He then roared and reached out with his right hand from the box. His palm was covered in boiling blood, and the bloody handprint had completely fused into his palm. In an instant the heavens froze. All living beings, regardless of whether they were humans or beasts, whether they were sentinels, melders or terrifying powerhouses with power levels of 300,000, seemed to feel the heavens' might. Everyone froze. The sky was collapsing. This was what all living beings felt. It was not just limited to Season's fort, but also the entire Ironblood Weave. It even extended to Eastleigh Weave and North Castle Weave. Top Mist howled in anguish as his palm burned under the layer of blood. The unbearable pain caused him to attack the three-tailed greed beast without hesitation. The beast did not move or resist, and it simply allowed Top Mist's palm to strike it. Its giant body was instantly shattered, but Top Mist's power did not diminish. He continued his attack through space and even pierced through the danger zone of the source box. Countless people stared at Top Mist in a daze as the bloody water poured down from the sky. This person had just killed a powerhouse with a power level of over 300,000 with a single palm strike. Lu Chuyu looked up from the ground, his eyes filled with indescribable shock. Wang Wen's mouth fell open as this was unexpected. Top Mist was still howling in anguish. His palm was gone and it had been completely incinerated. The ancient box had also cracked open, but there was nothing inside. The bloody handprint had disappeared after it had been used up. With the three-tailed greed beast dead, the beast quickly retreated. Curse Wind fearfully rushed out of Season's fort. The humans had hidden themselves too deeply, and who knew what other power vessels they had. That handprint had terrified Curse Wind, as it had never felt such a powerful force before. Everyone relaxed and rejoiced that they had survived. They had all thought that they would definitely die. Lu Chuyu soared into the sky and looked at Top Mist. Countless people looked at Top Mist as he was the biggest contributor to their survival this time. Wang Wen walked out of the coffin and walked over to Top Mist to praise him. Top Mist felt bitter. That was Mafioso Planet's bloody handprint, which had been passed down since ancient times. It was already very thin and he had only used it once. He had never thought that it would disappear after it was used up. It had been his trump card. However, Top Mist did not reveal any of this and he solemnly put away the box. Aside from him, no one else knew that the bloody handprint was gone, and he could still use it to intimidate others. He had thought that killing the three-tailed greed beast would be enough to intimidate Season's fort for a few days, but who would have thought that the astral beast would invade again the very next day? However, no powerhouse with a power level of over 300,000 appeared this time. Instead, there were two more Enlighter realm astral beasts. Using the bloody handprint to kill a powerhouse with a power level of over 300,000 was worth it, but using it to deal with an Enlighter realm astral beast was not worth it. The astral beast domain was not stupid. The astral beast's determination to invade the outerverse was too strong, and they seemed to be very impatient. Even if Top Mist had a heaven-defying technique, he could not stop the astral beast's determination. Season's fort was on the verge of collapse. Chapter 588. In the distance, in the primal zone, the desiccated corpse had been attacking for 15 days without any signs of stopping. Lu Yin had also been unconscious for 15 days, and during that time he had been staring at that jade finger. Finally, on the 16th day, Lu Yin seemed to comprehend something. He subconsciously raised his right finger and tapped out. It was very ordinary, but it transcended the void and crushed space itself. Even with his strength that had yet to reach the explorer realm, he was able to shatter space itself and point at the desiccated corpse. The desiccated corpse had just sent out a palm strike and was about to send out a second palm strike. Lu Yin's finger struck the corpse's forehead. The void distorted and then expanded, causing the entire planet to tremble. Lu Yin's subconscious finger had actually caused the desiccated corpse to take a step back. That single step caused the seal on Lu Yin's back to shine once more, completely suppressing his breakthrough. However, Lu Yin's finger seemed to have enlightened the desiccated corpse. Ancient bloodline detected. Must be killed. A phantom appeared behind the desiccated corpse, and it raised its palms and slammed them down on the seal. Crack. The seal cracked open, and the next moment a phenomenon erupted. The giant tree covered the planet just like it had in the beginning, and then it spread to cover the surrounding space. Countless astral beasts stared blankly at this scene, not knowing what to do. The seal had been shattered by the desiccated corpse, but there was more than one seal on Lu Yin's back. Even the crazy headmaster had not known how many seals there were. The desiccated corpse destroyed one seal, but another appeared and transformed into a lock that pierced through Lu Yin's shoulder blade. At the same time, this seal brought with it an indescribably terrifying aura that swept through space, shattering all of the astral beasts around it. The desiccated corpse was also crushed into the ground by a monstrous force. On top of its head, progenitor Wuxiang's hide shifted slightly and covered the desiccated corpse's eyes once more. Just like before, the desiccated corpse could only stare at progenitor Wuxiang's hide and continue to be intimidated unless someone attacked it. The seal that had prevented Lu Yin from breaking through to the explorer realm shattered, and the other seals disappeared after suppressing the desiccated corpse, just like when he had broken through to the Melder realm. At this moment, Lu Yin's breakthrough came once more and his physical body changed once more. The phenomenon grew larger and larger, and Lu Yin sat on the planet's surface as his heart thundered again and again. At the same time, he madly absorbed the surrounding star energy. However, the drifting star energy in the universe was not enough to satisfy him. Fortunately, he had regained consciousness the moment the seal had been broken. He retrieved star essence from his cosmic ring and piled it around him like a small mountain as he frantically absorbed it. His absorption speed was 9 times that of Sirius's art, and it formed a whirlpool around him. The pain in his body gradually subsided and the phenomenon gradually disappeared. The surrounding star essence was also rapidly disappearing. Lu Yin opened his eyes and let out a long howl that shook the heavens. The sound waves transformed into ripples that spread out, causing the planet's surface to crack. Many more giant beasts gathered. They looked at the countless pieces of corpses floating in the starry sky, and their hearts trembled. Lu Yin let out a long breath and he was now completely awake. He moved his shoulders and neck, causing cracking sounds to ring out. He lowered his head and clenched his fists. This is the strength of an explorer. At this moment he saw that the universe had changed. It was no longer unfathomable and there was an indescribable sense of intimacy. He felt that he could roam the void with his physical body. His physical body had truly changed. At the same time, he also felt that his body was in a strange state and he was rapidly depleting energy. Only by replenishing his star energy could he slow down this process. This was probably the exhaustion period. If he allowed this state to continue, he would enter the exhaustion period and then die. Suddenly, the image of the dried corpse appeared in Lu Yin's mind. He lowered his head and looked underground with a strange expression. The dried corpse was indeed here, but it had been forced into the planet's core by some force. The core was very far from the surface, so how could Lu Yin see it? Lu Yin closed his eyes and released his domain. It quickly reached the limit of what he could observe before easily expanding it again until it reached the planet's core. This distance was more than 10 times greater than before he had become an explorer. Lu Yin was puzzled as he had never heard of an explorer's domain being strengthened so much. What was going on? In outer space, many giant beasts were pacing back and forth, cautiously watching Lu Yin. However, Lu Yin did not have time to feel them out. He knew that his breakthrough to the explorer realm had brought about a huge change, but he still needed time to figure it out. Right now, the most important thing was to leave the primal zone and return to Season's fort. He had no idea where the black hole-grade aurora had landed, but fortunately he still had the collapsible spacecraft that Wang Wen had given him in his cosmic ring. Lu Yin extended his domain into outer space and his eyes filled with star energy. He relaxed as there were no overly powerful beasts around. There wasn't even a single hunter. Instead, there were countless dismembered corpses. Without thinking too much, Lu Yin retrieved his collapsible spacecraft and entered it. He then rose into the air and flew towards the entrance of the primal zone at a radiant-grade speed. From start to finish, the surrounding beasts had no intention of stopping him, as they were simply too terrified. There were quite a few hunters among the beasts that had been monitoring Lu Yin, but they had all been wiped out in an instant. Although these beasts were not afraid of death, such a strange way of dying frightened them. Lu Yin smoothly sat in his spacecraft and rushed towards Season's fort. It took less than a day to travel from the primal zone to Season's fort with the speed of a radiant-grade aurora. Lu Yin sat in his spacecraft and closed his eyes. He could now slowly sense his surroundings. Season's fort was on the verge of collapse. More than half of the stronghold had been destroyed and countless experts had died. Topmist, who Wang Wen had placed high hopes on, could no longer use his bloody palm print. When Lu Yin appeared outside Season's fort, he coincidentally saw Lu Chuyu roar as he perished together with an Enlighter realm beast. At that moment, Season's fort completely collapsed. Lu Yin's pupils shrank and he stored his spacecraft away. He then traversed through outer space and rushed towards a crumbling piece of land. There Wang Wen was hiding in a coffin, bitterly watching everything unfold. The blue lion, Cursewind, appeared and the high temperature that distorted the void roasted the coffin. Aiden appeared and his thunder shield viciously smashed Cursewind away. Immediately after, another beast appeared. It was also a hunter and there was half a human's body in its mouth. It stared cruelly at Wang Wen and bit down. Wang Wen was helpless. You can't bite through it. With a whoosh, sword chi slashed at the beast's body and split it in two. Lu Zhan appeared and grabbed the coffin intending to throw it away. Watch your back. Wang Wen shouted. Lu Zhan turned around but he was too late. A claw pierced through his abdomen and the Yin Guai appeared. Its terrifying strength sent Lu Zhan flying. Lu Zhan spat out a mouthful of blood, clutched his abdomen and charged at the Yin Guai. The Yin Guai reached out with its claw once more and shattered Lu Zhan's sword. Lu Zhan's body was smashed into the ground. Wang Wen closed his eyes and sighed. Bang! A familiar gunshot rang out and Wang Wen opened his eyes in astonishment. In front of him, the Yin Guai's head had been shattered, and a familiar figure landed nearby. Wang Wen cried out, "Chess piece, bro." Lu Yin sadly looked at Lu Zhan, who had collapsed on the ground, and squatted down to help him up. Lu Zhan waved a hand. "It's useless. I'm dead." Lu Yin's gaze dimmed. "Sorry I'm late." Lu Zhan smiled bitterly. "I'm just a hunter. Since when was it your turn to save me? Did you break through?" Lu Yin nodded. Lu Zhan coughed and pointed at Wang Wen. Run immediately. Take Wang Wen away. Anyone can die but he can't." Lu Yin opened his mouth to say something but Lu Zhan anxiously said, "Run. Don't worry about me. I'm dead." Lu Yin watched as the rune lines that represented Lu Zhan continuously dissipated, and he sighed helplessly. He turned around and appeared in front of Wang Wen. "Come down. We'll take a spacecraft and leave." Wang Wen smiled bitterly. "Chess piece, bro, if I could escape, do you think I would just wait for death?" He then pointed at the sky. Lu Yin looked up and his expression changed. At this moment the sky was filled with astral beasts and more importantly, there were boundless rune lines in every direction, which represented Enlighter realm astral beasts. These beasts would not allow anyone to escape. Only people could enter, not leave. "Chess piece, bro, you're too unlucky. You could have survived, but you just had to come here to die, Wang Wen said bitterly. Lu Yin looked around. He had not come here to die. Turn around. Wang Wen was confused. What did you say? I told you to turn around, Lu Yin said. Wang Wen frowned. What do you mean? What secrets do you have that you can't let others know? Are you a girl? Do you want to live or not? If you want to live, then listen to me, Lu Yin said in a low voice. Wang Wen pursed his lips. It doesn't matter. You're just waiting to die anyway. It's best if you have some secrets. Don't be like that wretched black fog and not be able to protect you at a critical moment. Lu Yin watched as Wang Wen turned around. He stepped into the ruins and raised his hand. His die appeared and he tapped it. Every time he faced a life or death crisis, the die would always be his first choice, and today was no exception. The die slowly spun before finally stopping at 1. There was a thump as a yellow prayer mat fell out. When Lu Yin saw the prayer mat, he felt as if he could hear the chanting of scriptures, and his entire body was drawn towards it. Lu Yin was certain that this prayer mat was not simple, but now was not the time to study it. He continued to roll the die. The die slowly spun before finally stopping at 4. Lu Yin was delighted. This was it. The scene before him changed and he appeared in the time-stop space. At present there was only one Enlighter left in Season's fort, and that was Top Mist. There were also 5 Enlighter beasts. If Lu Yin wanted to break through, he would have to deal with the Enlighter beasts first. Top Mist could not do that, but Lu Yin could, as he had a gun. However, a gun alone would not be enough to kill an Enlighter beast, and the Enlighter beasts could dodge. The only way was to use the Yu secret art. But Wendy Yushan was not around, so Lu Yin could only practice it himself. Secret techniques could only be practiced by explorers, and Lu Yin just so happened to be an explorer. Lu Yin was least afraid of competing with others over time. As long as he had the resources, he could keep the time-stop space open indefinitely. He had used up 20,000 star essence to break through to the explorer realm, which was 100 times more than what he had used to break through to the Limiter realm. He did not know how much star energy others had used to break through to the explorer realm, but it was definitely much less than what he had used. Fortunately, he had 48,000 star essence to begin with, so he still had 28,000 left, which was more than enough. He had increased the number of days he could stay in the time-stop space by 4 months, but he had used up more than 700,000 star crystals, which was only 7 star essence. Within these 4 months, he hoped to master the Yu secret art. Wendy Yushan had not practiced the Yu secret art for very long, and since Lu Yin's aptitude was not bad, it should not take him too long. Thank you. The Mountain Breeze, thank you for your brother's reward. Misty Rain Ren Xiao Pingxing, thank you for your support. Thank you for your support. Update at 3 p.m. Thank you. Chapter 589. The time-stop space was boring and Lu Yin could not stand it, so he would rather use his star energy to change the environment. During the first month, he quietly tried to sense the circulation route of the Yu secret art. He had tried it once before and he would never forget it for the rest of his life. However, there was no result and he did not feel anything at all. During the second month, Lu Yin still did not feel anything. He was starting to get frustrated. Coincidentally, the monkey woke up at this time. 7th bro, where are we? Don't ask. Now that I'm an explorer, how can I learn the Yu secret art? Lu Yin asked. The monkey was speechless. 7th bro, how would I know? I've never learned a secret technique before. It's all about innate talent and luck. How long have you been practicing it? I just started. You really don't know? Lu Yin asked. The monkey replied, I really don't know. That's strange. Where is this place? I've seen it before, but you never told me. Lu Yin decisively blocked the monkey as he did not want this guy to know his secret. But how could he learn the Yu secret art? Just in case, Lu Yin added another 50 days. Every 10 days that the time-stop space would consume twice as much star energy as before. An additional 4 months would require 730,000 star crystals, which was equivalent to 3 star essence. Now that another 50 days had been added to the space, Lu Yin's star essence consumption had reached 233 star essence, which was an increase of several times. Any more and Lu Yin would not be able to bear it. He needed to comprehend the secret art as soon as possible. There were still 110 days left, but he still had no clue. Helpless, he began to recite the Stonewall Scriptures. Whenever he encountered a problem that he could not solve, he would first recite the Stonewall Scriptures. For example, when he had fused with the Fates and he had only been able to speed up his progress by reciting the Stonewall Scriptures. He did not know what the Stonewall Scriptures meant, but not long after he finished reciting them, Lu Yin had a faint feeling of the secret technique circulation route. He opened his eyes in ecstasy as he had a feeling that it was actually useful. Without wasting any time, he continued to recite the Stonewall Scriptures. However, it was impossible for him to memorize everything in one go. Even though he had become an explorer and his spiritual force had greatly increased, he could only recite a portion of the scriptures. He had to rest for a while or else he would faint. As he recited the Stonewall Scriptures, his sense of the secret technique grew clearer and clearer. Another month passed and he opened his eyes. He raised a hand and casually waved his hand, causing a shockwave to shake the void. It then mysteriously disappeared, having been transferred to another direction. Lu Yin was overjoyed. He had tried several times over the past month, but this was the first time he had succeeded. At that moment he felt as if everything in front of him had changed and he tried again. This time his eyes filled with star energy and sure enough, the moment he activated the secret technique, the scene in front of him changed. There was no space or time, and as long as he attacked, he could instantly attack from any direction. This was the secret technique that could turn something rotten into something mystical, allowing him to see through the essence of the universe. Was this the nature of the universe? He suddenly recalled the time when Mr. Mu had tossed him from Tempest Flow Zone to Xingyang Flow Zone, which meant that he had crossed half of the Innerverse. Had he also seen through the essence of the universe? Impossible. Only progenitor realm powerhouses could create secret techniques, and only progenitor realm powerhouses could see through the essence of the universe. Currently, there shouldn't be any progenitor realm powerhouses in this universe. Even if there were, they would be in the Neoverse. Mr. Mu couldn't possibly be a progenitor realm powerhouse. If he was not an ancestor realm powerhouse, how did he do it? Could it be a secret technique as well? Secret art, void transfer. Lu Yin could now redirect his attacks to any location within a certain range and attack any target. This was the secret art, and as his understanding of the secret art deepened, the range of his attacks would definitely increase. Furthermore, the redirection might not necessarily be an attack, but rather an item or a living being. If that was the case, then it was not impossible for Mr. Mu to know a secret technique. Lu Yin waved his hand again, but nothing happened. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity, but he decided to continue comprehending it since he wasn't familiar with it yet. Another month quickly passed, and now 4 months had passed. Over the past month, Lu Yin had tried more than 10 times and succeeded a few times. His success rate was close to 50%, which was not bad, but it was still far from Wendy Yushan's. Lu Yin's innate gift was definitely not weak, and he had also modified his eyes. Even if Wendy Yushan could use the secret art, she definitely wouldn't be able to see the essence of the universe that Lu Yin could. In that case, the reason why she had surpassed him was probably because of her bloodline. She was a descendant of the Yu family, and the Yu secret art had been passed down to the Yu family since ancient times. It was an inheritance that flowed in their blood. If not for the Stonewall Scriptures, then even if Lu Yin could use the route of the secret technique, he would still be far from being able to comprehend the secret technique. It was no wonder why the monkey had said that the secret technique was very difficult to cultivate. Fortunately, Lu Yin's luck was not bad and he had succeeded in cultivating it. What he needed to do next was increase his success rate, as he could not leave his life to luck. As he thought about it, Lu Yin forcefully endured the boredom of the dull space and continued to increase his speed for another 50 days, spending a total of 7,400 star essence. There were still 100 days left, and these 100 days would be his final struggle. Amidst the ruins of Season's fort, Lu Yin's vision blurred as a second passed. He had been in the time-stop space for a full 220 days, which was more than half a year. More than half a year had passed, and Season's fort actually felt a little unfamiliar to Lu Yin. A shadow loomed over the sky as a giant astral beast crashed down. Lu Yin looked up and tapped his foot lightly. There was a thump as a shockwave shook the void, and his figure disappeared before reappearing in midair. He kicked out, and the giant astral beast was sent flying into outer space like a pebble. Lu Yin landed beside Wang Wen's coffin. "It's done." Wang Wen turned around and stared at Lu Yin in a daze. What's done? Nothing. He had almost forgotten that only a second had passed for Wang Wen, which meant that he had only just turned around. Wang Wen looked at Lu Yin strangely. Chess piece bro, have you gone crazy? Lu Yin looked up at the boundless rune lines that covered the entire area. There were still 8 attacks left on his spear. I'll go hunt. Think about how much contribution points I'll get. He then leaped up and charged into outer space. The Enneatic wings appeared on his back and with a flap, his speed increased once more. He quickly disappeared from Wang Wen's sight. Wang Wen blinked. He's really gone crazy. In outer space, Top Mist was fleeing for his life as he could not win. He had never been good at direct confrontations, let alone 2 in lighter realm astral beasts. Humans surrender. The Celestial Beast Empire welcomes powerful humans and beasts. One of the in lighter realm astral beasts roared from behind. Top Mist cursed under his breath. You're the human beast. However, he was also tempted. If he really could not escape, then surrendering was not a big deal as he was willing to live. Wait a minute, what's coming? Top Mist stared ahead and saw a figure streaking through space towards him. From the looks of it, the figure was coming straight for him. Could it be an in lighter realm astral beast in human form? That was too despicable. Top Mist did not even think about it as he raised his hand and sent out a palm strike. Lu Yin was startled and he was about to shout out for Top Mist to cooperate. However, Top Mist simply raised his hand and sent out a palm strike. Had this guy betrayed them? Lu Yin was not sure, but based on his understanding of Top Mist's character, it was not impossible. Lu Yin changed his mind and used the astral ruler to avoid Top Mist's attack. He then stopped in outer space and stared at Top Mist with vigilance as he pulled out his spear. Top Mist's palm strike missed, and he felt that the person in front of him was moving in a familiar manner. Was that Lu Yin? Really was Lu Yin. Kid, you're not dead? Top Mist was puzzled. Lu Yin stared at Top Mist. You betrayed humanity? Top Mist was furious. Kid, don't frame me. Vile Tree and Wen Kitchen are both dead, and leaving me alone in the primal zone will only increase our casualties. Do you want me to accompany you in death? I'm not talking about that. Why did you attack me just now? Lu Yin raised his spear and pointed it at Top Mist. Top Mist's heart skipped a beat as he had not forgotten the power of that spear. Don't act recklessly. How would I know that someone would dare to approach this battlefield? Lu Chuyu is dead and there are no longer any enlighters in the stronghold. Lu Yin reluctantly accepted Top Mist's explanation. Bang! A gunshot rang out and Top Mist's pupils shrank as he subconsciously dodged. Lu Yin raised a hand and casually waved it. You secret art void transfer. Top Mist watched in shock as the bullet disappeared. When it reappeared, it had already pierced through the head of an in lighter realm astral beast. Outer space fell silent, and the other in lighter realm astral beast that had been chasing after Top Mist stared in shock. The in lighter realm astral beast whose head had been pierced fell to the ground, completely lifeless. Top Mist was shocked. Secret technique. That's a secret technique. You know it too? Lu Yin's lips curled up, and he pointed his spear at another in lighter realm astral beast. You can die as well. The in lighter realm astral beast tore through space and escaped without a second thought. Lu Yin lowered his spear and relaxed. It was indeed possible to hit an enlighter with a secret technique, but if the enlighter was prepared and tore through the void to escape, then there was nothing Lu Yin could do. No, there was a way. Lu Yin's gaze trembled. He had forgotten that he could see the essence of the universe. Even if an enlighter escaped into the void, they would still be in the universe. As long as they were in the universe, they could be seen the moment Lu Yin activated his secret technique. However, whether or not he could hit them was another matter. Seeing the essence of the universe did not mean that he understood it, and Lu Yin did not understand the principles behind the secret technique. It was just like how he could use a spear, but he did not know how to make one. Killing an in lighter realm astral beast with a single shot shocked Top Mist greatly. The black fog churned around him, revealing his state of mind. Kid, how do you know a secret technique? Lu Yin glanced at Top Mist. Why? Do I need to report to you? Top Mist stared at Lu Yin. You broke through to the Explorer realm? And you've changed so much. Lu Yin did not waste any time. Let's cooperate. You find an in lighter realm astral beast and I'll kill it. We'll split the credit evenly. Top Mist fell silent. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Don't even think about escaping. If you have the chance and if this battle is lost because of your escape, you won't be able to endure the Hall of Honor's punishment. Don't forget that Elder Lohar is still here. Top Mist snorted. I'm not thinking about escaping. I'm just thinking of a way to delay those in lighter realm astral beasts so that you can hit them. Let's begin. Lu Yin charged into the distance towards the boundless rune lines. Just as he had said, he wanted to hunt. He had the universal armor for defense, the spear and secret technique for offense, and the astral ruler and collapsible spacecraft for escape. He also had progenitor Wuxiang's hide and the void thunderbeast's flesh. As long as an old monster with a power level of 300,000 did not appear, he would be invincible. Thank you. The mountain breeze, thank you, brother. Misty Rain Ren Xiao Pingxing, thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Thank you. Chapter 590. The battle had been going on for so long, but no old monster with a power level of 300,000 had appeared, which meant that Elder Lohar was holding them back. There was nothing for Lu Yin to fear. He did not know that the three-tailed greed beast had been destroyed by Top Mist, or else he would have been even more fearless. Season's fort was on the verge of collapse, and more than half of the human cultivators and soldiers guarding it had died. Even if Lu Yin won this battle, he would have to give up on Season's fort. But giving up was one thing, and Lu Yin did not want to flee pathetically. He wanted to slaughter these lighter beasts, or else even if he escaped to the lower 5 forts, he would still be in dire straits. Top Mist followed behind Lu Yin deep in thought. The two were getting closer and closer to the lighter beast. There was a loud explosion and the two turned around to look. Season's fort had completely collapsed, turning into countless fragments that floated in space. A trace of sorrow flashed through Lu Yin's eyes. Not only had there been cultivators and soldiers in the fort, but there had also been quite a few soldiers' families. So many planets and continents with billions of people had been wiped out just like that. He released his domain and he heard countless cries. His gaze turned cold. The astral beast domain would definitely pay for this debt. Careful! Top Mist suddenly shouted. Above Lu Yin's head, the void split open, and the lighter beast that had just fled into the void appeared. It swiped out with a claw, but Lu Yin waved his hand and used the secret art. In that instant he saw the essence of the universe and saw another lighter beast hidden in the void. At that moment Lu Yin stopped using the secret art and fired. Bang! There was a loud bang, and it was both the sound of a gunshot and Lu Yin being sent flying by a tremendous force, crashing into the shattered fort. Behind Top Mist, the void split open and another lighter beast appeared. However, the moment it appeared, a bullet pierced through its neck, leaving behind a gaping wound. Lu Yin met Top Mist's attack with his own, and he fired at the beast that had ambushed him. Only then did Top Mist react. He had been distracted by the beast that had ambushed Lu Yin, and he had not expected another lighter beast to ambush him. When he saw that Lu Yin had been sent flying, Top Mist placed a hand on the lighter beast that had ambushed him. Threads of mist entered the wound on its neck and the beast howled in pain. The astral beast that had ambushed Lu Yin was about to give chase, but when it heard the howls from behind, it decisively gave up on Lu Yin and turned to attack Top Mist instead. In its eyes, Lu Yin was doomed. Unfortunately, he was not aware of the defensive capabilities of Lu Yin's universal armor. Lu Yin was confident that he could even defend himself against Monster Loach, let alone an lighter with a power level of over 200,000. However, Lu Yin was still dizzy from that attack and he shook his head vigorously. He flapped his wings and soared into outer space, where he saw Top Mist being surrounded by 2 lighter beasts. However, one of the beasts had been injured by Lu Yin's bullet while the other had been heavily injured by Top Mist. It was obvious that Top Mist was about to retreat from the battlefield. Lu Yin raised his gun and unleashed the secret art at the same time. Top Mist's heart skipped a beat, and the sound of the gunshot caused his heart to tremble. Who knew who Lu Yin was aiming at? Top Mist's thoughts were dark and he always believed that someone would kill him. With this attack, Lu Yin shattered the injured lighter beast's head, and a large amount of blood splattered onto the other lighter's body. At the same time the blood covered Top Mist. The other lighter beast stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. This human had actually survived its full-powered attack, which was impossible. He was just an explorer. Topmist's black fog wrapped around the Enlighter beast and violently flung it towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin fired another shot and the Enlighter beast roared. It shrunk its body in the nick of time, and only then did it avoid having its head blown off by the bullet. The bullet brushed past the beast's head and shot into outer space. The Enlighter beast felt a lingering fear, and it looked at Lu Yin with reluctance before tearing through the void and leaving. Topmist panted heavily as he looked at Lu Yin. He had also thought that Lu Yin was dead for sure. Lu Yin shook his head as he was still a little dizzy. Not long after, the battle ended and only 2 Enlighter beasts remained. There had been a total of 5 beasts. One had perished together with Lu Qiyu, one had been killed by Lu Yin and one had been killed by Lu Yin and Topmist. The remaining 2 Enlighter beasts panicked, especially when they saw Lu Yin's methods. They could not withstand his attacks and could only flee. They could tell that Lu Yin had used a secret technique, and even an explorer could not be underestimated. They had thought that this battle would be the end of Season's fort, but they had actually won. Those who had survived did not cheer, and they instead silently looked at the destroyed fort and the countless corpses of their friends and family. They sank into sorrow. Lu Yin looked at his gun and saw that there were still 4 shots left. After landing on the shattered land, Wang Wen walked out of his coffin and sized Lu Yin up again. "I saw it. You killed 2 Enlighter beasts." Lu Yin replied, "Let's retreat. The fort is finished, so we'll head to the next 5 forts." Wang Wen nodded as it was not the right time to say anything. He was most worried that Elder Lohar would not be able to stop Monster Loach and the Enlighter Realm Amethyst Beast. If that happened, then it would truly be over. Although Lu Yin was mysterious, Wang Wen did not believe that Lu Yin could kill a monster with a power level of 300,000. Lu Yin found Aiden and Xianxia. Fortunately, the 2 were still alive even though they were heavily injured. Lu Zhan was dead, and just as he had said, he would not survive. It wasn't just Lu Zhan, as most of the people from the Lu family had died as well. Only a girl named Lu Miao had survived, and even Lu Sanjian had died. There were less than 10,000 survivors in the fort, and Wang Wen gathered everyone together. Lu Yin was surprised to find that Long Yun was there as well, and his injuries were not light. Sharon had not died, and he looked at Lu Yin as if he were a monster. "Everyone, Season's fort has collapsed and we will be retreating to one of the lower 5 forts, Broken Blade Fort." Wang Wen gave a simple explanation of the situation and then arranged for the retreat. Before leaving, Wang Wen found Lu Yin. "With the previous missions and the contributions from this mission, you will receive 130,000 Iron Blood points." Lu Yin was stunned. "That many?" Wang Wen shrugged. "We previously agreed that you would receive 50,000 Iron Blood points for guiding the way to the Primal Zone. However, because you died, the commander and I decided to double your contributions, which is 100,000. We never expected that you would survive, but this reward cannot be changed. This time you killed 2 Enlighter Realm Astral Beasts. One of them was killed by you alone and the other was killed by Topmist. Thus, you only received 30,000 Iron Blood points, which adds up to 130,000. Lu Yin asked, "If I die, then my contributions will be doubled. If I really die, then who will this doubled reward go to?" Wang Wen replied, "To your family." Lu Yin was speechless. This guy definitely knew that Lu Yin had no family, which was why he was being so generous. "Do you plan on exchanging these points for something?" Wang Wen asked. Lu Yin nodded. "Star Essence. Come with me." Wang Wen led the way and brought Lu Yin to Season's fort's resource warehouse. When he opened it up, Lu Yin was dumbfounded as he saw no less than a few 100,000 star essence piled up like mountains. These are the resources that the Innerverse and Outerverse gave to Season's fort to exchange for battle contributions. Take as much as you want. Lu Yin was puzzled. Why are there so many? Many people will die in a war, but at the same time many people will gain battle contributions. Battle contributions must be exchanged, and this is an ironclad rule in the army. This isn't a lot, as Iron Blood Fort had the most. Unfortunately, the moment that fort collapsed, all of those resources were snatched away by the Astral Beast domain. Lu Yin looked at Wang Wen. "If you want me to exchange for them now, does that mean that I can't take them away?" Wang Wen fell silent, but then he nodded. "Yes, I can't take them away." "Then give them all to me." Lu Yin was excited. Wang Wen thought about it. "Store all of these resources in your cosmic ring and I'll give you 10,000 points. You can take 140,000 star essence and you can bring the rest to Broken Blade Fort untouched. Give them all to me and I'll be able to gain even greater battle contributions in the future. Wang Wen rolled his eyes. Chess piece bro, the army has its ironclad rules. How can you give out battle contributions in advance? What will the others think? If you didn't have that cosmic ring with the most space, I wouldn't have let you take them away. It's a little dangerous. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity as he could tell that even though Wang Wen was afraid of death, he still had his principles. Aside from star essence, there were many other things in the warehouse that could be exchanged for with battle contributions. Season's Fort already had so many, and Lu Yin could not imagine how many Ironblood Fort had. It was a pity that all of them had been snatched away. Speaking of which, he had forgotten that astral beasts didn't have cosmic rings. They definitely did, but it was a pity that he hadn't taken any. Half an hour later in outer space, Lu Yin sat atop a spacecraft and looked at the shattered planet of Season's Fort. He sighed. Would Ironblood Weave be able to defend itself? He was at a loss. With that Void Thunder Beast, it was impossible for the energy crack to be destroyed. Did he have to rely on luck from rolling his die? The chances were too slim. Aiden walked behind Lu Yin. In the battle just now, I encountered a super strong astral beast. It was only an early hunter, but it was very strong. It managed to withstand my 9-line battle force attack. Lu Yin replied, that's normal. The astral beast domain has no lack of geniuses with extreme innate gifts. I was locked up by that old fogey Undying Yushan for almost 100 years. The universe has changed too much, and that astral beast is said to be on Skymander's list. It's called Cursewind and it can rival the 10 Arbiters. What are the 10 Arbiters? Aiden asked. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. An astral beast on Skymander's list? Aiden nodded. It said so itself and it actually praised me for suppressing it. I'm someone who can withstand an Enlighter's attack, but I was actually praised by an early hunter. At this point Aiden's face sank. I feel like it hasn't used its full strength yet. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. If it's really on Skymander's list then your feelings might be right. The 10 Arbiters are 10 monsters, and the Astral Beast Domain Skymander's list also has 10 astral beasts. Aiden quietly listened to Lu Yin's words and he grew more and more astonished. The universe has changed and the 10 Arbiters and the 10 Arbiters Council were born. It's unbelievable that those powerful organizations have actually agreed to give power to the younger generation. Lu Yin was not sure about this either, and the higher he climbed the more confused he became. No matter how strong the 10 Arbiters were, could they surpass an Enlighter with a power level of 250,000 or even 300,000? That was impossible as those powerful organizations definitely had such powerhouses. Even the tiny Northline Flow Zone had an old monster like Northgate Taisui, who could single-handedly defeat the 10 Arbiters. So what did the 10 Arbiters rely on to give power to the younger generation? In the past, Lu Yin had assumed that the 10 Arbiters had the support of the various organizations, but ever since he had taken control of the Great Yu Empire he felt that he might have guessed wrongly. As rulers, it was impossible for them to willingly give up power, which was illogical. So what gave the 10 Arbiters the right to stand at such a high position? Chapter 591. Aiden left and Sharon arrived. He looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. Congratulations on becoming an explorer. There's nothing to congratulate me about, Lu Yin replied. I saw Tian Ho, Sharon said. He fought with someone from Myriad Swords Peak, and even a hunter couldn't handle him. Lu Yin wasn't surprised. Although he hadn't seen Tian Ho during the battle, that was because Season's Fort was too large. However, Tian Ho had definitely seen him. After all, he had killed an Enlighter Realm Astral Beast which had a huge impact. I really admire you for being able to defeat such a monster, Sharon praised. Lu Yin laughed. I killed 5 Enlighters. Sharon was speechless and he silently left. Compared to an Enlighter, Tian Ho was nothing. Ironblood Weave wasn't large and the distance between Season's Fort and Broken Blade Fort wasn't very far. The closer they got, the more panicked they became, as this also meant that the Astral Beast's invasion was getting closer. This was Lu Yin's second time seeing Broken Blade Fort. Broken Blade Fort was his starting point in Ironblood Weave, and it might also become his final destination. Broken Blade Fort had already made preparations to welcome them. The scene of Wang Wen and the others arriving at Season's Fort when Ironblood Fort had collapsed was replayed. Everyone at Broken Blade Fort had silently watched their arrival. The commander of Broken Blade Fort was called Han Fei, and he was a nominal mentor of erudite Flowzone's Lost Radiance Academy. He was an enlighter with a power level of 230,000. After arriving at Broken Blade Fort, Lu Yin had been monitored by Wang Wen. He had placed all of Season's Fort's resources into Broken Blade Fort's warehouse, and he had obtained 140,000 star essence. Due to Season's Fort's collapse, the battle system had not updated Lu Yin's rankings in time. Even if it did, it would be useless since he had already exchanged all of his resources. After handing over the resources, Lu Yin had planned to find a place to rest and think about what he could use these resources to improve himself. However, he was brought to Han Fei by a cultivator. Wang Wen and Topmist were both present. Topmist was still wrapped in a black fog and his appearance could not be seen. Wang Wen's face was solemn. Han Fei stared at Lu Yin solemnly. "Please sit." Lu Yin did not stand on ceremony and sat down. He had the qualifications to do so. Even Han Fei hadn't killed as many enlighters as Lu Yin. No matter what method you used, as long as you were able to kill an enlighter realm astral beast, then you have the qualifications to be on equal footing with us. "Brother Lu, is it alright if I address you as such?" Han Fei asked. Although his expression was serious, he was surprisingly polite. Lu Yin nodded. "No problem. The astral beast's invasion is imminent. I hope that Brother Lu will continue to point out the holes in the sourcebox's danger zones, just like you did at Season's Fort," Han Fei said solemnly. Lu Yin nodded. "I know. Don't worry, Commander." Han Fei grunted and then looked at Topmist. "Right now, we're the only two enlighters left in Broken Blade Fort. I'll protect Wang Wen while you protect Brother Lu." "He doesn't need protection," Topmist said in a hoarse voice. Han Fei frowned. "This is Elder Lohar's order. Nothing must happen to Brother Lu. Raise his level of protection to the highest level." Lu Yin was astonished as Elder Lohar had actually placed such importance on him. It seemed that Lu Yin's value had been discovered. Ever since he had broken through to the Explorer realm, he no longer had to cower before enlighters. With the combination of his universal armor and the secret art, he was confident that he could face any enlighter head-on. This was no longer as simple as challenging someone who was a realm breaker. If Wang Wen's monstrous intellect had attracted the Hall of Honor's attention, then Lu Yin's monstrous combat power had attracted the Hall of Honor's attention. Of course, he relied on external forces. Topmist did not dare to disobey the orders of an elder of the Hall of Honor. There was nothing else to discuss and there was only one thing to do: fight. Lu Yin's current authority was very high, and he could stay at Broken Blade Fort's command center or go anywhere he wanted. He sent Topmist away and spoke with Wang Wen alone. "I've always wanted to ask you. Is your surname Wang?" Lu Yin asked. Wang Wen's eyes flashed. "Your surname is Lu." "You should know what I want to ask," Lu Yin said solemnly. Wang Wen nodded. "I do, but unfortunately I have to disappoint you. I don't know anything." "That's impossible. You're so smart, but haven't you investigated the secrets of the primeval surnames in all these years? How many of them are there and why are they being hunted down? Why do they have to obtain legal status? Haven't you investigated any of this?" Lu Yin asked. Wang Wen sighed and helplessly replied, "I did, but I couldn't find anything. How should I put it? The primeval surnames are even more troublesome than the Neo-Human Alliance. The Neo-Human Alliance can at least survive, but the primeval surnames are different. If an illegal primeval surname appears, they'll immediately be judged. There are many organizations in the universe that don't allow primeval surnames to join, even if they have legal status." "I know all that, but I want to ask if you've heard of the Primeval Surname Alliance." Lu Yin stared into Wang Wen's eyes. Wang Wen was astonished. "The Primeval Surname Alliance? There's such an organization?" Lu Yin was disappointed as the shock in Wang Wen's eyes was genuine. He really had never heard of such an organization. "Do you know which surnames are primeval surnames?" Wang Wen thought about it. "Wang, Xiao, Lu, Lu and Bai. I only know those names, but I'm not too sure about the rest." Lu Yin nodded and left. Wang Wen watched Lu Yin's back and muttered to himself. He then whispered, "Chess piece bro, don't discuss the primeval surnames with others anymore. Just forget about it. In any case you're legal." Lu Yin waved a hand and did not reply. His gaze was icy. Was it legal? Back then Lu Yin had also been put on trial. A single piece of paper with the surname Lu was worth 72 lives. His legal status had been obtained in exchange for 72 lives. Regardless of whether it was for the sake of his lost memories or for the sake of those 72 lives, Lu Yin had to investigate the secrets of the primeval surnames. Why had he been put on trial? Why had there been no fairness? There was also Earth and Jupiter. Unfortunately, there was no point in thinking about these things right now. If Ironblood Weave could not be defended, then all of the Outerverse humans would be wiped out and no one would be able to escape. Outside the command center, Top Mist had transformed into a ball of black mist and was hiding in a corner. Lu Yin glanced at him. "I heard that when you were guarding Season's fort, you used a power vessel to kill an old freak with a power level of over 300,000. "That's right," Top Mist growled. Lu Yin looked at the mist. "Since you had such a powerful power vessel, why didn't you use it in the primal zone? If you had, we would have already destroyed the energy gap." Top Mist fell silent. "If I can think of it, then so can Wang Wen. Many people can think of it as well. Old man, you should have already come up with an excuse, right?" Lu Yin mocked. Top Mist was furious. "Kid, I'm still your senior. Be more polite when you speak to me. Even if you have a secret technique in that spear, I have nothing to fear as long as I'm prepared." "Old man, you still owe me for what happened on Shuda planet," Lu Yin said coldly. Top Mist was puzzled. "What do you mean? You were the one who schemed to kill Elder Wu on Shuda planet. I didn't harm you in the slightest. Don't tell me that you weren't the one who leaked information about the hunters from Darkstar Gorge who were chasing after me. You even revealed how I killed Elder Wu," Lu Yin snorted. "I'm an assassin and I value promises and honor. I wasn't the one who revealed your methods and I didn't say a single word about it. It's up to you whether to believe me or not," Top Mist replied. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold and he looked at Top Mist. "You weren't the one who revealed it? Why should I believe you?" "Hee, when you were guarding Season's fort, you used that spear more than once. Many people know about your methods, so what's the point of me lying to you at this time? If I say that I wasn't the one who revealed it, then I wasn't," Top Mist said. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he did not believe Top Mist. Did assassins have honor? But then again, what if it really wasn't Top Mist? Then who had revealed it? Only a few people knew about his methods of killing Enlighters, and aside from Top Mist, the rest were all from the Great Yu Empire. Hold on. Lu Yin suddenly thought of someone. Granny Chan. She had been present when he had killed Lei Long. Could it have been her? Or was Top Mist lying? Aren't you Lu Yin?" someone exclaimed. Not too far away, a girl with a fish on her head looked over in surprise. Lu Yin looked over. "Ha, a familiar two-legged beast," the fish on Shichi's head spoke up. Shichi was very happy to see Lu Yin and she hurriedly walked over. "Lu Yin, it's really you? That's great, you're not dead." Lu Yin was surprised. "You're here too? Two-legged beast, Lord Fish sees that you're not bad. Come be Lord Fish's mount," the fish said cheekily. The monkey's voice rang out in Lu Yin's mind. "Seventh bro, beat up this cheap fish. It actually dares to make you its mount? Isn't that an insult to me?" Lu Yin did not bother with the fish or the monkey and he continued to talk to Shichi. He wanted to know more about the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society's situation. "Ever since the Innerverse and Outerverse were separated, I haven't been able to see many people. Brother Casanova, President Jeffrey, Master Wuxing and the others. I probably won't be able to see them again in this lifetime," Shichi said gloomily. "Are there any boundless advanced lockbreakers in the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society?" Lu Yin asked. "Two-legged beast, Lord Fish is talking to you. Seventh bro, beat it up." Shichi shook her head. "Well, from what I know, all of the registered boundless advanced lockbreakers are either in the Innerverse or the Neoverse." Lu Yin felt that it was a pity. "Two-legged beast, you've improved. Come, Lord Fish will spar with you." "Seventh bro, let me go out and spar with it." The entire Outerverse Lockbreaker Society has come to the 5 lower strongholds to assist in the defense. The commander hopes that we can patch up the holes in the Sourcebox's danger zones, but that's something that only a boundless advanced lockbreaker can do. two-legged beast, Lord Fish is unhappy. 7th bro, I'm unhappy as well. Not long after, Lu Yin and Xianxia separated as Wang Wen urged him to update the location of the holes in the sourcebox's danger zones. Xianxia was envious as she watched Lu Yin leave. He's really strong. Can you feel it? After breaking through to the explorer realm, Lu Yin's power has increased so much that I can't even see his bottom line. Above her head, the fish's tone was solemn. His physical strength and domain have both undergone a qualitative change, and there's also an indescribable strength. Go follow him. Follow that two-legged beast. Why? Xianxia was puzzled. Stupid, you can only survive if you follow him. Lord Fish doesn't want to change mounts so frequently. Let's go follow him. The fish patted its tail as it urged her. Xianxia was put in a difficult position and she embarrassedly said, "That's not very good. What's there to be afraid of? Just say that Lord Fish has recruited him as a mount and he'll be overjoyed." Xianxia was speechless. Chapter 592. One day later, Broken Blade Fort trembled as countless attacks were launched into outer space under Lu Yin's guidance, destroying a large number of Void Wanderers. The Broken Blade stronghold cheered. They had never fought so happily before. Han Fei heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he could destroy more Void Wanderers, the invasion of the behemoths would be delayed. Wang Wen's expression was ugly. According to his analysis, the astral beasts would cut off all means of retreat now that the battle had reached this stage. They wouldn't be as cautious as they had been against Season's fort. Furthermore, the astral beasts had been in a hurry to invade Season's fort, so they wouldn't wait any longer. His guess was correct. With a roar that shook the starry skies, Monster Loach appeared. Broken Blade Fortress had never had an old monster with a combat power of over 300,000. Monster Loach had changed its usual behavior and appeared alone to defend against the attacks of the entire Broken Blade Fortress. This caused Broken Blade Fortress to be unable to eliminate the Void Wanderers immediately. Soon an all-out war had begun. Lu Yin put down his gadget. It was time for a tough battle. Try your best to hide. I can't take care of you, Lu Yin said indifferently before leaping into outer space. Xianxia watched Lu Yin's departing figure. What should we do? The fish flicked its tail. Hide. I don't think that's a good idea. Xianxia was in a difficult position. The fish proudly raised its head. Look at the starry sky. Do you see that big fish? That's Lord Fish's relative. Don't worry, you won't die. Xianxia stared blankly at Monster Loach. Relatives? They're probably on the level of our ancestors. The fish was pleased. That's right, he's at the level of an ancestor. It's your ancestor. Bullshit. Lord Fish is its ancestor. Boom, there was a loud explosion as Monster Loach's tail shattered Broken Blade Fort's command center. Han Fei and Top Mist attacked at the same time, but they were all blocked by the Enlighter beast. Wang Wen hid in the coffin again and smashed into other places. Lu Yin charged into outer space and scanned his surroundings. There were 4 Enlighter realm astral beasts and Monster Loach. This was going to be troublesome. His gun still had 4 attacks left, and it had only been 2 days since he had rolled his die, so he definitely would not be able to roll enhance. What about Elder Lohar? Why hadn't he been able to stop Monster Loach? Monster Loach destroyed Broken Blade Fortress in a frenzy. Even though Broken Blade Fortress was made up of thousands of planets and hundreds of continents, it was still quickly destroyed by the terrifying monster with a combat power of 300,000. Lu Yin no longer had any attacks that could threaten Monster Loach, but he could still scare it. With that in mind, he raised his gun and aimed at Monster Loach. Monster Loach suddenly stopped moving, and its body rapidly shrank before disappearing into the void. It was gone. Lu Yin was stunned. This old man couldn't have been guarding against him all this time, could he? They were too smart. Suddenly, Lu Yin felt a chill run down his back as the void split open. An Enlighter realm astral beast slammed into his back and sent him flying far away. At the same time, another Enlighter beast appeared and swiped at Lu Yin with a single claw. Lu Yin's performance at Season's Fort had already attracted the attention of countless astral beasts. His ranking on the Celestial Vanquishers list was also growing higher and higher, which made him a target for countless astral beasts. With a bang, Lu Yin casually waved his hand, causing the bullet to disappear into the void. It then shot into the head of an Enlighter realm astral beast, causing its head to explode. However, the strange thing was that the Enlighter realm astral beast did not die and its head regrew. This was an innate gift. With a bang, Lu Yin was sent flying by the claw. He stabilized himself with great difficulty as he panted heavily. He had been targeted. Astral beasts with strange innate gifts like these were very difficult to kill, as no one knew where their weaknesses were. This was going to be troublesome. Lu Yin's only defense against Enlighter realm astral beasts was his universal armor, but no matter how sturdy it was, it could not withstand the attacks of 2 Enlighter realm astral beasts. "Seventh bro, hurry up and think of something or run," the monkey cried out. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. He wanted to run and he could do it. The Void Thunder Beast's flesh would allow him to escape far away, but was there any point in running? If Broken Blade Fort collapsed, then the entire Outerverse would be plunged into a catastrophe. Crack. The Enneatic wings cracked and Lu Yin hurriedly put them away. He then took out the Astral Ruler and instantly retreated far away. He panted heavily as he stared into the distance. The 2 Enlighter realm astral beasts glared at him. "Human, surrender. The Celestial Beast Empire welcomes you. Human, you should be honored. You've attracted both of us to deal with a single explorer, and you've even caused Senior Loach to feel apprehensive. But it all ends here," the other Enlighter realm astral beast said. Lu Yin panted heavily, and his palms were covered in sweat as he vigilantly stared at the 2 Enlighter realm astral beasts. At this moment he saw a flash of lightning in the distance and he charged towards one of the Enlighter realm astral beasts. "Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Try me if you don't believe me." The 2 Enlighter realm astral beasts looked at each other fearfully. Even Monster Loach was afraid of this explorer, so they could not help but think twice. Just as they were about to escape into the void, one of the Enlighter realm astral beasts was sent flying by a giant thunder shield. Lu Yin took advantage of the opportunity to fire a shot, using the Yu's secret art to send the bullet into the Enlighter's head. The head exploded, but the Enlighter realm astral beast was reborn. This time, however, its head was clearly much smaller. The Enlighter realm astral beast used its claw to force Aiden back before hurriedly escaping into the void. Lu Yin did not even have the chance to fire a second shot. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity, but just as he was about to speak he saw darkness above his head. He looked up and his pupils shrank. Aiden also looked up in shock. Monster Loach had appeared out of nowhere and lashed out with its tail. The 2 were immediately sent flying. Aiden's thunder shield shattered and his 9-lined battle force collapsed. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and it was unknown whether he was still alive or not as he crashed into a planet and fell into the lava. Lu Yin was still fine as Monster Loach's attack could not break through the universal armor's defenses. However, the impact of the attack was enough to make him dizzy and he crashed into something hard. What could be so hard? "Chess piece, bro? You almost killed me." Wang Wen shrieked. Lu Yin opened his eyes and coincidentally met Wang Wen's gaze across the transparent coffin. He had crashed into Wang Wen. In outer space, Monster Loach let out a deafening roar and countless people covered their ears with pained expressions. At that moment, a white-robed elder suddenly appeared in front of Monster Loach. The elder's hands pressed down on Monster Loach's head and then pushed it into the sourcebox's danger zone. "Lohar, you old bastard!" Monster Loach bellowed and its 2 whiskers swept towards the elder. The elder allowed his whiskers to lash at him, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth as he pushed Monster Loach straight into the sourcebox's danger zone. Every fort had their own sourcebox's danger zone, but after countless years there had been a loophole. If it had been Ironblood Fort's sourcebox, then Monster Loach would have been in trouble. However, Broken Blade Fort's sourcebox's danger zone was not much of a threat to it. "Old bastard, why are you here?" Monster Loach roared. The elder stared at Monster Loach. "I've already killed that amethyst beast." "Impossible. That thing's defense is higher than mine." Monster Loach cried out. The elder sneered and a strange weapon appeared in his hand as he aimed it at Monster Loach. "It's your turn now." Monster Loach's large eyes were filled with bewilderment. Lu Yin looked up and saw that the elder's rune lines were monstrous, and they were even higher than Monster Loach's. However, they were also dissipating very quickly. Was this old man Elder Lohar? He was injured and not lightly at that. In comparison, Monster Loach was not that injured, and if they really fought, Elder Lohar would not be able to defeat the current Monster Loach. However, Monster Loach was too timid, and it had been intimidated into retreating. The battle ended with Elder Lohar's appearance. Lu Yin relaxed as he had been targeted, and there had been little room for him to display his abilities. Topmist had only been focused on escaping, and Han Fei had already done his best to block an Enlighter Realm Astral Beast. If not for Elder Lohar intimidating Monster Loach, the battle would have been over. "You can intimidate him once but not twice," Wang Wen said helplessly as he walked out of the coffin. Lu Yin was astonished. "You could tell." Wang Wen rolled his eyes. "You guys will never understand the superiority of intelligence. It's on another level." This time, Elder Lohar wasn't the only one who had arrived. Not long after, several spacecraft appeared at Broken Blade Fort, bringing news that Giant Ghost Fort had collapsed. Yellow's Oil Fort had collapsed right after Season's Fort, and the remaining people had gone to the other 5 lower forts. Lu Yin had specifically checked, and Wendy Yushan was still on the rankings, so she was fine. Now he had received news that Giant Ghost Fort had also collapsed. The 3 middle forts had all fallen, and the humans' last line of defense in the Outerverse were the 5 lower forts. Nearly half of Broken Blade Fort had been destroyed in the previous battle, and the survivors from Giant Ghost Fort were considered reinforcements. However, at the same time, the astral beasts that had invaded Giant Ghost Fort would also join the battle against Broken Blade Fort. Giant Ghost Fort had originally had 4 Enlighters: Commander Long Ku, Elder Qing Han, Hua Howie, and Meng Ninga. Now only Hua Howie was still alive and the rest had all died in battle. Elder Lohar had lied to Monster Loach, as the Enlighter Realm Amethyst Beast was still alive. Because of this lie, although Monster Loach had been forced to retreat, the next battle would definitely come very soon. It might be tomorrow or the day after. Although there was no effect, Lu Yin still updated the loophole in the Sourcebox's danger zone. Because of the previous battle, his Iron Blood points had once again entered the top 50. During the battle at Broken Blade Fort, Lu Yin had held back an Enlighter Realm Astral Beast and caused Monster Loach to be even more apprehensive. This contribution was not small, but because he had not killed an Enlighter Realm Astral Beast, he had only received a few thousand points. Even so, it was enough for him to enter the top 50. Entering the rankings meant that Lu Yin was still alive, but he had not exchanged his points. He hoped that this information would be passed on to Wendy Yushan through the rankings and to everyone who cared about him. Aiden had been severely injured this time, but fortunately Hu Qingshan had held him back at the last moment. Otherwise, Aiden might have been finished. At Broken Blade Fort's command center, Commander Han Fei, Wang Wen, Topmist, and Hua Howie were all present. "Invite Brother Lu over," Han Fei ordered. Hua Howie frowned as he knew who this Brother Lu was. Lu Yin was a genius who had broken through to the Explorer realm, but had still been attacked by 2 Enlighter Realm Astral Beasts. Even though Hua Howie was an Enlighter, he could not help but admire this person as he was a freak. Even the 10 Arbiters could not have reached this level when they had been explorers. There's no need to call him over. He has to keep an eye on the loophole at all times. The Astral Beast Domain's invasion is very urgent, or else Monster Loach would not have dared to stand at the front. Something must have happened to the Astral Beast Domain, so let Lu Yin keep an eye on them, Wang Wen said. Han Fei nodded. They could also sense the urgency of the Astral Beast Domain's invasion, and they began to discuss the upcoming battle. Han Fei wanted to know which astral beasts had destroyed Giant Ghost Fort and what abilities and innate gifts they possessed so that he could be prepared for the next battle. Chapter 593. Elsewhere, because of Wang Wen's orders, Broken Blade Fort's warehouse was opened to all. The top 50 powerhouses on the rankings were given some resources, and the top 10 even received power vessels. For Iron Blood Weave, everything would be gone once it was lost. It was better to distribute the resources to the humans so that they could kill more astral beasts. Lu Yin also received some resources which were a few thousand star essence. For someone like him who had almost dropped out of the top 50, this was already quite a lot. However, that was not what he cared about right now. Instead, he was more concerned about the meteorite-shaped source boxes that had been left behind after Season's Fort's collapse. Are you talking about those source boxes? No, the fort has already collapsed. Those source boxes must have been buried together with the ruins. Lu Miaomiao, who was delivering resources to Lu Yin, said. She was a hunter with a power level of 110,000, and she had survived Season's fort just like Lu Yin and had come to Broken Blade Fort. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity. Those are source boxes. Lu Miaomiao replied, we know. They're priceless and they might even be treasures that can shock the universe when they're unlocked. It's a pity that no one can unlock them. Only boundless advanced lock breakers can successfully unlock them. There aren't any lock breakers in the Outerverse who can do that. Lu Yin thought about it and agreed. Those source boxes were filled with danger and it was impossible to take them away. There wasn't enough spiritual thread, so they could only be left behind in the ruins. Perhaps Ironblood Weave would be rebuilt in the future and used again, or perhaps they would be taken away by the Astral Beast domain. Since the Astral Beast domain could see the holes in the source box's danger, they definitely had powerhouses who could unlock them. It was a pity that the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated too suddenly. Otherwise, the Innerverse would not have allowed these source boxes to be lost. Lu Miaomiao left as she still had to deliver resources to the next person. Another girl appeared in front of Lu Yin. Her rune lines were very large and they were very close to Aiden's. I'm Kong Shi, the girl said indifferently as she looked at Lu Yin strangely. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. You're Kong Shi. Kong Shi's expression was cold. Although she looked young, she was actually 1 generation older than the 10 Arbiters. More importantly, she was a member of the previous 10 Arbiters Council. No, before the 10 Arbiters, the Universe Youth Council was one of the members. The universe has undergone great changes and the 10 Arbiters have risen to prominence. However, those 10 monsters aren't the only ones who have risen to prominence. Your generation has also risen to prominence, Kong Shi said with a serious expression. Lu Yin did not know what she was trying to say. I've fought with Arbiter Zhenwu, she said. Lu Yin's expression changed. What happened? What do you think? Kong Shi raised a hand and tapped her forehead with her index finger. 1 finger. He only used 1 finger to defeat me. At the time he was only an explorer while I was already a peak cruiser with a power level of 90,000. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. Becoming a counselor was not something that relied solely on one's power level. Every member of the younger generation who could enter the council was a monster among monsters. Kong Shi had become a counselor, which meant that she was a monster among monsters. Fighting across realms was as easy as drinking water. But even so, she had still been defeated by Arbiter Zhenwu, who had crossed realms with a single finger. This was no longer just a matter of difference. Arbiter Zhenwu fought with almost all of the representatives from the previous generation, and the results were similar. The 10 Arbiters really do have the power to decide everything. Kong Shi's tone became gloomy as if he were recalling something. Why are you telling me this? Kong Shi looked at Lu Yin. The 10 Arbiters brought us despair and I hope to see them despair as well. Lu Yin's brows rose. You think I can do that? I don't know, but if you rely on external items you should be able to. Even the current 10 Arbiters would find it difficult to kill an Enlighter, but you've done it. However, the 10 Arbiters might not give you the chance to rely on external items, so I want to see your true strength. Kong Shi's expression was solemn as she looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin laughed. Your generation was defeated, and now you're counting on my generation to help you get revenge? Through fighting with me, you'll be able to directly see the difference between you and the top 10 of the top 100 rankings. Sister Ling is 10th on the list. Don't you want to know the difference? Kong Shi asked. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as these words had tempted him. Indeed, he wanted to know his current strength and how far he could go. The scene of him and Wendy Yushan teaming up against Night King Gu was still vivid in his mind, but that had happened more than half a year ago. Now that he had transformed, he also wanted to know the difference between them. Unfortunately, war was imminent and there was no point in doing so. He turned to leave. Make your move. No matter the result, my iron blood points are yours, Kong Shi said loudly. Lu Yin turned around. All right. Kong Shi's gaze was resolute. He did not care about the war or the future. She only wanted to see Arbiter Zhenwu defeated or even crushed. She wanted to personally see him pay back the pain that he had caused them. In Lu Yin's eyes, this woman was crazy. Placing her hopes on someone else was a sign of weakness, but it did not matter. What he wanted was iron blood points. As the Enlighters died one by one, Kong Shi's ranking on the list had risen to the top 10. She now had tens of thousands of points, and Lu Yin did not want to let go of such a huge sum. The withered cracks on the ground began to expand. Kong Shi's full power as a hunter erupted, but she was still able to control it within an extremely small area. It formed a vortex of power that was visible to the naked eye, and it directly pressed down on Lu Yin. Perhaps in her eyes, Lu Yin was just like Arbiter Zhenwu when he had been an explorer. With a whoosh, Kong Shi's enormous star energy transformed into a blade that slashed towards Lu Yin's head. Lu Yin's eyes trembled, and he casually waved his hand to activate the Yu secret art. The star energy blade disappeared, and it continued to slash towards Kong Shi. Kong Shi was shocked, and she tore through the void to disappear, leaving behind a huge gully where she had been standing. Green stripes spread out from Lu Yin's body and covered his entire body. Then blue stripes appeared. This was 7-line battle force. Back on planet Pyrolite, he had just broken through to 6-line battle force, and it had only been half a year since then. Now that he had become an explorer, his physical body had undergone a qualitative change, and his battle force had advanced to 7-lined battle force, which was the same as Long Yun's. Kong Shi appeared behind Lu Yin and tapped out with a finger. She wanted to be like Arbiter Zhenwu and use absolute strength to crush Lu Yin. She wanted to defeat him with a single finger. For a peak hunter, even a cruiser could be defeated with a single finger, let alone an explorer. However, Lu Yin did not move at all. He also raised a finger that was wrapped in fates and then clashed with Kong Shi's finger. The two fingers collided in midair, and what followed was a tear in the void that transformed into a storm that swept out in all directions. Countless spatial cracks exploded like raindrops as they shattered the land. In the distance, quite a few people looked over with shocked expressions. They felt a powerful force sweep past them and they found it difficult to breathe. There was a thump and Kong Shi retreated several steps. She had been forced back by Lu Yin and she had a look of disbelief on her face. She was a peak hunter. Lu Yin pressed his feet into the ground and retracted his finger. His lips curled up. His 7-lined battle force, his explosive physical strength and his fates and had pushed back a peak hunter like Kong Shi. Kong Shi was no ordinary hunter. The two had only clashed for an instant, but even Han Fei and the others in the command center had been drawn to the fight. In particular, the collision of their fingers had shocked them. They had originally thought that Lu Yin could only rely on external power to kill an enlighter. At most he would have to use the Yu secret art to do so. But now it seemed that even if he did not use any external power, his own strength was enough to match a hunter's. This was a battle that spanned 2 realms. Kong Shi looked at Lu Yin in shock. 7-lined battle force, powerful physical strength, and that's Fateson? Lu Yin was astonished. You actually know about Fateson? A sword appeared in Kong Shi's hand. I'm going to get serious. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as the sand beneath his feet spiraled up into the sky. A formless wave of air spread out from his body, growing wider and wider until it gradually enveloped Kong Shi. It then transformed into an indescribable pressure. This was a domain. At the same time, Kong Shi's eyes grew cold, and she released her own domain in an attempt to disintegrate Lu Yin's. However, she was quickly shocked once again. Lu Yin's domain was very solid and it was as deep as the ocean. After breaking through to the explorer realm, Lu Yin did not know why his domain had become so terrifying. Before this, no matter how he cultivated, his domain had only been a supplementary technique. Now, however, it had formed a power that even he could not understand. It was as if he had unlocked his shackles, and this was the first time he had truly used it. Most importantly, he felt that he could transform his domain into a force field that could crush everything. This feeling was similar to when he had broken through to the Melder realm. At that time his physical body had become strangely powerful, but this time it was his domain. What exactly had happened to his body? As a former member of the Youth Council and a current peak hunter, Kong Shi's domain could transform into a force field that took the form of a sword that could cut through everything. However, this sword was suppressed by Lu Yin's domain and its edge was restrained. How can your domain be so strong and solid? Kong Shi was shocked. Lu Yin did not know how to answer, as he truly did not know. I trained it. Kong Shi's gaze turned bitter. This was the most monstrous youth in the current era, an unrivaled powerhouse of his generation who was ridiculously strong. Although he might not be able to defeat her in terms of true strength, it would not be long before he could reach the level of Arbiter Zhenwu and easily crush her. When she sensed the strength of Lu Yin's domain, Kong Shi suddenly stopped, as she no longer had any desire to continue fighting. Lu Yin was puzzled. "You're not fighting anymore?" Kong Shi looked desolate as her generation was destined to be abandoned. As the top powerhouse of her generation, she could not even defeat the top 10 of the top 100 rankings, let alone the 10 arbiters. Now she had been suppressed by the person in front of her, and she had lost all confidence in fighting. The only consolation was that this youth did indeed have the potential to defeat Arbiter Zhenwu in the future. He was too monstrous, and she felt that he was even stronger than Arbiter Zhenwu when he had been an explorer. Back then, Arbiter Zhenwu had faced her when she was a peak cruiser, but this youth was facing her when she was a peak hunter. "I hope that after this battle, you can survive and return to the Innerverse alive," Kong Shi said to Lu Yin before transferring all of her iron blood points to him and leaving. "Wait, how does my power compare to Sister Lung's?" Lu Yin asked curiously. Chapter 594. Kong Shi fell silent for a moment after hearing Lu Yin's question. "I don't know. Based on the strength you've displayed, you won't lose to her, but she won't lose to you either." She then left. Lu Yin exhaled as he was not confident that he could defeat Kong Shi. After all, she was a peak hunter and she had not used any battle techniques or innate gifts. She had only relied on her strength as a hunter to fight against him. Lu Yin, on the other hand, had unleashed his physical strength, Fateson, and his domain. He was not arrogant enough to believe that he could defeat a peak hunter like Kong Shi, who had an exceptional innate gift. He might be able to defeat a normal hunter, but against Kong Shi his chances of victory were slim. So he would not lose either. He did not rely on his universal armor, but rather the Yu secret art. With the Yu secret art, Kong Shi's attacks were easily neutralized, and Lu Yin also knew the secret sidestep. As for Xianxia, she was ranked 10th on the top 100 rankings. According to Kong Shi, this woman's strength might be comparable to her own. Was she a realm breaker? Furthermore, it was not a simple realm breaker. It seemed that there was a huge gap between the top 10 and those below. If Lu Yin met Night King Gu again, defeating him would not be difficult. Even so, Kong Shi still believed that Lu Yin was not strong enough to defeat Xianxia, as the gap between them was too great. Lu Yin had originally guessed that once he became an explorer he might be able to rival the top 50. Wendy Yushan's evaluation had been that he might be able to rival the top 30, but they had all guessed wrong. The current Lu Yin was comparable to the top 10. He had not fully unleashed his domain and he still had one more technique. He did not know if he could use it, but if he did, its power would be terrifying. It was the Dream Finger. Lu Yin entered the top 10 once again. When his name appeared, and Xiaohua, who was also in the lower 5 strongholds, was speechless. He felt that Lu Yin was just playing around. Who would do something like this? Yu Xianxi's expression became even more complicated. This person was becoming more and more unpredictable. Wendy Yushan smiled. It was good that he was not dead. War began as expected. When the astral beasts appeared at the holes in the sourcebox's danger zones, all of their attacks were unleashed. However, they were all blocked by an Enlighter Realm Amethyst Beast. Amethyst Beasts specialized in defense, and even though they only had a power level of 200,000, they were still able to hold Elder Lohar back. Countless attacks drowned the Amethyst Beast, but they were all useless. A large group of Void Wanderers. At the command center, Wang Wen ordered, "Smash it." The next moment, tens of grams of pyrolite smashed towards the direction of the giant beast invasion. This was pyrolite from the fire domain. Hundreds of thousands of combat power erupted, shaking the starry sky. Space was torn apart like a curtain, turning into countless black holes. There was a furious roar as the Enlighter Realm Amethyst Beast charged towards Broken Blade Fort. At the same time, Monster Loach appeared as well, and its power level of over 300,000 exploded as it charged towards Broken Blade Fort. Elder Lohar soared into the sky and pushed the Amethyst Beast out before attacking Monster Loach. Countless Void Wanderers had been destroyed, but there were still many more that had appeared, bringing with them hordes of mutant beasts. There were also quite a few astral beasts that could explore space. Top Mist, Huahoui, Poison Flame, Anfield, Kong Shi, Lu Miao Miao, Huqingshan, and the other experts all rushed towards the starry sky. Lu Yin donned his universal armor and leaped into the air as seven-lined battle force erupted from his body. Not too far away, Long Yun also soared into the sky, and he was shocked to see Lu Yin's seven-lined battle force. How long had it been since they last met? This guy's battle force had actually increased. There were a total of 5 in lighter realm astral beasts attacking. Han Fei, Top Mist and Hua Haoi held back 3 while Elder Lohar dealt with the Amethyst Beast and Monster Loach. Kong Shi teamed up with Poison Flame, the 2 peak hunters, to hold back 1 astral beast. Wang Wen had already sent a message to Lu Yin to deal with the last astral beast. Wang Wen had a plan to deal with the astral beast's invasion, but the astral beasts had their own plans as well. This was especially true for an unconventional human like Lu Yin, who had strange attacking methods. One of the in lighter realm astral beasts had long since been prepared, and it transformed into a shadow as it attacked. "Seventh bro, be careful. It's a shadow beast." The monkey cried out in panic. Lu Yin subconsciously dodged, but his head was still smashed by a huge force, and his entire body was sent flying. "What's that?" Lu Yin asked. "It's a shadow beast, an astral beast that can hide in a shadow and attack. It doesn't have a physical body, so it's very troublesome." Lu Yin frowned. "A shadow beast? How do we deal with it?" "Let me think about it," the monkey replied. There was a thump and Lu Yin was hit again. The shadow beast was unlike other in lighter realm astral beasts, which needed to escape into the void to attack. It only needed to hide in Lu Yin's shadow, and it was a troublesome existence for any in lighter, not just Lu Yin. It could be said that the shadow beast's strength was second only to Monster Loach's, and it even surpassed the Amethyst beasts. The astral beast had made ample preparations to use the shadow beast against Lu Yin. If not for the fact that his universal armor was so tough, Lu Yin would have been finished long ago, as he would not have been able to withstand even a single attack. "Got it, seventh bro. Find a place where there's no light at all. As long as there's no shadow, it won't be able to get close to you," the monkey shouted. "Nonsense." Lu Yin cursed. He had thought of this long ago, but the heavens were so vast that there were light sources everywhere. Where could he find one? "Black hole," the monkey shouted. Lu Yin looked up. Pyrolight's explosion had left behind plenty of black holes, and there was definitely no light within them. It was also impossible to create a shadow. However, entering a black hole was still a little frightening. "Don't worry, seventh bro. This isn't a real black hole. It's just a fake space." The monkey suddenly paused and then quickly said, "A power level in the hundreds of thousands isn't enough to create a real black hole that can devour everything. Even the black holes created by the explosions of planets are considered the surface layer. Have you forgotten that even a black hole-grade aurora can pass through a black hole?" Lu Yin charged towards the black hole, but based on the number of rune lines, the black hole did not pose a threat to him. A black shadow appeared in front of him, and Lu Yin casually waved his hand to activate the secret art. The black shadow's attack missed and shattered layers of the void. The shadow beast wanted to stop Lu Yin from entering the black hole. However, Lu Yin used the secret art and secret sidestep to shake off the shadow beast and charge into the black hole. At that moment, the suction force almost caused him to lose control of his body. He thought of Tianho, which was a black hole that had gained sentience. The shadow beast's rune lines grew closer and closer, and then it charged into the black hole. It had no intention of letting Lu Yin go. The black hole did not have a single ray of light, and it was constantly sucking Lu Yin into the unknown space. Lu Yin's eyes filled with star energy as he looked around, but the rune lines were all distorted. He could not see the shadow beast's position at all. "Seventh bro, think of a way to attack the shadow beast. Otherwise you'll be played to death." The monkey was anxious. Lu Yin was also anxious, and he could only try his best to avoid the rune lines that represented the shadow beast. However, the black hole was only so big and he would eventually be caught. Against an enlighter, any of his attacks were useless and only his gun was effective. "Monkey, aren't you a shadow as well? Can't you hide in its shadow?" The monkey was stunned. I don't know." Strike. Lu Yin then charged out of the black hole. There was no point in hiding in there as he could not hide for long. After Lu Yin left, the shadow beast followed suit. The boundless rune lines immediately disappeared, and it reappeared right next to Lu Yin, hiding in Lu Yi's shadow. At that moment the monkey appeared as well. When Lu Yin was attacked by the shadow beast, the monkey had seen its position and raised his gun. There was a bang and the shadow beast disappeared. The shadow beast had been prepared for this, but the monkey had turned into a shadow and stuck close to it. When the shadow beast reappeared, Lu Yin casually waved his hand and activated the secret art. The bullet vanished, and when it reappeared, it had already struck the shadow beast. Although it did not have a physical body, that did not mean that it could not be hit. As long as the attack hit its shadow, it would still be effective. The shadow beast had not expected that there would be a tamed beast within Lu Yin's body and that the tamed beast could follow it, which had exposed its position. This shot did not kill it, but it was enough to intimidate it, and it immediately distanced itself from Lu Yin. The monkey merged back into Lu Yin's body. Seventh bro, I never thought that there would be a day when I would be able to kill an enlighter beast. Lu Yin took the gun inside. There was still one attack left. The shadow beast won't give up. Be prepared to attack it again at any time. The monkey was excited. All right. Lu Yin glanced at the monkey and his eyes flashed. This monkey really thought that Lu Yin had not heard what it had just said. The monkey definitely knew something about the false heavens, but it had not said anything. There were battles happening all over Broken Blade Fort, and Lu Yin could not wait for the shadow beast to cause trouble for him. He still had one attack left in his gun, and he had originally wanted to use the secret art to help the enlighters deal with the astral beasts. However, he saw that Wang Wen had been surrounded by another group of astral beasts, and two of them were hunters at that. Lu Yin quickly rushed over. Save me, save me! Wang Wen screamed. The two giant hunters furiously smashed at the coffin, but when they saw that they could not do anything, one of them opened its mouth and tried to swallow the coffin whole. Wang Wen's face went pale. Two attacks descended from the sky. One was sword chi and the other was flames. The sword chi came from Lin Lu, the senior disciple of Myriad Swords Peak, while the flames came from Lily Rose. The two of them were dealing with the Hunter Realm astral beasts, which allowed Wang Wen to breathe a sigh of relief. But before long, Lin Lu could not hold on any longer and was sent flying by the beast's tail. His sword chi could not harm the beast in the slightest. Blazing Lily, Karmic Flame Sword. With a loud shout, the Crimson Lily was enveloped in flames as it bloomed and submerged the two Hunter Realm astral beasts. Then a beam of sword chi swept past and pierced through the two Hunter Realm astral beasts, tearing through the void. Lin Lu lay on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood as he watched on expectantly. Lily Rose panted heavily and her eyes widened as she stared ahead. As the flaming lily dissipated, the two Hunter Realm astral beasts appeared and roared at the sky. Lily Rose's gaze dimmed. It was useless and she was still lacking by a bit. Her karmic flame was too little. Lin Lu was bitter. Was he going to die? Wang Wen shouted, "Run! Run! You won't be able to stop them." Lily Rose's body swayed. That attack had drained her of all her strength. She could not escape. Unfortunately, she had not tasted enough men yet. With a loud roar, the Hunter Realm astral beast opened its mouth and bit at Lily Rose, Lin Lu and Wang Wen, intending to swallow them all. A huge shadow loomed over them and Lily Rose looked up at the beast's mouth. It stinks and she never thought that she would die in such a manner. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of her. The figure raised a fist and punched out. Boom! An intense shockwave swept out and Lily Rose and the other two were forced back. The coffin continued to tumble before finally crashing into a distant wall. Chapter 595. When the dust settled, Lily Rose and the others looked up and saw that the giant Hunter Realm astral beast had retreated 1,000 meters. A figure stood high in the sky, directly facing the two Hunter Realm astral beasts. Pawn bro. Wang Wen's eyes were brimming with tears. Lin Lu was shocked. Lu Yin? Wendy's fiancé? Lily Rose's eyes lit up. It was actually him. Lu Yin shook his right arm. Fortunately, he had made it in time, but the bones of these Hunter Realm astral beasts were really tough. He looked back and saw that Wang Wen was fine. His gaze was drawn to Lily Rose. What an enchanting woman. Dressed in fiery red, was she afraid that she wouldn't attract enough attention on the battlefield? He had just seen the karmic flame sword and it should have been released by this woman. She was from the Blaze Realm. Roar. With a furious roar, the two Hunter Realm astral beasts attacked Lu Yin at the same time. Lu Yin took a deep breath. He did not need to use his own strength to deal with Enlighter Realm astral beasts, as he only needed to use the secret art, his gun and his universal armor. However, he needed to use his own strength to deal with these Hunter Realm astral beasts. As he thought about it, his blue seven-lined battle force flickered, and the 3 grains of fates and shifted positions as his physical strength completely exploded. With a bang, Lu Yin quickly appeared in front of the Hunter Realm astral beast and pressed down with his palm. 30 stacks, 100-fold shockwave palm. He had increased the power of his shockwave palm to 100-fold, and with his 7-lined battle force and terrifying strength, this was the strongest attack that he could currently use. The astral beast raised its claw and swatted out. There was a boom and the ground trembled as the void split open. Lu Yin had used his strength as an explorer to tear through the void, and his enormous strength directly crushed the astral beast's claw. He then slapped the beast's head, but at the same time he was struck by the other astral beast, and his body plummeted into the ground like a meteor. Lily Rose watched in shock. Lu Yin had just been slapped by a Hunter Realm astral beast. You wouldn't die, right? Wang Wen was not worried at all, as Lu Yin had joined the Enlighter battlefield. A mere Hunter Realm astral beast would not pose a problem for him. The astral beast that had been slapped in the head swayed and then collapsed to the ground. It was completely dead and its brain had been smashed to bits. Lily Rose was shocked. A single strike had killed a Hunter Realm astral beast. This person had become so terrifying after breaking through to the Explorer Realm. The Hunter Realm astral beast that he had slapped to death only had a power level of 110,000 or 120,000, which was far from being comparable to Kong Shi. Thus, it was normal for it to be slapped to death. Even an Enlighter would not feel good after being slapped to the head by Lu Yin, let alone this beast. The other Hunter Realm astral beast glared at Lu Yin, and its body suddenly shrank. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, it transformed back into its human form and leaped towards Lu Yin. It was panicking as it was afraid that Lu Yin would slap its head because it was too large. Lu Yin sneered. How could this be enough to deal with him? She had underestimated him. The Hunter Realm astral beast was extremely fast, and it tore through the void as it swiped at Lu Yin with its claws. Lu Yin easily dodged the attack, and the Hunter Realm astral beast was unable to hit him no matter how hard it tried. Suddenly Lu Yin stopped in his tracks. The Hunter Realm astral beast's eyes lit up, and it swiped a claw at Lu Yin's head. Lu Yin reached out and grabbed the beast's arm. It's over. He then raised his leg and slammed his knee into the beast's abdomen. The astral beast spat out a mouthful of blood and stared at Lu Yin in shock. Human, how can your strength be so terrifying? Lu Yin was about to strike again, but the astral beast tore off its arm and retreated, allowing its blood to spill onto the ground. It stared at Lu Yin with lingering fear, as it had never encountered a human with such terrifying strength. In the distance, Lily Rose and Lin Lu were stunned. Lu Yin had single-handedly killed a Hunter Realm astral beast and even suppressed another. It was a little shocking. Chess piece bro, be careful. Wang Wen shouted. Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he dodged to the side with the secret sidestep. A black shadow appeared where he had been standing and the attack had missed. Lu Yin had seen the shadow long ago, or more accurately he had seen the rune lines. Tianho, it's been a while since we last met. You've learned how to launch sneak attacks. The one who had launched the sneak attack was Tianho. Lu Yin, it's been a while since we last met. You've become so terrifying, Tianho said as he raised a palm to attack Lu Yin. This was a phantom spirit palm which was similar to the shockwave palm. The more palm images there were, the more powerful they were. However, Lu Yin had no intention of retreating. His palm landed on Tianho's body, and his attack swept past Tianho before crashing into the ground and creating a huge crater. It's still useless. Lu Yin was astonished as his previous attack had been very powerful. Tianho's phantom spirit palm had been useless against Lu Yin. At that moment, the Hunter Realm astral beast attacked at the same time. Lu Yin was about to retaliate when a violent hurricane descended from the sky and engulfed everything. A blue lion stood proudly in the void and stared down coldly. This was Cursewind from Skymander's list. Lu Yin avoided his entanglement with Tianho and looked up at Cursewind with a frown. The The number of rune lines that Cursewind had far surpassed the 2 Hunter Realm astral beasts and even surpassed Kongshirshers and the Blue Lions. What Lu Yin feared the most were not Enlighters or some old freak with a power level of 300,000 or 400,000. Those powerhouses had the power to crush everything, so it made no difference whether he feared them or not. On this battlefield, the one he feared the most was Cursewind, as he was an existence that was on par with the 10 Arbiters. Even the current Lu Yin could not clearly gauge the 10 Arbiters' strength. Leng Jia was ranked 10th on the top 100 rankings, and her strength was comparable to Kongshirshers. Kongshirsher was a peak hunter, but there was still an unreachable gap between Leng Jia and the 10 Arbiters. This was the despairing gap that the 10 Arbiters had displayed. Even though Cursewind had not joined the Enlighters' battle, Lu Yin was certain that this lion was hiding a terrifying strength. Cursewind looked down from above and stared coldly at Lu Yin. Everyone retreat. Tian Ho and the other Hunter Realm astral beast did not hesitate and slowly retreated. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. In the astral beast domain, the powerhouses on Skymander's list had the same status as the 10 Arbiters in the human domain. They had the authority to make decisions, and this authority was not bestowed upon them by others. Aiden had fought with Cursewind before, and he had told Lu Yin that he felt that Cursewind had not used his full strength against him. Aiden had even praised Aiden, and Lu Yin had never forgotten this matter. Another point was that when Xianxia of the 10 Arbiters had used his power to affect Shenwu continent through the 5 sealing planets. However, when Lu Yin had visited Shenwu continent's space station, he had seen for himself how enormous the rune lines represented by the 5 sealing planets were. Even Night Queen Chuyu could not penetrate the 5 sealing planets to deal with Shenwu continent, but when Xianxia had. This was a direct comparison of power. If Cursewind truly had the power to rival the 10 Arbiters, then if he went all out he might be even more threatening than the Shadow Beast. You're the human who defeated Tian Ho? Cursewind used his star energy to vibrate the air as he spoke. Lu Yin's gaze turned solemn and he turned his back to Cursewind. He gestured to Wang Wen and the others to retreat. Wang Wen was depressed. Retreat? How? There were astral beasts everywhere. Lily Rose and Lin Lu were injured, and it would be difficult for them to even protect themselves, let alone escape with Wang Wen. You're on Skymander's list? Like Yao Gu? Lu Yin asked. So you know about Yao Gu? That guy always stayed in the depths of the astral domain and only came out once during the border war. Looks like you were there at that time as well. Cursewind's eyes were filled with contempt. You must have some ability to participate in an Enlighters battle. I can see that your armor's defenses are quite high, and even the Shadow Beast can't do anything to it. Let me try my hand at it. As he spoke, the void suddenly froze and a fierce hurricane pressed down. Unlike before, the amount of rune lines contained within this hurricane made Lu Yin's scalp go numb. It was no less than the rune lines from Kongshir and Aiden, and this was the power of a peak hunter. Lu Yin knew that this was not good and he wanted to retreat, but the space around him had been frozen. It was just like when he had faced a powerhouse of a higher realm and he could not move at all. With a whoosh, the violent hurricane crushed down and completely crushed the ground. Lu Yin's entire body endured the hurricane's ravaging. His armor had clearly blocked the attack, but he still felt a bone-chilling pain. This hurricane contained a terrifying penetrative power that could even pierce through the universal armor's defenses. Monster Loach had relied on its enormous strength to almost knock Lu Yin unconscious through the universal armor, and this hurricane's principle was the same. A wave of energy had penetrated the armor and invaded his body. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and casually waved his hand, activating the Yu secret art. The hurricane swept towards Cursewind. Cursewind was shocked. This is a secret technique. His body's extreme heat blasted towards the hurricane, causing a violent explosion that tore through the void and created a white shockwave that covered the entire area. You have no other way to counterattack aside from a secret technique. Interesting, you actually have a secret technique. Lu Yin leaped out of the crater that had been crushed by the hurricane and looked up warily at Cursewind. This guy was indeed different from ordinary astral beasts, and he was even more of a threat than the Shadow Beast. The Shadow Beast could at most hide in the shadows and attack, but Cursewind could attack without restraint and was not afraid of Lu Yin's spear. Cursewind definitely had something to rely on. There was still one last attack left in the spear, so Lu Yin could not use it casually. Use your techniques. I want to see how you can kill an enlighter. Another hurricane roared out of Cursewind's left eye. This time his target was not just Lu Yin, but also Wang Wen, Lily Rose, Lin Lu and many other people on the mainland including the astral beasts. Suddenly, a thunder shield descended and fiercely attacked Cursewind. Cursewind's eyes narrowed. It's that person again. Flames appeared in his right eye and accompanied the hurricane to attack the thunder shield. The violent impact caused the ground to crumble, and lightning flashed as Aiden dragged his heavily injured body out and pushed the hurricane and flames away. Do you really think that you can stop me? Cursewind's voice came from behind the thunder shield. The next moment, the thunder shield cracked as the blue lion's claw pierced through it. There was a bang as Lu Yin had fired. He activated the Yu secret art, and the bullet struck Cursewind's head. At this moment, the entire area fell silent as everyone looked at Cursewind. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Even an enlighter would not be able to dodge this attack. He had taken advantage of the moment the thunder shield cracked to attack. However, Cursewind's rune lines did not decrease at all. Lu Yin's heart sank. How could this be? In the distance, Wang Wen and the others were also shocked. Lu Yin's power vessel's attack could kill even an enlighter. With a bang, the thunder shield completely shattered. Aiden spat out a mouthful of blood and looked over in shock. A faint light appeared in the blue lion's eye sockets. Human, your power vessel's attack is very powerful, but you're not the only one with a power vessel. Lu Yin's face turned ugly. When he had first used his spear to kill an enlighter, he had already predicted that once his attack method was exposed, his enemies would definitely have other methods to deal with him. They would either use a strange innate gift like the Shadow Beast or a power vessel. It was impossible for him to forever rely on an upgraded weapon to kill enemies who were a higher realm than him, and this path was not long. However, it was obvious that he had been targeted in this battle. Chapter 596. There was a crack and the gun suddenly cracked before shattering. Lu Yin released his grip as the gun was now completely useless. What was that? Lu Yin's eyes trembled when he saw something that resembled a beast's hide appear in between the metal plates of the gun. He didn't have time to look at it, so he put it away as Cursewind's attack descended. The hurricane that engulfed everything combined with the flames. The bone-eroding wind and soul-burning fire caused Lu Yin to feel intense pain even while wearing his universal armor, let alone Lily Rose, Lin Lu and the rest as well as the heavily injured Aiden. Suddenly, the attack disappeared and Cursewind stood tall in the sky with a bewildered expression. Lu Yin and the rest looked at him. Wind and fire alternated between Cursewind's eyes, and in the end he looked at Lu Yin and the rest with reluctance. Take Wang Wen away. Lu Yin abruptly turned to look at Wang Wen, who was surrounded by a huge number of rune lines. A hunter with invisibility. Not good, it's Guai. Just as he was about to attack, Cursewind's left eye spat out a hurricane that swept through everything. At that moment, flames filled the sky, and Hua Haoi suddenly appeared to attack Cursewind. Cursewind stared at Lu Yin. Consider yourselves lucky, but the Outerverse will be ours sooner or later. He then stepped through space and appeared beside the transparent coffin. He blocked Hua Haoi's attack and then rushed out of Broken Blade Fort. At the same time, all of the invading beasts retreated like a tide. Save me! Save me! Wang Wen shouted. Hua Haoi reached out to grab the coffin but Cursewind snorted. You're an enlighter but your power level is a bit higher. Unless you humans undergo your 6th body remodeling, there won't be any qualitative changes. What use are you? He then unleashed a hurricane that forcefully pushed back Hua Haoi's attack. Han Fei also appeared, but he was blocked by 2 enlighter realm beasts. Everyone listen up. Take Wang Wen back. Han Fei's voice echoed throughout space. Top Mist, Huqingshan, Kongshi and the other hunters all rushed over. Monster Loach and the enlighter realm amethyst beast held back Elder Lohar, who was furious. Since you've already decided to retreat, why must you take Wang Wen back? This is an order and you can't stop it. Monster Loach's tail whipped at Elder Lohar. The enlighter realm amethyst Elder Loach viciously. In outer space, the astral beast's overall strength surpassed that of humans, and several enlighter realm astral beasts blocked Han Fei, Hua Haoi and Topmist's attacks. When he saw that Wang Wen was about to be taken away, Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. He took out the astral ruler and drew a diagram of the starry sky. Back when he had been a Lemiter, he had been able to use the astral ruler to evade the attacks of lighter realm astral beasts and escape for a considerable distance. Now that he had become an explorer, he was much stronger than before. The astral ruler's range had increased by several times, and it perfectly covered Wang Wen. Lu Yin's body flashed, and when he reappeared he was already on top of Wang Wen's transparent coffin. Wang Wen looked at Lu Yin in pleasant surprise. "Pawn bro." Cursewind suddenly turned around. "Lu Yin, you're courting death." Lu Yin's left hand pressed against the transparent coffin, and he retrieved the thunderbolt's flesh in an attempt to escape. Beside him, the Yin Guai swiped at him with its claw. There were powerful astral beasts all around them, and there was even an lighter realm astral beast in Cursewind in front of them. Although Lu Yin could rely on his universal armor to withstand the Yin Guai's attack, that attack would send him flying, making it impossible for him to rescue Wang Wen. Right now he only had one choice. Not only did he have to block the Yin Guai's attack, but he also had to use the thunderbolt's flesh to take Wang Wen away. The Yin Guai was incredibly strong, and no matter how confident Lu Yin was, he did not dare to use brute force against it. As for the Yu secret art, it could only redirect the attack in the user's body. Redirecting the Yin Guai would be very difficult, and Lu Yin only had one chance to attack. One chance. That finger that could traverse the heavens appeared in Lu Yin's mind. That finger had appeared many times in his dreams, but he did not know who it belonged to or why it had caused him to be so angry. However, there was no doubt that the finger's power was undeniable. When he had broken through to the explorer realm, he had remained unconscious for more than 10 days, and he had seen that finger's many transformations as well as the shadow of a battle technique. This was a finger that could traverse the heavens and ignore distance. Lu Yin was certain that this finger surpassed any attack that he had ever seen. Even the Yu secret art could not compare to this finger. This was the finger that he had seen in his dreams. Lu Yin raised his right finger and tapped out. His pupils suddenly dissipated and he returned to his unconscious state. At this moment he had entered a dream, and when he saw that finger once again, his heart was filled with boundless fury. His finger seemed to fuse with that finger as he tapped out at the Yin Guai. They were clearly on a battlefield that was filled with fervent battle intent and a battle to the death. However, at this moment the Yin Guai could not hear or see anything. All it could see was that finger, and it had been targeted by that finger. Space and time seemed to stop at this moment as that finger transcended everything and tyrannically crushed down on the Yin Guai. The finger pierced through the Yin Guai's claw and tapped its forehead, causing it to explode. The void only rippled, but there were no cracks. The next moment, Lu Yin activated his thunderous flesh, and he disappeared from the group of astral beasts with the transparent coffin. Everything had happened too quickly, and only 3 seconds had passed from Lu Yin's appearance to his disappearance. Cursewind and the other astral beasts were about to attack, but Lu Yin had already disappeared with Wang Wen. The Yin Guai that had been guarding Wang Wen had also died. Cursewind stared at the dead Yin Guai in shock. How was this possible? A hunter had been killed in an instant, and a Yin Guai at that? There had been no power vessel involved, and that human had relied on his own strength. Cursewind had clearly seen that finger, but he had not felt anything powerful about it. Cursewind turned to look at Broken Blade Fort. How had that human done it? Cursewind was not the only one who was shocked. Lu Yin himself was shocked as well. He had not expected that finger to be so terrifying. It had even crushed a hunter realm Yin Guai. Even in his wildest dreams he had not imagined that it would be so powerful. However, the price had been high as well. As he looked at his cracked and bleeding right finger, Lu Yin smiled bitterly and wrapped it with Shamrock Enterprises' special medicine. "Chess piece bro, I love you." Wang Wen shouted as he looked at Lu Yin with tears in his eyes. Lu Yin sighed as he had used up a piece of the thunderbolt's flesh. However, it had been worth it to save Wang Wen. What he was worried about now was that the astral beasts would not give up and would come back for revenge. Fortunately, his worries were unnecessary as the invading astral beasts quickly retreated for some unknown reason and did not come back to snatch Wang Wen back. Not long after, the astral beasts completely disappeared, leaving behind only a dilapidated Broken Blade Fort. Han Fei and the others looked at each other in confusion. The astral beasts clearly could have broken through Broken Blade Fort, so why had they retreated? After Monster Loach and the Enlighter left, Elder Lohar's arms trembled as he put away his weapons and let out a long sigh. Although the astral beasts had retreated, most people believed that the next battle would be no different from the previous one. Elder Han Fei and the others arrived in front of Elder Lohar and looked at him in confusion. Lu Yin had brought Wang Wen along as well. Elder Lohar's gaze swept over everyone and he tiredly said, "The war is over." Han Fei and the others were stunned. Wang Wen stepped forward and looked at Elder Lohar. "What war is over? Speak clearly." Out of everyone present, he was the only one who dared to speak to Elder Lohar in such a manner. Elder Lohar looked outside Broken Blade Fort. The astral beast domain has been invaded, and the celestial beast empire is fully prepared for war. They don't have the energy to deal with us. Everyone was stunned. Wang Wen was even more confused. "Old man, are you sure? The astral beast domain has been invaded? Who? From the inner verse?" Elder Lohar calmly replied, "There are some things that you don't know yet. Once you become a hunter or an enlighter, I will tell you. In any case, the war in Iron Blood Weave has temporarily ended." Lu Yin looked at Wang Wen, who was arguing with Elder Lohar, and asked the monkey in a low voice, "Your astral beast domain can still be invaded?" From what Elder Lohar said, it doesn't seem to be from the inner verse. "Do you still have enemies?" The monkey was confused. "No. The astral beast domain borders the astral wilderness and the human domain. If there's an invasion, then it can only be from the human domain." "Are you sure?" Lu Yin did not believe it. If the inner verse had invaded the astral beast domain, then Elder Lohar would have no reason to hide it. Furthermore, from the speed at which Monster Loach and the other astral beasts had retreated, this invasion was no small matter. Logically speaking, Elder Lohar should be happy that the astral beast domain had been invaded and that the war in Iron Blood Weave had ended. However, he looked even more worried now. "I'm absolutely sure. Unless a new civilization has appeared in the astral wilderness and can invade the astral beast domain," the monkey said with certainty. Not too far away, Wang Wen was still arguing with Elder Lohar, and he looked like he needed to explain himself. Elder Lohar had Han Fei drag Wang Wen away and then looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin sensed Elder Lohar's gaze and hurriedly stepped forward. "Junior Lu Yin greets Elder." Elder Lohar nodded and praised, "You're able to deal with an enlighter as a limiter. Kid, you're very powerful. Even the 10 arbiters couldn't do such a thing." Lu Yin hurriedly replied, "Junior relied on external power and I can't compare to the 10 arbiters." Elder Lohar smiled. "It's good that you know. Kid, I have to remind you that you can't rely on external power unless it's a life or death situation. Sometimes such a situation can stimulate one's potential. The universe does not lack powerful power vessels and the 10 arbiters can all obtain them. However, they rarely use them because of this reason. You may have obtained status and glory that surpasses your own strength, but you must understand what you've lost." Lu Yin seriously replied, "Junior understands. Rest assured, Senior. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I will not rely on external power again." Elder Lohar sighed. Back then, the Hall of Honor had a genius. Not only was his cultivation talent excellent, but his innate gifts could also be used on a power vessel, granting it mysterious abilities. He relied on this to kill opponents who were a higher realm than him and was invincible within the same realm. Unfortunately, after he became famous, he was targeted every time he fought, and in the end he died because of a scheme. If you can't bear too much glory, then you'll only bring about death. Furthermore, you'll be seeking your own destruction." After saying these words, Elder Lohar left. Lu Yin stood in place, deep in thought. Too much glory? Many people now placed him at the level of an enlighter, especially in the past few battles. His opponents had all been enlighter realm astral beasts, and they had even caused an old freak with a power level of 300,000 to feel apprehensive. This was too much glory, and if such battles occurred a few more times, he might actually be targeted and killed. "Seventh bro, don't mind what that old man said. You were forced to do this," the monkey consoled. Lu Yin looked up. He had indeed been forced to do this. If he hadn't done so, the Great Yu Empire would have been destroyed a long time ago. But no matter what, he had to impose restrictions on himself and not use external power against anyone. Once he got used to external power, it would be very difficult for him to improve. Chapter 597. Even though Elder Lohar was certain that the astral beast domain would not invade again, the stronghold's defenses had not been lowered for safety's sake. The news had also not spread, so only a few people knew about it. After resting for 2 days, Lu Yin sat on the top of a shattered cliff and looked at the corpses in the distance. He did not know why Elder Lohar was so certain that the astral beast domain would not attack, but from what the monkey had said, there should not be any power that could make the astral beast domain so fearful. Had the old man fallen for a trap? Footsteps sounded behind him, but Lu Yin did not need to turn around. He could see a woman in red approaching through his domain. It was the same woman that he had saved while saving Wang Wen. She looked very seductive and was probably a disciple of the Blaze realm. An alluring fragrance wafted into his nose and Lu Yin frowned. "Brother Lu, can I sit here?" Lily Rose stood behind Lu Yin and smiled at him. A gentle breeze blew past and her red dress brushed against Lu Yin's arm. Lu Yin nodded. "Up to you." Lily Rose did not mind the dust on the ground, and she just sat beside Lu Yin and tilted her head to look at him. Lu Yin felt that this was strange and he met her gaze. This woman had a charm that made one's heart flutter. Unlike Mila or Madame Naylan, this was a seductive charm that combined with her red dress could easily arouse a man's inner desires. "Why are you looking at me?" Lily Rose smiled and licked her lips. "Brother Lu, thank you for saving my life." Lu Yin looked back. "You're welcome. I would have saved anyone else." "I know, but Brother Lu still saved me, so I can't help but be grateful." Lily Rose moved closer to Lu Yin. "Brother Lu, let's have a drink." It was obvious that a beautiful woman wanted to drink with someone. Although Lu Yin did not have much experience in love, and his feelings for Ming Yan had been impulsive, he was not stupid. This woman was trying to seduce him. Lu Yin stood up. "I still have things to do, so I'll be leaving." He did not like this type of woman, especially when she purposely acted seductively. Lily Rose watched him leave and smiled. "Brother Lu's contributions in this war cannot go unnoticed. Are you interested in joining the Blaze realm?" Lu Yin did not stop walking. "The inner verse and outer verse have been separated, and I might not be able to return to the Blaze realm in this lifetime. Think about something more practical. So, Brother Lu, have you thought about how to deal with the future crisis?" Lily Rose asked loudly. He stopped and turned to look at Lily Rose. "Danger?" Lily Rose smiled. "Brother Lu's spear is broken." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "Are you threatening me?" Lily Rose covered her mouth and giggled. "Of course not. Why would I threaten my savior? But many people know that Brother Lu's sword was shattered. Even though Brother Lu has become an explorer and has the universal armor's defense, he still doesn't have the power to deal with an Enlighter's attack. An Enlighter's power is more than enough to deal with Brother Lu. I know that Brother Lu has many enemies." He did not elaborate, but the meaning was clear. The greatest threat came from the fire domain from Huahui. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "I didn't kill Karthika with a spear." He then left. Lily Rose was astonished. "It wasn't a gun? That couldn't be, right? Did this person have other methods to deal with Enlighters?" She did not know that Wendy Yushan had injured Scholar Newmoon in San Dios, or else she would not have been so astonished. Lily Rose reminded Lu Yin that he could not use external forces, but he had to have them. He had to find a way to obtain a weapon that could threaten an Enlighter, or else he would be forced into a passive position against a powerhouse like Huahui. He was not so naive as to think that he was invincible with his universal armor. For a month, Lu Yin continuously updated his sourcebox's danger zone, and he did not encounter any astral beast domain invasions. On this day, Elder Lohar went out and only returned the next day. When he came back, he brought with him a piece of exciting news. He had destroyed the energy crack in the primal zone. This news shocked all of Iron Blood Weave, and as the astral beasts retreated, the Weave's signal gradually recovered. Elder Lohar's news quickly spread and the entire Weave cheered. The destruction of the energy crack meant that the primal zone could no longer receive any reinforcements from the Celestial Beast Empire. It also meant that the war was truly over. Otherwise, the astral beast domain would not have allowed Elder Lohar to destroy the energy crack so easily. After all, there was still a void thunder beast guarding the crack. Lu Yin turned on his communicator, and Wendy Yushan's figure appeared on his screen. It had been a while since he had last seen her and she had lost a lot of weight. We survived. Lu Yin rubbed his head. Yeah, we survived. In the beginning they had not had much of an understanding of Iron Blood Weave. All they knew was that it was a black hole of death, but they did not know how terrifying it was. However, as more and more battles occurred, they gradually understood what Iron Blood Weave was and what it was. It was the front lines of humanity's bloody battles, and even enlighters would face death here. Lu Yin had faced several life-threatening situations, and if not for his good luck, he would have been finished. Of all the people from the Great Yu Empire who had sent reinforcements to Iron Blood Weave, only Lu Yin, Wendy Yushan, Huqingshan, and Aiden had survived. Everyone else had died. Their situation was still relatively good as all of the reinforcements from Lars Weave, North Castle Weave, and several other weaves had all died, and not a single one had survived. On the day that Iron Blood Weave confirmed the end of the war, Lu Yin had been cultivating for 6 years, which was also 1 year since the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated. Iron Blood Weave only had 5 strongholds left as Iron Blood Fort and the 3 middle strongholds had all been destroyed. Elder Lohar used the name of the Hall of Honor to order the Eastern Weaves to send resources to Iron Blood Weave and to rebuild the former strongholds. Top Mist, Night Queen Chuyu, Granny Chan, Huahui, and the rest of the Enlighters who had been sent as reinforcements had all stayed behind to help rebuild the strongholds. As for Lu Yin and the rest, they were allowed to leave. During the final battle, Lu Yin had made outstanding contributions and most importantly he had saved Wang Wen. Elder Lohar had decided to give him 2 honor points, which was equivalent to 40,000 Iron Blood points. He had also given him an additional 20,000 Iron Blood points in recognition of his performance on and off the battlefield. With the Iron Blood points that Kongshur had given him, Lu Yin now had a total of 70,000 Iron Blood points. Lu Yin had originally wanted to exchange all of these points for Star Essence, but he had been dissuaded by Aiden. Aiden's origins were very mysterious and Lu Yin had not asked about them. When Lu Yin had visited Aiden, he had unintentionally mentioned that he wanted to exchange all of his honor points. Aiden had suggested that since Lu Yin already had 4 honor points, he might as well exchange them for 2 more to raise his total to 6. 6 honor points and 4 honor points are fundamentally different, Aiden said solemnly. Lu Yin did not understand. What do you mean? Aiden looked at Lu Yin seriously. You don't think that the Hall of Honor has no one in the Outerverse, do you? Lu Yin shook his head. That's impossible. Most people don't know about their existence, but their authority affects the entire Outerverse. That's right. Although I don't really understand the Hall of Honor's influence on the Outerverse, I do know that 6 honor points can exempt you from certain crimes to a certain extent. You can also borrow authority. Lu Yin was even more confused. What do you mean by borrow authority? To a certain extent, you can speak on behalf of the Hall of Honor. It's just like when people argue where one side stands on the moral high ground and speaks in a convincing manner. With 6 honor points you'll stand on the Hall of Honor's high ground. As long as the Hall of Honor doesn't fall, you'll have a lot of hidden authority in the Outerverse, Aiden explained. Lu Yin understood that this was an advantage that the Hall of Honor had bestowed upon him. He remembered that Enya had once told him that the Hall of Honor would create a personal gadget that matched his status after he reached 6 honor points, which would grant him many special privileges. From the looks of it, borrowing authority was a hidden benefit, and it did not mean that he could give orders on behalf of the Hall of Honor. However, standing on the Hall of Honor's side was equivalent to gaining a huge backer. But now that the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, Lu Yin had no idea how much influence the Hall of Honor still had in the Outerverse. Don't underestimate the Hall of Honor. They have powerhouses that influence the entire human race, Aiden said solemnly. How do you know? Lu Yin was puzzled. Aiden fell silent and did not answer. Lu Yin apologized. Sorry, I asked too much. Aiden went to rest and Lu Yin walked out. Honor points, Star Essence, the Hall of Honor, borrowing authority. Lu Yin was at a loss as to how much power this borrowing authority had. If the Outerverse's various weaves did not care about the Hall of Honor because of the Innerverse isolation, then this borrowing authority would be useless. After thinking about it for a long time, Lu Yin made up his mind to exchange for honor points. Sigmund's crimes were something that even undying Yushan could not pardon, or rather he did not dare to pardon him. Even if the Hall of Honor's influence in the Outerverse gradually declined, it would still take some time for that to happen. Based on the reinforcements he had received, Elder Lohar's words still held absolute authority over the various weaves. As long as Lu Yin made good use of this borrowing authority during this period, he would not lose out. And even if he did lose out, so what? He had gained it for free in the first place, and he already had 160,000 star essence, which was quite a lot. To exchange for honor points, he had to go through Elder Lohar. This was Lu Yin's second meeting with Elder Lohar, but this time it was a private meeting. 2 honor points and 40,000 iron blood points. Not bad, kid. Elder Lohar admired Lu Yin and gave him 2 honor points. Someone will go to the Great Yu Empire to find you and give you a new gadget. I hope that you can make good use of this new status. Lu Yin respectfully replied, "Yes, Senior. Rest assured that this junior will not bring shame to the Hall of Honor." Although having honor points did not equate to joining the Hall of Honor, it was still equivalent to half a member. The more Elder Lohar looked at Lu Yin, the more he liked him. With the inner-verse and outer-verse isolation, no one wanted to exchange for honor points anymore, as they all felt that it was useless. Only this kid still valued the Hall of Honor. It's a pity that the inner-verse and outer-verse are separated. Otherwise, with your innate gift, you would definitely be able to obtain a position. Lu Yin was puzzled. Position? What position? Elder Lohar waved a hand. Forget it, it's a foregone conclusion. Unless the inner-verse and outer-verse is restored before you turn 40, you won't be able to obtain that position. What a pity. Chapter 598. Elder, can you tell me what that position is? Lu Yin asked, as he was very curious. Even Elder Lohar, who had a power level of over 300,000, had said that it was a pity, so it had to be important. Elder Lohar shook his head. You can leave now, kid. Remember, unless you're truly at death's door, don't rely on external help. This is the cycle of reincarnation. No matter how much you borrow, you'll have to pay it back in the end. Lu Yin nodded and helplessly left. 7th bro, this old guy is a little superstitious. What cycle of reincarnation? I believe in science, the monkey said. Then tell me what's going on with the mending of the heavens, Lu Yin replied. The monkey fell silent, as there were some things that could not be explained. The mending of the heavens could predict the future, and there was no way to explain it. After exchanging his remaining 10,000 iron blood points for star essence, Lu Yin left Broken Blade Fort with Xianxia. It wasn't just him, as many explorers and cultivators who had yet to become explorers left, including Wendy Yushan. Only the Enlighters were forced to stay behind until Iron Blood Weave was completely rebuilt. To Lu Yin this was good news, as the eastern weave of Frostwave Weave no longer had any Enlighters. That place would be his domain. Unfortunately, Aiden had been left behind by Elder Lohar due to his powerful defenses, and Aiden himself did not want to return to Frostwave Weave. Lu Yin really wanted to take Aiden away and have him join the 13 Imperial Squadrons, but he could not do so for the time being. After leaving Broken Blade Fort, he directly entered Eastleigh Weave, and as he looked at the dark sky, Lu Yin finally relaxed. He silently recited the Stonewall scriptures and then went to rest. Eastleigh Weave was very close to Frostwave Weave, and it took less than a day for Lu Yin and Xianxia to return to Frostwave Weave. Wendy Yushan had returned before Lu Yin, and the Great Yu Empire had not changed much since they had only been in Iron Blood Weave for a few months. On the day that Wendy Yushan returned, there were people who came to visit her. They expressed their desire for her to take over, but they did not dare to say it out loud. Thus Wendy Yushan pretended not to hear them. Lu Yin's control of the Great Yu Empire had infringed upon many people's interests, as he was too tyrannical. The establishment of the 4 ministries had redistributed the power of the Great Yu Empire, and it was foreseeable that the Great Yu Empire's true authorities would be the 4 ministries in the future. This was especially true for the Lu Ministry of the Army and the Lu Ministry of Staff, which could only be joined with Lu Yin's approval. This was equivalent to him single-handedly controlling the entire Great Yu Empire, which was something that even undying Yushan had not been able to do in the past. Unfortunately, Lu Yin was too strong. Some people hoped that Wendy Yushan would step forward and use her reputation to reclaim the Great Yu Empire's authority back into the hands of the Yushan family. However, Wendy Yushan had no interest in such things as she was not suited for power. The first thing Lu Yin did when he returned to the Great Yu Empire was to hold a court meeting. News of the battle in Ironblood Weave had spread, and it had greatly affected the surrounding weaves. Everyone was in a state of panic and Lu Yin needed to reassure them. The court session lasted for a long time. When it was over, he went to look for Hai Chi-Chi and learned that the girl had gone to the astral river boundary. Lu Yin sighed. The first time they left home would be forever and many people would not be able to accept it. He did not look for Hai Chi-Chi, but he decided to let this brat do it herself. At least there was still hope. He walked out of the palace and arrived at the 5th princess residence. This was his second time here. The first time he had not wanted to reveal his identity as a lockbreaker and had used the residence to divert Wendy Yushan's attention. There were already a few old men waiting in front of the residence. When they saw Lu Yin appear, their faces went pale. "Greetings, Your Highness." Lu Yin did not even look at them. "Inform Princess Wendy that Lu Yin has come to visit." The guards hurriedly entered the residence. Soon after, the doors opened and Lu Yin stepped into the residence. He was very clear about the motives of these people, as some of them had never given up on trying to overthrow him. They were just a bunch of clowns. The residence was not large and out of respect, Lu Yin did not release his domain or star energy. However, it was obvious just by looking at her. "Why are you here?" Wendy Yushan walked out and looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin rubbed his nose. "There's something I'd like to ask." "What is it?" Wendy Yushan asked. "I've already broken through to the Explorer realm. What should I do next?" Lu Yin asked. He had asked Aiden and Hu Qingshan this question before, but he still wanted to ask Wendy Yushan. They were at different levels, so their views would be different. Wendy Yushan thought about it. An explorer's physical body changes in accordance with the universe. The circulation of star energy maintains one's life, and every cycle of star energy changes the physical body. In other words, it increases one's strength. Every cycle increases one's power level by 10,000. Depending on how long each cycle takes, the quality of the star energy absorbed by the body is different. Some people absorb star energy at a rate several times faster than others, so it's only natural that their cycle time will be faster, and their strength will also grow faster. Some people absorb much more star energy than others, and although each cycle will take a longer time, their strength growth will also be different. "I can't tell you what to do next, but let nature take its course." Lu Yin nodded as her words were similar to Aiden's. He had the serious art that increased his absorption speed by 9 times, and he also had the Daoist times top space. As long as he had enough star energy, he could rapidly increase his strength. Time was not a problem for him. On the surface, it seemed like he had only cultivated for 6 years, but in reality he had spent another year or 2 on the times top space. "Do you still have another formcast model?" Wendy Yushan suddenly asked. Lu Yin did not want to lie to her. "Yes." Wendy Yushan was shocked. "Your formcast model is a 6-fold one?" Lu Yin nodded. "Yes." Wendy Yushan was shocked. Even the top 10 of the top 100 rankings might not have a 6-fold formcast model, but you actually have one. Then when you reach the hunter realm, you'll become much more terrifying than the average hunter. Lu Yin looked at Wendy Yushan with a puzzled expression. When an explorer breaks through to the cruiser realm, the greatest change is not one's strength but one's potential. Explorers change their physical bodies while cruisers compress their cells. Most people can no longer absorb star energy after 4 cycles, and they have to compress their cells, causing their physical bodies to become hungry again. Although their physical strength has increased, the changes aren't that great. This is the cruiser realm and it's the same for hunters. The changes won't be as great as when you break through to the explorer realm, but if you have a formcast model then things will be different. What about you? Do you have a formcast model? Lu Yin asked. Wendy Yushan shook her head. White Knight once said that she would give one to me, but since the innerverse and outerverse are separated, there's no chance. Lu Yin frowned. Are you that close to White Knight? Wendy Yushan grunted and looked at Lu Yin with a strange expression. You care a lot about White Knight. Lu Yin rubbed his nose. Maybe. After all, she's one of the 10 arbiters. Wendy Yushan looked at Lu Yin seriously. Do you remember what I said before we went to San Dios? Lu Yin had forgotten and he shook his head. I said that if we survive this crisis I'll marry you, Wendy Yushan said. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Wendy Yushan's tall figure and beautiful face, as well as her temperament that made one want to conquer her. But you already have someone you like. I like pure feelings. Wendy Yushan then turned and left. Lu Yin stood there in a daze for a long time, wondering if he had just been tricked. Seventh bro, you've fallen out of love. The monkey laughed strangely. Lu Yin pursed his lips. I've never fallen in love, so how can I lose anything? Stop bragging. Any man would want a woman like that. He doesn't want you. The monkey was delighted. Lu Yin then blocked him off. How annoying. When he returned to King Zishan's palace, Lu Yin suddenly recalled something. When the gun had shattered, it seemed to have dropped something similar to a beast's skin. He checked his cosmic ring and found it. It wasn't a beast's skin but rather a paper-like material. There were a few words on it but Lu Yin didn't recognize them. He unblocked the monkey. See if you recognize these words. The monkey was surprised. These should be words from 100,000 years ago. They belonged to a time when writing evolved. The words of that time were especially complex and most people wouldn't be able to understand them. Do you recognize them? Lu Yin asked. I can study them. Right, I recognize a few of the words. When you put them together they form a name. After thinking for a while, the monkey pointed at a few of the words. When Zhaoqing Zhangyi. What does that mean? How would I know, but it should be a name. Lu Yin put away the paper. When Zhaoqing should be someone from the Wen family. He didn't know where Zhangyi and Zhangyi were from, but why were their names in this gun? Lu Yin didn't think too much about it as there were many things in the universe that were difficult to explain. This gun had come from the astral wilderness and perhaps these people had fought there. He didn't care about that as it was time to roll his die. Every time he rolled his die, it was the moment he looked forward to the most. He tapped out and watched the die spin before slowly coming to a stop. He was delighted. He had gotten what he wanted. The scene in front of him changed and he appeared in the time-stop space. With a casual wave of his hand he tossed out more than 10 star essence, increasing the time limit to 130 days. Come on, let's race against time. This was the last thing he was afraid of. As the star essence was crushed, 9 stars revolved around Lu Yin's body. Serious art, which allowed him to absorb energy at 9 times the normal rate, had begun. The crazy rate of absorption caused the star essence's star energy to surge into his body like a vortex. The amount of star energy he had consumed to break through to the explorer realm was many times that of a normal person's, so the amount of star energy he needed to complete a cycle was also many times that of a normal person's. He just didn't know if this amount could be made up for by the 9 times serious art. If it couldn't, then it would take him much longer to complete a cycle. Absorbing star energy was a boring process. Lu Yin had experienced the feeling of star energy filling his cells, but it was only a small amount. Only when his body cells were completely filled with star energy could he complete a cycle, which was a rather long process. A normal person would take around 10 years to complete a cycle and the faster ones would take a few years. The longer one progressed, the longer it would take. This was especially true when one reached the cruiser realm, where the time required would increase exponentially. If there was a technique like the serious art that increased one's absorption rate by several times, then some geniuses with innate gifts would be able to complete a cycle within a year. If the amount of star energy Lu Yin needed to complete a cycle was about the same as a normal person's, then with the 9 times absorption rate in addition to his original absorption rate, it would take him at most half a year to complete a cycle. However, after 10 days his expression changed. Based on the amount of star energy he had absorbed so far, he might have consumed dozens or even hundreds of times more star energy than a normal person. Chapter 599. How could it be so exaggerated? He thought about it for a moment. Regardless of whether he had broken through to become a melder, a limiter, or an explorer, the amount of star energy he had consumed was many times that of a normal person. However, according to this calculation, even if he had 9 times the absorption speed, he would still need 10 times more time than an ordinary person. In other words, he would need 100 years. Complete a cycle every 100 years? Lu Yin's expression turned ugly. Although the more star energy he absorbed, the greater his potential would be, and the greater his suppression of his enemies would be in battle. His ability to complete a single cycle was comparable to someone else's ability to complete 10 cycles. However, the time required to complete this cycle was too ridiculous. Once he became a cruiser, the time required to complete this cycle would increase exponentially. Then wouldn't it take him over 1,000 years to complete a single cycle? He was not afraid of competing with time, but it was too exaggerated. The absorption rate of serious art was 9 times faster, and he still needed 100 years to complete the first cycle. Was there something wrong with his body? At this moment, there was one thing that he wished to obtain the most: the serious art. 9 times the absorption speed was definitely not the peak of the serious art. After all, the serious art he obtained was only at the elementary level. There should be more advanced levels, perhaps reaching 100 times the absorption speed. That would be normal. But the problem was that he could not obtain the serious art. He looked up at the sky and sighed. Lu Yin was speechless as well. He did not know if the 10 arbiters' speed and quality were the same as his. Even if they were, they definitely had better techniques while Lu Yin had nothing. Furthermore, the further he progressed, the more star energy he would need. This was especially true after he became a cruiser and a hunter. It would take him an indefinite amount of time to complete a cycle. Lu Yin suddenly thought of Mr. Mu. The inner verse and outer verse had been separated, so Lu Yin's future master would definitely not be able to come here. No, I can't just let it go like this. I have to think of a way to increase my absorption speed. Otherwise I'll be finished. Lu Yin took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed his despair. He then rolled his die as he needed to deal with an Enlighter's attack just in case. The die stopped spinning. It was 1 pip. Useless. It continued to absorb star energy. 10 days later he rolled his die again. 2 pips, useless, so he continued to absorb star energy. 10 days later Lu Yin returned. This time the die stopped at enhance. Lu Yin was delighted and he took out his final money bomb and tossed it onto the upper screen. He then tossed in nearly 20,000 star essence, and the value of the money bomb continued to increase until it finally reached the level where it could instantly kill an Enlighter. Putting away the money bomb, Lu Yin had already decided on the second item he wanted to upgrade: the spear. The pike that he had obtained from the ancient centipede's body contained a spiritual force attack that could instantly kill an explorer, but that was all he could do. Lu Yin wanted to upgrade it to the point where it could instantly kill an Enlighter. Not all weapons could be upgraded, and it also depended on the materials used. For example, the spear from before could be upgraded to the level of an Enlighter. It was very difficult for a normal spear to be upgraded to the level of an explorer, but the spear came from ancient times and it had been used by Lu Zhan to kill Yin Guai. Thus, the materials used should be able to be upgraded to the level of an Enlighter. However, this pike's spiritual force attack did not differentiate between friend and foe, which was quite troublesome. Lu Yin wanted to give it a try. He had been reciting the Stonewall scriptures for a long time, and his spiritual force's resistance had long since become very strong. Back when he had been a melder, he had been able to resist the pressure of a hunter. Now his spiritual force should be close to that of an Enlighter's. Lu Yin placed the pike on top of the screen and tossed in a few dozen star essence. Back when he had upgraded the money bomb, he had only used up a few hundred star essence to upgrade it to the level where it could threaten 150,000 hunters. A few dozen star essence only caused the pike's power to drop slightly, but it was not much. Lu Yin was astonished as it seemed that upgrading this item was much more troublesome than upgrading the money bomb. But then again, the money bomb was a pure offensive weapon, and this item had its own spiritual force attack. After some calculations, Lu Yin tossed in another 400 star essence before the pike completely fell into the lower screen and was upgraded once more. Holding the pike in his hand, Lu Yin could feel the spiritual force attack coming from it. Not bad, it was bearable. Back when he had been separated by 5 pikes, only the pike that had been stabbed into the ground had been able to create a phantom image that could kill. The pike that he had obtained had fallen to the side, and its spiritual force was not very strong. However, as he upgraded it, it would definitely become stronger. The second upgrade cost him nearly 800 star essence, the third 1,500 star essence, the fourth 3,000 star essence, the fifth 6,000 star essence and the sixth 14,000 star essence. At this moment, Lu Yin felt as if he was about to lose his grip on the pike. The pike had been upgraded 7 times, and it had consumed a total of 27,000 star essence. On the other hand, the pike had been upgraded 6 times, and it had already consumed 26,000 star essence. Upgrading it 7 times had doubled the cost of upgrading the pike. The pike consumed even more star energy than the pike. The scene in front of Lu Yin's eyes was somewhat distorted, as this was a hallucination caused by the pressure on his spiritual force. He could not upgrade it any further or he might not be able to withstand it. Lu Yin put the pike away and exhaled. He had filled his eyes with star energy to take a look, and the pike's rune lines had surpassed Han Fei's. He wondered how effective the spiritual force of the pike would be on an enlighter. He still had 110,000 star essence, the universal armor for defense and the money bomb and pike for attack. The only thing he was left with was something that he could use to escape. Right, could a collapsible spacecraft be upgraded? Lu Yin's imagination ran wild and he wanted to give it a try. However, after some thought he decided against it. His collapsible spacecraft had already reached its limit, and it could only be upgraded to a radiant-grade spacecraft. Lu Yin walked out of the guest hall of King Zishan's palace and waited for Madame Nalan. He had spent a total of 220 days in the time-stop space, and after upgrading the Enneatic wings he had continued to absorb star essence. Even after 200 days he was still far from completing the first cycle. Madame Nalan soon arrived and flashed an enchanting smile. "Congratulations on your triumphant return, Your Highness." Lu Yin gestured for her to take a seat and looked at Madame Nalan with a trace of amazement in his eyes. This woman always gave him a new feeling and strongly attracted his attention. He could not remain as comfortable around her as he had with Lily Rose. "Madam, you flatter me. Actually, even if you hadn't come today, I would have gone to find you." Madame Nalan giggled and her eyes curved. "Did you miss me, Your Highness?" Lu Yin rubbed his nose and took out a cosmic ring to pass to her. "There are 30,000 star essence inside. I borrowed it from you before I left for Iron Bloodweave and I'm returning it all." Madame Nalan held onto the cosmic ring and her eyes dimmed. She stood up and coldly said, "Since Your Highness does not welcome the Nalan family, then we will not force you to stay. Thank you for your previous assistance, Your Highness. If fate wills it, we will meet again in space." She then turned around and walked out. Lu Yin was stunned and he hurriedly stood up. "Madam, did you misunderstand something?" Madame Nalan stared into Lu Yin's eyes. "I treat Your Highness as a friend, but has Your Highness ever cared about me? Or does Your Highness look down on merchants?" "Of course not," Lu Yin immediately replied. Madame Nalan shook her head. "When Your Highness went to Iron Bloodweave, it was a black hole of death. My Nalan family was unable to help you, and we could only offer you some resources as an apology. My Nalan family is grateful to Your Highness, but we also feel guilty. But now Your Highness is unwilling to accept even that bit of resources. What else could it be other than looking down on my Nalan family?" Lu Yin stared blankly at Madame Nalan and smiled awkwardly. He extended a hand. "Thank you for your help, madam." You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.